jump over, and Smeb is already looking so comfortable on this Darius.
Well, Double Lift being behind, when we look at the games played of World so far, Double Lift accounts in the 3 games CLG has played for 35.7% of his team's damage, which is a huge percentage, and he's only number 2 behind Incarnation at 718 damage per minute. So this guy is crucial to the damage output of his team, and now that he's behind, it's a large problem, especially since Smeb is at the top of all top laners at 25% damage. So him with an edge is a big, big problem.
Once again though, CLG looking towards the mid lane. You gotta play the side lanes instead.
And there's a bounce back.
Smithy's in trouble. Lance goes down. He just gets insta-gigged. And that was the no MR you were talking about.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is the thing we said about Azir. You go Nash and first. You can't go with Thieves. It just sets down, you build too much. You set it behind too much. So he's very, very squishy. But he delayed that cleanse for a long time. I'm not sure what he was waiting for. Didn't cleanse and instantly try and dash out.
One thing about KOO's composition, though, is that as long as Azir gets a wall down in the late game, he doesn't actually need to be there for a lot of these team fights because Jinx is going to be providing a lot of the late game damage and not going to be quite as susceptible to Vega.
And just to go back to your point about Double before here with the Tristana, another reason it's so important for CLG that they're winning the bottom lane is like what Cloud9 played. You need to rotate that AD carry early for tower pressure. Tristana in the mid game, when it comes to overall damage, it's not the greatest. She needs 3-4 items before she really starts shining there. But she's good at taking the tower. So unless Double F go mid, that's how he makes up for that mid game. If he falls behind, suddenly you have such a large period of time where you
Liz has fallen behind rather, actually gone for a Cutlass. First item, Tristana. Our AP Echo or the
มันตันผ่านแล้วมีไม่มันมา
early side stone for Xfinity, so some changes here from
ก็มันถูแล้วมัน
picks, but the itemization as well.
He played 2 now. He's gotten very excited. Normally he gets like 11, 14 minutes. Now it's like
ฉากอาบด้วย
the game. Gorilla is looking to eat out again.
He's going to eat him indeed, throws him onto the choppers, and Hojin sinks the fangs in. CLG were not expecting the unbenched king.
Such a great combo with Jinx. I mean, we saw the same combination coming in from HQ, but it was great in team fights, but it didn't, they weren't so crisp in the laning phase, right? But eating him and then going straight into the choppers is brutal.
It really is, and Monty, this is what you mentioned before picks and bans. How KOO could demonstrate something unexpected. This is great mastery of the Tom Kench-Darius duo, and then playing around his CC.
But CLG's really disrespecting Tom Kench. Like, there was no backup coming up, Double getting a range, so after we could jump to him with his W or anything. No, it's like, yeah, let him hit me, shoots it back into the CC, at least shows up. Very easy for KOO Tigers, all 3 kills. For Gorilla to get in range, get the stacks down, which normally is so difficult on Tom Kench because you're so slow.
KOO Tigers doing just a wonderful job of chaining objective into objective right now. Take down that bottom turret. They're fine in the top lane. Smeb is just safely farming up. He knows that Smithy's in his side of the jungle, so he's playing back, playing passively. Smithy not really having an option here besides getting...
ฮัลโหลเราจะเล่นไปเชียร์ไปนะครับวันนี้ขอทำซีนให้เสร็จกันโอ้สวัสดีครับ CLG โดนครูไทเกอร์ตบอีกแล้วลุยเล่นลิงก้าอ้าว CLG โดนครูไทเกอร์ตบอีกแล้วอะทายถูกแน่นอนวันนี้บอกเลยว้าวไม่ โดนครูตบอีกแล้วฟรีแน่ๆบอกเลยใช่ไม่ลืมเอาแชทออกมาไม่เห็นแชททำไปสักครู่นะครับใช่วันนี้ตั้ง ตั้งเป็นแบบเล่นด้วยนะก็เลยมองไม่เห็นแชทเดี๋ยวแชทจะทยอยตอบเรื่อยๆนะครับเดี๋ยวขอลองก่อนโอเคฟูไทเกอร์เอาไปกินแน่นอนบอกเลยCLG โดนฟูไทเกอร์ตบเยอะซ้ำๆเลยเวก้ามาว่ะบอกเลยเมตานี้ไซออนสปาร์ตันนี่จะได้เห็นแต่ฟิโอลาดาเลียสเนาะเจอกันเรื่อยเลย10 บาทเรียบร้อยCLG โดนตบเล่อยเปื่อยเลยคู่นี้กินเราบอกเลย ก็ไปเล่นสายปลาปกติสเมฟครูไทเกอร์กลับมาแล้วว่ะเดี๋ยวทายล่วงหน้าไปหมดทุกคู่แล้วอะไม่น่าพลาดทาย EDG ไปทุกคู่เลยเซ็งอย่านะพรุ่งนี้แทง BKT 1 คู่นะเพิ่งไปดูที่ตัวเองทายไว้ H2K อ่ะเกมนี้คงเห็นผลแล้วครับไม่คงไม่พลิกแล้วแหละดูสภาพแล้วเพียรตกสุดๆรอดได้ไงวะจีKT ครูไทเกอร์นี่ตบ CLG ทุกรอบเลยนั่นนี่อ่ะบอกแล้วถ้าเล่นแก๊งอ่ะสู้ CLG ไม่ถ้าเล่นพูดถึงถ้าเล่นฟาร์มอ่ะสู้ CLG ไม่ได้หรอก CLG มันฟาร์มรอดับเบิลลิฟเกิดตายเถอะฆ่าปุ๊บตายปั๊บ สปายไม่เลยเราเย่ทายถูกด้วยแหละทายถูกก็เพิ่มผลนะครับเป็นถูก16แล้วแต่ก็ไม่ได้แชมเปี้ยนชิพเลเว่นอยู่ดีเสียใจจุงคู่ต่อไปทายว่าแฟตวูฟชนะครับอ้าวอะไรวะออกไปแป๊บเดียวเองซัดกันใหญ่เลยได้เวลาตั้งใจเล่นแล้วมามกนานี่แก้การโดนจับได้ขนาดนั้นเลยเนี่ยโอ้กาเรราตายฮะทำไมทีมเราแย่อย่างนี้เนี่ยแต่รีบเล่นเร็วอะตบแล้วไปลิฟต์เร็วๆนี่ก็สบายแล้วอะ ทีมไหนก็เถอะทีนี้ทุกทีมก็จะรู้แล้วถ้าเจอ CLG ต้องทำไงอย่าให้แม่งฟาร์มปลาธรรมดาแม่งเลยคู่ต่อไปครับรอต่อไปดูได้หลบทุกดอกบอกเลยพี่เนี่ยแย่คู่ต่อไปครับเป็นแฟตวูฟเจอเพนเกมมิ่งครับขอทายว่าแฟตวูฟชนะแน่นอนเพราะว่าครั้งนี้แล้วเพนเกมมิ่งตกแฟตวูฟไปแล้วใช่ไหมแต่ไม่แน่นะเพนเกมมิ่งอาจจะแบบฮึดเพราะว่าเวนมาถึงนี่เลยนาวเย่โอ้เย่ไม่ได้เปิดเสียงเกมเหรอเปิดนะหรือเปิดเบาก็ไม่รู้ต้องใช้จะเปิดเบามากโอเคเอาเพลินเลยมึงเพลินเลยอยากเล่นธรรมดานะแต่แบบมีต้องใส่ใจกับการฟังนี่ด้วยแต่ได้ยินปกตินะเสียงเกมเนี่ยเดาคู่นี้บอกเลยว่ามันแน่นอนเพราะว่าถ้าเป็นเกมมิ่งแบบมันอยากเอาชนะมันจะจริงจังมากเลยเกมนี้ เพราะว่าถ้าเพลงแกมนิ่งไม่ชนะโอกาสเข้ารอบมันก็น้อยแล้วอะมันก็คงอยากเข้ารอบอยู่แหละใครมาแข่งไม่อยากเข้ารอบบ้างมีด้วยทีมที่ไม่อยากเข้ารอบเนาะโอ้ยโอ้หมดตัวชิบหายเลยเดาเดาได้งานก็ยังทำไม่เสร็จนะเนี่ยฮอนด้าไปเลยแฟตวูฟก็อยากชนะเพราะแฟตวูฟก็อยากเข้ารอบคือตอนนี้เพนเกมมิ่งทั้งคู่นี่หลังชนฝาเลยนะคู่นี้ที่บอกว่ามันนี่เพราะว่าแบบต่างฝ่ายต่างนัด1 แพ้ 1ไงนัด1 แพ้ 2ถ้าอยากเข้ารอบต้องตบใครสักคนหนึ่งตอนนี้ทำไมอาเซียมันไกลจังวะอย่าโอ้ชิตโอ้ชิตอาเซียนี่เข้าไปตายฟรีทุกรอบเลยเพื่อไม่มีมดเต็มไปหมดเลยน่าจะไม่เวิร์กใช้ผลกันดีกว่าเพลงเกมมิ่งอย่างเครียดอะบอกเลยตอนนี้ดูดิดูบิดดิก้มหน้าโอ้ทำไมมันช้าอย่างเงี้ยAFK สัสๆอะบอกเลยทำไมเน็ตมันช้าอย่างเงี้ยวายโอ้ยเน็ตช้าสุดๆต่อไปทายผลนะเนี่ยเฮ้ยเน็ตมันช้ามากเลยมันเกิดอะไรขึ้นเนี่ย โอเคก้มหน้าก้มตาเชียร์เราแพ้เลยมีแต่คนทายแฟตวูฟอ่ะเราก็ทายแฟตวูฟ เราไม่เคยชอบปาซินเท่าไหร่ครั้งที่แล้วเพนเกมมิ่งเขาตบมาแล้วในเฟซบุ๊กมันช้าจังอะเฟซบุ๊กช้ามากเลยเนี่ยตอนเนี้ยมันมีปัญหาแน่นอนเลยคู่นี้มันแน่นอนบอกเลยคู่นี้มันแน่นอนเพราะว่ามันแพ้หนึ่งชนะหนึ่งมาทั้งคู่อะทำไมเฟซบุ๊กมันสโลว์อย่างเงี้ยเฟซบุ๊กเข้าไม่ได้อ้าบิดต้องแข่งต่อด้วยว่ะใช่ไหมเพนเกมมิ่งต้องแข่ง2 เกมติด ฟรักมึงคอมโบลูลูกับไอ้นี่ลีซินพุ่งไปฮะลูลูตัวใหญ่ฮะอาจิสุโดดตามเมเปิลกับคามิแฟลชวูฟคราวนี้ชัวร์เชียร์แฟลชวูฟนะครับในเฟซบุ๊กไปโพสต์ผลไม่ได้เพราะว่ามันล่มหรือมันอะไรไม่รู้เนี่ยมันเข้าไม่ได้เลยเฟซบุ๊กเข้าไม่ได้แต่ไปทายผลอะไรเนี่ยลีซินชุดนี้สวยเหมือนกันนะแฟลชวูฟคราวนี้ใช้ ADC เป็น NL นะครับเพราะว่าคัมเมอร์มีปัญหาเรื่องการสื่อสารกับทีมเนี่ยแหละแล้วก็ท็อปเลนก็เป็นสเต็กใช่ไหมทำไมไม่เล่นตัวแบกทีมว่าไอหัวเฮมเบดิงเจอร์เนี่ยเป็นเกมมิ่งนี่ไมลอนมาแล้วลดเลือดสักทีก็ยังดีมาตีดื้อๆอย่างนี้เลยเหรอเฟมิเลียโคตร aggressive ฟังเพลงโซน่าเดี๋ยว
They might do it though because it's on the Lulu, on the support, and then Jinx gets the ball. So they say, you know what, they do not want you to fall really, really far behind. Don't let it get so difficult. When Soda is leading, you should not be taking the goal.
โคตรซัดกันโหดโคตรนี่กดเครื่องอะไรกันมาก่อนหรือเปล่าเนี่ย
Tower is gonna drop super low.
Don't think it'll die. Let's see a couple more minions.
เฟลยาด
Tower's still
That has to be six
ไม่แตกวะ
hit points
โอ้
on the tower.
Incredibly tough for last game. To Page's credit, one thing that we've seen from Page their lane swaps have actually been pretty good. Even against the KOO Tigers, they found ways to get advantages. They're clever in how they play the early game.
I definitely said lane stop the first few steps and get spot on, but then after that, get fall a bit behind. While walking on top side, you can
Ignite is available. Both ways are expended.
โอ้ไม่ตายตายว่ะ
Shot kills it, but it didn't execute. There was no damage put down. And Flash Wolves get away quite lucky there.
Great patience from Bylon, waiting for them to come in. He doesn't expend his flash early, and it really actually punishes the flash roll. Definitely not as bad as it could have been by getting that first blood over, but
yeah, the main thing for Flash Wolves is the fact he falls Mylon away from the wave. He just get an experience that mistake that's an bottom side course. He's trying to keep it even between the top lanes for as long as possible. Now Snake can stay here and take the wave, but Mylon is returning. So it's going to be fairly even between them. Around 80 carries. We've already seen now BRTT
ไม่แตกอะเสียปอมด้วย
And interesting as well, BRTT started with that Avarice play. Heavily committed to just mid to
รวยเลยทีเดียวบอกเลย
once NL, but NL's actually been hurt as well. Look at that a dagger as first time. So both of these carries
bottom side. Everyone over ready for the top lane. Must get it very early. Massive team fight.
looks like it's Sword Art's been caught.
ใส่กันแล้วซอสอาร์ตจะโดนครับ
The Furious Fight comes down, knockout from Maple, but it's Pain getting the Brazilian. Let's go first blood. While Nigel's teleporting in the place of the chilling spike connects and here comes Carcer as well. The hot shot from Riley is about to go mega knock. The satchel gonna throw up, but there's not enough AD. Now Snake's on the wrong side. The RTT gets caught by the zap. The Glitterlance tags too, and that's a killer to Milo. Carcer's got one back for the flash roll. Spike is thrown down onto the RTT as Kami has arrived. Shotgun is available. It's gonna need to be massive. If anyone will make this work, DU's gone low. 200 HP. Stakes chasing. The unbreak push here comes up. The shotgun pulls Maple backwards, but there's no follow through from Maple. And it ends in a 1-for-1 and on the inside.
ปักฆ่าได้เหมือนกันเหรอเฮ้ยแล้วคู่นี้เอาจริงจังกันมากเลยนะเขาไม่ยอมกันง่ายๆหรอกนะตัวเอง
so not a whole lot they can actually do in that situation. Finally, that bottom lane turret will go down.
Evens out the goal for Flash Wolves. The reason BRTT have that average wave is, of course, when the tower goes down on the top side, if you give all the gold to your top laner, you only sit on around 800 when you go back, and it is basically your best fight.
ตัวนี้กำลังเห่อไอเทมชุดคาถาน้ำแข็งหน้ากากลดเลือดอยู่
Big fight on top, team fight, and we can get a lot of money.
Couple members have their ultimate space. Snake is the only member of Flash Wolves that has a summon spell, not able to fight. Available?
Right now, except for Snake.
You have spent too much time with Noah and Greek, Monte Cristo. I did not expect that level of cunnery from you. How did you Maple clearing out that middle wave? And Stake played quite aggressive on the top half with the deepest division. I do notice that Team Ward stuck in behind. You'll have to track how long that survived. Instead, he's clearing out that red buff.
Mabel picked up a lot of HP for after that fight. Taking the lane, everyone is taking back to base. You'll even more. We'll see
ฟิตมากเลย
initial burst damage, which is a large part of
ฟิตนี่ฟิตมากๆเลยบอกเลย
Wombo combo use late in the game where Jinx initial burst to start getting those kills and getting the Jinx resets. It does cause a lot of problems because Jinx has no peak, basically. So they can't hit hard right off the bat. Jinx is just dead. Do it.
You see a pickaxe picked up right now.
ตายรัวๆวันนี้บอกเลยแต่มึงหวานแล้ว
Feels like the lanes have now somewhat standardized, but the top and bottom counter turrets are both down. But it's BRTT that's moving to this middle lane counter turret. In the moment now, with so many other things are down. That's early invading to the jungle, but you just fight the privilege. Because once you have that under control, it means you start running against the mid lane where the last tower
มาเดียว
with the Tristana Orianna coming to see. Okay, get to that tower, maybe something great to Orianna and some hope. But we saw they moved down, take some of the river to go back. And what we said was but they want to
ไปซอสสเปกเตอร์ที
best engaged with his composition. So a lot of it's going to come down to how well teleport right. Because you look at the flash rolls, sure, they got that engage coming in there. We know the Annie can engage. Maybe you go ahead and you hit a great Lee Sin kick or Lee Sin Sonic Wave resonating strike straight into a Lulu ultimate. These are things that they can use, but pain relatively short unless they start to.
That was the surprising thing about the making back phase. The Lulu plays but then you see Rek'Sai wrong. To me, every time I'm like, oh, you can run legit, you can take it to the very top, and they will not be able to do it. But you still can pull for it. That's like last minute and yet they said, no, they want to go fight. No, sorry, observers baited me. I'm like, they're following this for a reason. So the fish, you see the potential for protecting
ปากกันอยู่2คนเลยทีเนี้ย
you want to go all in with right. Another thing Yasuo to Braum is very risky. It's so easy for Braum to connect that first like on to Yasuo and pick him out and use gold to the other source as well. Another way to hide that damage from him and take him out to be able to surprise him. But you can't go spectating characters. No, we want to fight you.
จั่วอยู่ได้ละไพ่นะ
Bang on his first one from out as well. We're going to get this one. Zero is not going to take there. Zero did not happen. I feel like the draw levels are lower.
อย่าให้มันลงอย่าให้มันลง ไอ้ปลาเร็ว
Especially when you talk about the side lanes in this game, very bad.
อย่าให้มันลงไอ้ปลาเร็วเนี่ย
This particular lane, we saw a lot more swinging dramatically from one side of the lane to the other. And a lot of that's just all four powers going back. Very obvious.
จะรัดกูทำไมวะเนี่ย
Which is what they're trying to do by sending the mid lane. But Nami keeps going back into the rage, like clear two jungle camps. So the tempo hit him right now is at the highest. So Flashes are allowed to get a bomb away from the mid lane. It's not really been pressure before now when the two guys are showing up. One is really hit the mid lane. Wind wall very effectively, and the RTT Kami doesn't get that much damage down.
That's the annoying thing. Sana up against the Yasuo in the mid lane is most of that turret damage comes from charging up that EQ. The wind wall is there, just a little bit harder to get that damage down.
Rocket jump over it. Come on, BRTT.
หาจริง
Let's see if he can.
รัด
Not
ทั้งรัดทั้งแย่ง
It's in the middle right now. The cooldown is very long on the wind wall, so the second time the wave hits the tower, you will start getting some damage down. And you slowly chip it away. Now you're looking your bottom side, a big wave is going to start pushing in. Someone has to get down. If you can sit down Orianna, just let it clear the sideways and return to more. Well, they don't want to do that now. Looks like it's going to be a fight. Wow, Flash Tibbers onto Kami.
โดน
He's
ป่า
got it knocked up. He's down before he can even shockwave. There's a reliable knocker. It's going to be delivered by Casa. The RTT forced a rocket jump to safety, and Maple aggressively goes forward. He does have a skill temperance charge. It will not find a target. Sword Art engage finds two, and a follow-up tower.
กรักกันสักทีขอร้องเอาทีเดียวเลย
what looked to be a decent siege, they just stuck around too long.
Well, again, they were sticking around too long. It's more the fact that you overextend here. The Sora gives that engage. Very smart how they're denying vision from the ward. And then they jump in and go aggressive with much more Sora. How to react, you don't see it coming.
ไม่เอาสเปซซอสสเปกเตอร์วาสเวนเนี่ยแก้เกมเลยเนี่ยเฮ้ยแฟตวูฟจะเอาคืนว่ะจากเพนเกมมิ่งนี่แฟตวูฟผมกูสาไปตบแฟนาติกมานะเว้ย
Otherwise, it's just way too easy for those resets on Jinx to come.
Really just has to highlight again how smart it was for the Flashers. They saw that wall and they used sweeper on it so they get their vision on it. And Sora then flashes instantly forward. So it's hard for mid gaming to react. They get caught out, ends up dying. But this is what Flashers have to do with their competition. You cannot
กูจะเปิดเองแล้วเนี่ย
sit there with the Yasuo at this point. Only Jinx is really the guy you want because Stake is going to bring that down.
And you have to make the first move.
ไอจั่วไพ่ไม่เคยโดนวิเฟสไม่แย่มาก
Well, they did make the first move and Pasta may want to do a follow-up. Dragon's Rage is available. No follow-up from Maple though. Here comes Sora from the side. The ball is down. Not the tech goes out. Main Gaming will make the way out. It costs 13 on the flash. All that is
มันได้ยิน
I think there's decent vision for paint getting around the pits, not super deep. It'll give them some information that will take Flash's time to react. And of course, paint getting doesn't have other system on the side.
They're not going to be surprised by Flash's
Dragon is going to get secured. It is in fact Sergi. Slides it, Sword Art's in a little bit of trouble. He's down. He did get Timbers out, but it simply wasn't enough. Mylon's going to pop. Here's Carter. He won't get it. But the AoE from NL's Rocket will be
โอ้ยลีซินเม็กเพย์ว่ะ
and gets excited. We did see Carter picking up a kill of his own. 2 for 1, but Dragon to pay.
Flashers didn't even set up Maple. He did absolutely nothing. He use his ult to anything because right here, Pain engages first. But it's a shockwave onto the support. Support goes down, Flashers gets the opening, the team splits up with what they want.
They just didn't change the CC problem. They tried to pick off Sword Art before he could actually get the timbers down. Unfortunately, the timing of the shockwave and the wrong movement was just a and that allowed them to
เป็นกับนี่ต้องล้วงคนเดียวแม่เจ้า
way too much taking down the support around the carries. Maple is not done fighting though, he's looking for more.
แต่กูจะเอาคืน
Finds out. Maple's gone forward. It actually gets stunned by the
Kiaเป็นคำแรงนะ
choppers. We'll buy some time. I think it was Sergi with the smite. Yeah, get that cooldown. Will at least deny it from the RTT. So small situation win. Flash Wolves. As we get into 20 minutes, they maintain some control, still dictating the tempo
Flash Wolves are doing so far.
ปิงเป็นร้อยบอก
It's very crucial that they get high visuals so that they can get the job. They don't have any upgrades yet. They're still upgrading Totem. And I would say that I think the best way to set up an anti-stun in this situation, you're also not going to have a lot of success 1-3-1 split pushing with a Lulu. So I'd rather see some different upgrades here just to make sure that Sword Art can get this in.
I have to see what Sword Art does. One more level for himself, and then Kasa can also join in on the level scan. See? How about protect him?
ตายซะ
If he gets the chance to get the drop, something that's going to be one of the benefits of the two offers after look at the rules. Escort
ไล่กูเข้าไป อะไรกับกูนักหนาเนี่ยจะต้องทนทุกข์ทรมาน
set up a play with Kasa, which is what I'm expecting to happen with Flash. Kasa will go up to 2-1, either Mylon or Kami, take them down, then send you over.
See how Kasa continues optimizing, especially against his opponents. We can see that Age is picked up as well as the Warrior, so maybe some team utility, not the tank
ถึ
team.
ง16แล้วเว้ย
So team still working towards picking up those tank stats as is Milo. So Pain Gaming, despite being down, they're now in an area of their map where they're going to be quite confident and capable of stalling the game out until they hit some more power spikes.
The problem for Pain is that Aegis just really isn't that useful for them in this game. However, Locket is. Locket is to get that shield and to resist the initial Yasuo burst. But then you have to ask, is that Locket shield worth the trade-off of something like perhaps a random with
มา
Zone?
ยังวะ
And that's a really, really tough call because if Surgeon can get into the back line or slow that Yasuo down,
I'm going to say no.
I also think that the Aegis is the best.
Oh, Flash, Tippin, but the rocket jump did get channeled into Yude. Blocks the super.
พี่เปิดป้ายด้วยบิดแม่งเซอร์วิสแฟนๆเหรอ
The flag and says, Obrigado, dude. Thank you for that one.
Good reaction from him to see Carmen out. Grabbing the power blast completed, also going to upgrade his gear. Next one, he's slowly getting towards the late game build where he's on out of the way. And of course, he's really good spike for him.
Best in Sora, a minute ahead of the Dragon match. Flash would have made a good opportunity. It did not pan out, but that would have been very significant. If we stop another big 5-on-5, which is what this game is continuing to show. Teams battle when they've got their time to throw.
And now Flash should know, okay, Dragon is coming in about a minute's time. How do we set up for it properly to force Pain Gaming to blind your watch for to get pick orders? But right now, there's one pick order in inventory and Sora. I don't think Kasa gets that much to his back now because they need it to force this fight. Where Pain Gaming either have to say, we cannot face six and back away from the Dragon, or we walk straight into like a massive rumble moment.
Also, Karsa is very good. It's not really seeing that.
จอยแม่ง
I want to
ฟัก
see an upgraded sweeper division. I really
We got one of them. We got one.
one now, right?
We got one. But so Flashwoods goes back and makes the right call. Okay, guys, we need ping. We have to get ping to deny vision. The problem is they do it when the dragon is about to spawn. So now they're not here in time. Ping is always been set up. They have wards in the area. Movement out. Flashwoods. This would have been good.
This time around, on the back of the Dragon. Flash Wolves, they start with this. I think they're going to get it. It's dropped low, 400 HP. Secure Dragon level 1 fight. Dragon Mylon is there. Oh, he's picked over the wall.
โอ้ โซนาเล่นดีอะไม่มีแย่งโซนามันรู้ว่าเป็นรางวัลที่เราต้องได้เพราะเราเปิดสวยนี่ตาย
in a little bit of trouble, has found himself between a BRTT, a CERT, and he is certainly a dead make it there.
Wow.
I'm going to replay it to show I can't answer that question. Maybe he was using his warning token for the time to down.
Yeah, but when you always bring it fresh. If you want to go into the jungle, you bring it fresh.
Baited into death by his own warning token.
Only he had a sweeper.
If only. Wow, what did Pain Gaming get with this? A kill? Got the goal that they were behind, and they instantly play some deep vision. Set themselves up for a good push in this bottom in a turret. Hell, they may even get this turret.
Dana always has to remember that the windows of one normal six damage is insane. Nothing Flash Wolves can do to stop it. So, Pain Gaming getting a small goal lead.
ค่อยๆเอาคืนเอาไว้เนี่ยไม่น่าเชื่อ
Very nicely. Still without stack here, no doubt by this point, but still no actual Seraph's Embrace. But he has one way of surviving some of these burst damage. And you know, honestly, the longer this game goes on, if Pain can maintain vision around objectives, and they can force the weakness of this Orionic by Provide over.
เอาเพนเกมมิ่งมันจะเอาน่ากลัว
There's no last whisper yet onto NL, and as the armor items start coming through on the Bylon, there's not really anybody who can kill the star.
I don't think Cersei sets himself too far behind. I don't for logic. Guys himself just give him the stats he wants. Yes, okay, he gets the shield, but having no armor this point, look at this big massive fight versus Jinx and Gatsby. It's not a problem. He's just gonna push it. Like, okay, okay, one knock and then he just flies out of the team fight. He can't stay there. That could be a big issue in the game when they're trying to protect the back line. So Ori has done a very good job to hide back and protect him. Yasuo all in, kill him, and then suddenly turns around. Even more of these guys running
ตึงยังวะเกมนี้สรุปแล้วแฟตวูฟมันจะเอาคืนไม่ได้หรือไม่ทีนี้รีซินเริ่มหมดพลังแล้วนะเริ่มแบบฆ่ายากแล้วอะไร
You're here to tank the Jinx for as long as possible. That is going to be your goal because again when you have tight comps, once your front line dies, well it's too easy to reach the back line of course, and these squishy members will drop dead so quickly. So unless Pain Gaming can buy enough time for Tristana and Orianna, it will be difficult for them to win team fights. And
ทำของทีมต่อไปรอคน
Pain calling the Baron for Dragonblood. As it stands, Pain has set up vision in the top half of the map. Dragon is up in 5 seconds. But no, instead they're just going to teleport into the middle. Thank you, observers. The knockup comes down from CERT. Wild Growth has already been used on NL, and Mylon's on the sideline. Mega Knock comes out. Shockwave will get the kill onto Sora. NL's down as well. That's a no against the wall. Mylon found 3. He goes down in the process, but Kane Gaming are looking to clean it up. And defensive flash
เอาคืนว่ะเพนเกมมิ่ง
Follows through for
เอาแล้ว
He's got tag number 1, tag number 2. Lick it to stick it to stun him, and Stake gets away. Pain Gaming 3 for 1, and they peel for Baron.
Yes, heading right back to Baron after that big team fight win right there.
Down.
Flash Wolves were divided. They have to, again, the composition. They need to get the vision control around these objectives before they start walking in. They have to be the ones to engage first.
Down.
They failed that time. Sword Out gets caught out. Doesn't even use Timbers, and that's it.
All game long, Flash Wolves have been happy trading vision with Pain Gaming, but that's not how it's supposed to work. Rocket, no more bait.
ไม่ถ่าย
Is going down. But again, for Flash Wolves, look at the amount of wards that are around the dragon, but they're barely denying any vision away from Pain Gaming, so they can see what's going on. They have their own wards that they are ready. They get engaged, catches them out, and suddenly, team fights are won by Pain Gaming. We get further and further into late game. Kami's getting stronger and stronger on this Oriana.
Scary too, because now with that Baron, they are perfectly set up. They've got a lot of zone control with the Oriana, and then they can push those turrets down relatively rapidly with the Tristana, so there could be a very strong siege coming in. They're going to try and bait this blue buff. They can get a pick. There's a lot of pigs going down.
Flash and Timbers available for Sword Art. He's not going to pull a trigger this time, so Flash Wolves now find themselves 3,000 gold down, and they've got to fend off Baron buff from Pain. Wave clear is okay, albeit relatively short range. It'll take some time. It'll take time for Glitter Lance and those rockets, so Pain Gaming could have a massive power play.
See it again though, for Pain Gaming, they catch out Sword Art, NL so effectively. Dude is just standing in
เราจะมีปัญญาเล่นเป็นอย่างนี้
Just
ไหม
about
ไอ้
when the
ช็อต
shockwave comes in.
โดด
Nice
เข้ามาแทนเพื่อน
Kami here, nice play by Kami. And Milo, he's just buying time for the rest of the team.
I think Sword Out really displayed that. I think you just have to drop the Timbers immediately and try and run at that stage. Of course, it doesn't feel good to do that, but when NL's already caught up, when you've already used the wild growth, it's better just to drop it and then reset for the next fight.
No Wombo combo available. Not wild growth the enemy team.
Flash Wolves team though, whenever they're not playing these poke compositions, they really seem to fall apart. When it comes to setting up how to create picks with a comp like this one, or when they played Pain Gaming with the RA last week, it was the same. They were looking for picks, they were looking to get the engagement onto Pain Gaming. Because again, they're so weak when it comes to denying vision away and like take over one area and make it completely dark. It's too easy for Pain Gaming to play around it and just say, you know what, we're just gonna team fight. Like, we can see you, we're not gonna get caught out, and we're not gonna create any picks on us.
They're going to keep sieging. Satchel goes off,
Au
wins
à.
some of the damage.
เพนเอาอันนี้ลงไม่ได้ง่ายๆเลย
Gets away. Flash Wolves
ไอ้แฟดวูฟเอาเพนลงไม่ได้ง่ายๆเลย
to defend. Pain not backed away. Mega Knight has popped for Mylon.
ตึงแล้วตึง
He's going to get tired. He'll need some time before he can build up that rage bar. That's going to stop him harassing Carso away. Carso, wow, there's the kick into the last breath. That's not worth Flash Wolves. You need that on a carry. We do see the Seal Tempest goes out. It will.
เปิดว่ะ
Four-man Tempest comes out. We do see Enel. He fires down the rocket. Now to use
ทำไมมันสลับกันทำเกมวะ
Shockwave is still available.
มันไม่เข้าใจกันนะ
Chase. Pain Gaming have a re-engage opportunity.
So Flash Wolves knew that Mylon's TV was down. Therefore, if they chunked him out of that fight, they may be able to hold on and waste a little bit of this Baron buff. So we saw them use a lot of cooldowns, looked a little bit dangerous, but for them, it's just about living right now. Don't let them get any tier 2s. Take the edge off this Baron buff and then see if you can survive afterwards. So Flash Wolves
เล่นมัน
looked a little bit aggressive, but they got the cooldowns out that they needed, even though they had to sacrifice Timbers and the Yasuo ultimate to do so.
So how flashy the comp can look. Four-man Tibbers looks beautiful, but then no ulti from April. He couldn't follow up. Obviously no knock-up either just with the Tibbers, but again, buying time for the Flash Wolves. Pain Gaming are still going to be very happy with this game so far. Keep looking at these carries here. We have QSS now complaining for BRTT, for when the Tibbers drops onto him, he can jump out instantly. And of course, Kami should get a void stuff very soon.
I want to talk about stakes Lulu. 218 CS, he's down 50. Down to 1,500 gold. And that was a first pick Lulu. This is a champion that has got so much talk in this competition, but it's just not offering the rest of the team composition all that much value right now.
บาลอนพาวเวอร์เพย์มีบาลอนทีเดียวได้เงินนำ 2,800 อะ
Kind of take what she's really good at and say, yeah, we don't care about that.
คิวเท่ากันนะแต่ฝั่ง
So now,
เพนเกมมิ่งเงินนำ
weird game
น่ากลัว
where
โคต
often
ร
he probably has to use the wild growth to try and set up Maple instead of using it defensively like we normally see to protect your carry. He obviously has both options. You can see he has speed up Enel, try and get him in position for a few auto attacks.
It's a really hard decision to make, though. That's usually why you see teams not playing these hyper carries with a lot of engage, because it creates sticky situations. Whoa.
ไม่ตาย ไม่ตาย ไม่ตาย
The shockwave didn't do damage, but the fall resonance did. It's you that's gone down first. Mylon throws the house at NL, and that will slow him down. Wild Growth was used. Pain Gaming have lost one, but they seem to be able to get away. They may lose position on the tower. Tibbers is still available for Sword Art, but he's got no flash. And Pain Gaming will get themselves to their
แฟ
inner
ดบู
middle
กิน
tower.
ฟรี
Really dicey situation there. They decide to come in with the teleport line. There's the poke coming in from the Jinx Rockets. A lot of damage, but Pain Gaming holding on right now. Oriana still at full HP, but not defending the tower.
Not killed, not excited for NL, but he will get the tower. Throws out the rocket, one or two more crits. Gonna be enough.
Ran out of that choke point because he was afraid of Tibbers still being up. And so he has to walk around the long way. So in the end, the tower goes down in favor of Flash Ball.
I want to see what happened with the gold team. Looked like he tried to get the ball sent over to Mylon. We see TB coming in. Mega Knight is very close being popped, and Flash would think they can just burst him down instantly. While Soda tried to create a bit of a threat maybe towards him and use the stun. They use everything on Mylon, and here, Kami should be looking to throw his ball at Mylon and use the shockwave. Then puts it into the wall and hit absolutely nothing with it. So despite Flash was using everything on the big tank,
หิวกันทั้งนั้น
Stops the wall. The wall is ready for that update. Has spawned. NL gets a good chunk off of 13 HP bar. There's the commander chat. You can get a still bonus. It's prime. There's nobody's knocked up. There's a flank coming in from Pylon. Dragon secured by Flash Wolf. Boomerang doesn't find a target. Pylon stunned. He gets a knock.
Oh!
NL's still alive. 2000 HP with the wild growth. Everybody's chasing backward. The shockwave finds the target this time, and Maple's down. BRTT licks his wounds, hops over the wall to get away. The boomerang will slow it down. Look at that! Attack, dissonance, and protect. Kami almost takes NL out, but the dragon goes to Flash Wolf.
แม่คู่จะตึงอย่างนี้นะใครแพ้ตกรอบสินะวันเนี้ย
Mylon on this car, he's timing the Mega Knight really, really well. He's trying to go back here, but then we see what you can't do on the Lula. Protect Sword Art, pop everything on him. He stays alive. They turn around the fight. Big shockwave though with Kami coming in as well.
They're going to go right after the Baron now, setting up on this objective. State coming in with the Winston and the teleport. You have Sir T. Ultimate still up, so there's is going to be a bit of a contest right here.
Then tunnels around. Nothing for him, but just by threatening the team members and optimal Mabel. Available, but there's no back away. No free dragons for them.
You see the Zeke's coming up right now onto Daoud, so it's going to be a big power spike for them. If you look at this last fight, and Elmo trying to get the poke in. This is really trying to get the and then pop that ultimate to get the combo onto NL Humber. Will get
And another great wind wall from Maple. You see how everything is piled onto Sword Art, and he just puts the wind wall towards where the rest of Pain Gaming is, and the damage will be a wild growth.
additional HP, and then the Rockets just doing an insane amount of damage.
And another great wind wall from Maple. You see how everything is piled onto Sword Art, and he just puts the wind wall towards where the rest of Pain Gaming is, and the damage will be a growth. He was the guy who blocked the ball earlier from Kami as well. On Maple was a big team fight, making sure Pain Gaming, despite getting good engagement with Dragonar, cannot take down enough of the last
Arthur is enabling Maple. At times, the last breath actually caught BRTT. He's able to chunk him down. We do see Barrett is still up. There's no vision for Pain, but the Prey Seeker will seek prey. Milo will once again be the target. He gets kicked out. Last breath not used yet. Shockwave pulls NL backwards. He gets a big shot from BRTT. Caster's stuck against the wall. Now the battle splits up on two fronts. Caster's low, but he's been tagged by the broadcaster.
ไม่ตาย
We do see the rocket go out.
เซฟกันสุดๆแล้วตอนเนี้ยคู่เนี้ย
Anyone down, and this time Pain win the fight.
Really, really close. close
เซ
right
ฟ
now.
กันทั้ง
You
นั้น
can see that Nant is getting a little bit too tanky for the burst coming out of the Flash Wolves. They dump so many abilities into killing Mylon, but he's also got Thorn Mail. He's starting to stack some more HP now with the Giant's Belt. And he is becoming a big, big problem. Because if Flash Wolves can get through this front line, they're just going to lose.
It was not long enough for Sir T to even get some armor now. Also working towards that Rankin zone. And we're getting into the super mega late game. Because with 42 minutes in, 60k apiece on either side, and for Pain and Flash Wolves, they actually hold the record of the longest game in the world. 44 minutes and 15 seconds was the last game won. Second game, 2 looks like we're going to go.
Passive ball, all the way. Sit up there, this game has been one more about sitting on Mylon in the bottom lane, stacks that banging off for him, and Flash was again trying to start the Baron, force players to move into the area. Like we said before though, there's so many wards around to take game. When we put the wards outside Baron, has been thinking about taking game. They know, oh, you don't have to face the game.
The optimization for Castle. Dead man's plate picker. That's not the most efficient of items, not the most tanky, but it keeps signaling the style of Flash Wolves. The faster, number of places, take that army
อันตีไม่ออกกูอันตีไม่ได้กดเลย
BRTT is an absolute monster.
As long as BRTT can move down behind his team, stay safe, Flashes will not reach him, all of them sort of flashing in, but then the QSS comes in for BRTT, his flash, he has his own jump, a lot of ways for him to escape, support him as a face mounted if needed, can block,
Killing spree.
a lot of ways for paying him to protect him, which is also why Flash will keep going to fire. They're like, okay, guys, gotta take him down, but they cannot afford to on a normal, let's make it hard.
all three members of teleport have to happen. Mylon pushing into the bottom lane, top lane pushing towards Flash Wolves. They're going to set themselves up some vision. The crowd is actually
This is driving me insane right now. How to set up those plays. Like 45 minutes through this game, they have to deny vision.
แม่งตีกดไม่ออกอีกเลยเนี่ยดาว10%
Gaming Concert's flying. He's found Diu, but nobody else. Diu manages to get away. Mylon's still pushing the bottom line. Concert's down. Killed by Kami. That's now a 5v4. Mylon's still not left the lane. And now he's going to get the assistance of Lulu. We need to see how much damage Mylon can do on that tower. He doesn't have a lot built up outside that cleaver.
ตีบ้านหัวคนจริงกับไมลอนเนี่ย
There's not enough support. He may even get the entire objective. Meganol's going to be a threat here for State as the rest of Pain Gaming have gone to Baron.
So starting Baron here, 1
กูได้ทั้งบาลอนได้ทั้งบ้านเลยอะ
of time still. Stake is TPing in. Mylon should be able to follow or just take the inhibitor. The Stake just use teleport away from the base.
Mylon is going to skip onto the inhibitor for now. You can see it at the bottom of your screen. Baron has been peeled away. 20 seconds left until Casa respawns.
Stake just recalls. They can start Baron again if they want to.
This is a really nice thing right here. They're doing some great work on denying this. They're going to go ahead. They should just go for that Baron once again. They should recall. No reason to send him back. Oh, they lost their resolve in the last seconds.
They gave me off and so close. They have like so many good calls they make, and then when they have to make the
เอาแล้วเรื่อง
final one, the
เป็นคน
one
จริงมาแล้วทีเนี้ย
the game, they hesitate. They're like, no, Stake is on the bottom side. We don't want to risk it, even though if they're fight with 3 counts, we're still dead for another fight.
Officially the longest game of the 2020 campaign. Despite the exposure inhibitor. On one track to play. Baron still stands. Find a way to find the
Unbroken after that last push. Pain with these double kills, will be executing
อ้ไม่ได้วะ
To try steal. Mylon's gonna get the inhibitor that he traded for Surtees one. He's sending this to some high. Sora finds the stun. NL gets excited. He's gonna run down Dune. He's gonna manage to get stand behind me and unbreakable, which will prevent the death. But they extended a lot. Mylon, now he's in a little bit of trouble. Mega Nant is available. Not gonna get the reset on the hop, but he will be able to at least get out of range. Look at the rest of Flash Wolf. They're pushing onto the inhibitor turrets.
See if they can defend. If they can defend this, which I guess they won't. They're all back in bounds right now. So they're not going to get a chance. Platform is pushing forward.
เอาวะแฟนวูฟแม่งจะเอาบ้านคืน
It's a very preferable trade. For Kane, but maybe able to hold on.
Take a look, chompers are down. Maples found BRTT. The wing wall will follow-up damage, but the Steel Tempest knockup is not good. You can see BRTT get away. He's caught! BRTT!
อ้าวแฟนวูฟเอาคืนว่ะ ตายแล้วนะไม่ตายด้วย
Just barely not enough. Now, what is Kane going to do in response right now? They were so close to just losing that game. It's been incredibly back and forth.
Harvey got to see if he can take that mid tower. He's going to push it even further. Soran is the only member alive. 25 seconds for Kaza. They can push another one.
Kane Gaming on the verge of taking another inhibitor. Also remember, they played KOO in the very next match. So not only do they have to finish this one, they don't even leave the stage. Kane Gaming onto the inhibitor turret to the top lane. 30 seconds before NL's up. Surtee and Kami will take another Nexus and get themselves out. There should be no one to respond.
อุตส่าห์พาไปหา
This is going to fly.
Kane Gaming. Again, it's so close. There's so many good calls for this team, and then the last one is off the way flip for them. They went away with the back touch and said, okay, we have to start this time off. Get the ball, get the fight, and move into the base. And we were so close. I mean, look how close that next is going to be down to like what, 20%?
ปาบเขาให้ปาบเขาให้
Of course, BRTT getting jumped out and Maple finishing him off. Great job getting into the back line right there. Snake trying to add a little bit of damage from the outside. Maple eventually knocked out here by Mylon. Watch over that wind wall, but here we go to defense. And Snake tries to come around, but he could be using his Lich Bane right now. Honestly, I think if Snake had actually been on the access, they would have won that game. He didn't really have to get zoned out. There's nothing there that was really a threat to him. So he gets a couple more Lich Bane on us. I think it's over.
Dragon, 4, 6, 5 moves. They are looking for any one of both.
Black Wolves will join Fnatic's club of Rito Please. In the Nexus. Oh, what's up? Snake's coming out. Reduces up.
เอาบ้านว่ะโคตรจริง
Multiple hard hit points.
เฮ้ย
Look at the middle lane. Cross is looking for a target. Sonic Wave didn't find
เจ๊กบอก
anybody.
ไม่รอดแน่นอน
He's gonna get
โอ้รอดเว้ย
flashes away. It's not over yet. Pain Gaming looking for more. They've killed him. He killed him. Was staked out. Pain Gaming have got 50, 70 seconds to play around the numbers advantage and supers.
Surtee kept a tunnel in the base in case the backdoor was going to happen. He instantly ulted back, defends and takes something gets short back, line, dive, take him. I'm looking for the last hit now.
What a story it would be for Kane to get that 2-0 in the They're pushing forward. Not lasting long against a 6-item Chris.
Certainly are not. Pain Gaming may even be able to just tank this one up. Millions are making their way down. Look at the super spot. Watson pushing in.
เห็นมันจะเอาคืน
To the base.
เอาจริงนะ
No reason to go super against Kane Gaming. Just wait for super minions, get your power, Snake is going to the ball, and then you're going to play around with the guy, Dragon, instead of Kane Gaming again. Only if you get a chance to find out you go for the side, but Windwall is blocking the damage for now.
Find down. Tower's still alive. The Death Rocket will chunk you out. Parsa trying to get connected to the Sonic Wave. Decides not to follow Lee Syndrome and holds onto the trigger. Parsa follows up. Gets some more vision. Inhibitor is exposed.
war, so it's very important that Kane actually secure this. We'll see if Karsa
สูสีเจอกันนี่ดีจริง
A risky play. If Payne can drag it out, they can let the supers do the work for them. It's going to be hurting Payne though. They do not have Flash on BRTT. They do not have Mega Gnar. Dragon secured by Flashball. It's the Asgard. BRTT and
ไม่เสียว่ะ
BRTT backs away.
ลิกตายว่ะ
By Yandel. Superman
เอาแล้วมึง
pushing into the base.
แฟนบูฟชนะว่ะอย่างงี้
Looking for more. That's a triple kill. The excitedness is still there. The rest of Flashwolf are pushing onto the Nexus. I think Flashwolves have done it. I do not believe there's anyone that can stop the Nexus going down. And Mylon is all that stands. It will not be enough.
We were talking so much
แฟตบูฟ
situation, and if you do not go for it,
Fat
which means you
wolf,
allow
fat.
the other team then to make the play. Flash was to get the Baron. Funny enough, it was Mabel who even last hit the Baron. It wasn't even Casa for
กูบอก
Spike.
กูมั่งแล้ว
But
ไอ้
they did it,
ซาด
they pushed in. But this game was so close between these two teams.
very exciting. I think both of these teams need to clean up their late game. That's something that we're going to have to look forward to today going into this group.
แฟตบูฟน่าจะเข้ารอบได้นะเนี่ยถ้าชนะอีกสักเกมเนี่ย
Game made so many opportunities.
ทายถูก
Pick some bands. That team composition.
กูน่าทายว่าครูไทเกอร์จะตบเพน
So
เจ
many
มิง
things that interviewers need to ask Flashwolves about what they were planning to right. But at the end of the day, it did work out for Flashwolves. Tied with CLG. Pain Gaming plays very good uphill battle. And you gotta look at the total momentum.
How I think destroyed 2 games in a row by KOO Tigers. That's what led to the win. But maybe look at the game now. This game, you know, they can take the win and turn it around, take the win for yourself. Build up a field. They are good in this lineup. There are a lot of things we can punish. Even if you fall behind early, running down flashes have never been ahead of 10 minutes at the World Championship. Always fall behind. CFG's not looking at them. A lot more.
Honestly, if I'm CLG or the KOO Tigers and looking at that game, I'm very happy to have seen such a poor it's going to be very tough.
Extremely tough. Two sides of the pandemic that don't say, as a force all day today, play that way. This psychological and now you need to just refresh, rinse it out your mind and go, let's play KOO who just full confidence.
I also think Kane has all the advantages.
all the advantage ทายถูกทายให้ถูกทายถูก17แล้วเว้ย
They have the vision necessary to see Flash Wolves. They have the late game. Couldn't play that.
โอ้17แล้วนี่ใช่ป่ะ25
Another
26
time, another performance which he's showing is a game-changing jungler. Despite not being a tank, he's always trying to target. He was able to enable, he was able to find Six or Maple, and it managed to work out.
ทายว่าโคไทเกอร์จะดับฝันของเพนเกมมิ่ง
Not going to save you in that situation.
An enemy has been slain.
That's it.
Easy peasy.
Just get Casa as your jungler.
A summoner has disconnected.
Right, so Pain Gaming 1 and 3 in the groups. In order for them to even
ห้ามแพ้ว่ะเพนเกมมิ่ง
think about taking second seed, they need to cause an upset there and beat KOO. That could actually throw the entire group wide open if that happens. And every time we've seen KOO lose, surprising where the Flash Wolves poke competition. So we need to see whether or not Pain can pull some out. We'll find out later. For now, we're going to head us a shot. Inside look at the Flash Wolves victory.
Thank you very much, guys, as I'm joined here by Sornar after that victory over Payne Gaming and self out for the transition by Max. Congratulations, first of all,
อารมณ์ดีเลยว่ะฮีซอสอาร์ตบอกอารมณ์ดีสัสๆบอกเลยครับพี่น้อง
最主要是因为对方的球迷是在 TP 嘛，所以我们就安定的很好。队算是，但是我们都会做良好的沟通。所以我们队伍的最大的特点是我们的沟通。像在前期的时候，牛排就会负责去做一些短线的沟通，然后我跟卡萨就会在这游戏的前期做，然后做一些路，然后到后期的时候就是交给可以开战的人，都要开，然后可以开上上。
So yeah, we're very emotional, but we have really good communication. I think out of all the teams, we have like the most amount. More opportunities.
Yeah.
And the KOO Tigers.
Yeah. Cool. 拜。
应该是很有机会拿到前期优势，然后在后期的时候，我们只要稳稳的打好团战，我们就会赢下这场比赛。然后在打酷的话，因为我们是在子方嘛，我们就不会像上次一样拿到那么完善的阵容，但是我们还是有去，我们在这段时间内，我们有做很大量的调整，然后也从我们刚来到这边跟到现在的时候，我们已经进步非常的多，不管是在角色选择上面啊，还是我们在转线方面啊，都有非常多的新的收获。我觉得这次我们是会赢。
So first up, CLG. This time we're gonna be on the blue side, so we have an advantage of going the 10 picks. And last time, I think our loss was due to like the gear we chose and the way we played. And this time we will decide like on better wording, and if we get an early advantage, we'll try to snowball, and I think we can take down that game. And against KOO Tigers, we play on the purple side. Even though we not might get the Ben pick advantage,
ทีมระดับเดียวกันกับ BKT แท้
we like come into Worlds, we learn a lot about like playing against our opponents and doing lane swaps and doing our team fights. So we have enough confidence we can take out KOO Tigers.
All right, well, a lot of confidence from Sword Art. Congratulations there. The Flash Wolves with another win. Guys, go break it down.
Thank you, Shocks. You know, we had our fastest game of Worlds to start the day. We, of course, had to follow that up with a very long back and forth game there. Let's dive into it as that evened up the head-to-head between Flash Wolves and Pain Gaming and gives them that win that puts them 2-2 next to CLG.
Yeah, I mean, the match was obviously very important because now the winner would be tied against CLG, chances of coming out second to the KOO Tigers. But, I mean, I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. too slow from both sides. These compositions, you need to run them faster. The warding wasn't there, and particularly for Flash Wolves, which is now the contender for the second place spot, when you're running Lee Sin, Annie, Yasuo, those are low cooldown ultimates. You need to be fighting a lot, and they did not do that.
But one thing I will say is at least this time they picked the playmaking champion. So maybe the game plan wasn't there, but you could see what the pick ban was at least designed to do this time. And I'll give them huge credit for that because they lost a very slow, methodical game last time around and were able to reverse it this time just because of Caster's Lee Sin, I felt. Sword Art played a very, very good early initiation role, but in the end it was all about the Lee Sin kick and being able to set up that Yasuo.
I feel like the actual play that stood out was what you mentioned. Sword Art and Karsa really stepping up and being the playmakers, but for the rest of the team, it was more so we have really good champions that synergize together and it doesn't matter if you play well or not. Hey, Lulu helps me survive. Yasu has a really easy win wall, and ultimate is more CC. So it's all Karsa Sword Art for me right now.
Yeah, Karsa had some really good dragon secures as well that got them that 5th dragon for the final fight. So I thought that Karsa playing this game out had really good team fights and objective control. But that next step, I want to see the sweepers. I want to see you deny vision so you can make picks with the Annie and take them off guard. They did have Rek'Sai, so it was a little harder to do that because Surti always saw it coming. But at the end of the day, you talked about it, and this is something I want to transition to, is ending the game for both these teams is such a struggle. They failed to see all these opportunities in front of them. The TP play with Stake. The fact that you're doing Baron and you're pushing in him at the bottom at the same time, and then you want too much, and then you take neither of them. The hesitation and the distinct shot calling was lacking.
Yeah, I actually think that's what it is for both teams. They're caught in between. They don't know whether they want to play this high level, like, let's sweep out vision, let's control the map, or whether they just run and gun, let's smash each other. And then when you get caught in between of that, you get the base race situation where Stake's doing loop-de-loops in the middle of the nexus and no one else is following up. So I think you either commit to one or the other. You either say, we are a vision control team, we will play pick, or you're just like, I'm going Lee Sin Annie, I don't care about wards. Anytime you come near one, I'm just running at you head first, and we're going to fight and just beat you through raw mechanics. But being caught in the middle right now with both Pain and Flash Wolves definitely look like they are, just leaves you so exposed for the turnaround team fights. The biggest one for me was when 4 people funneled through a choke, chasing out NL and Sword Art, and Caster just didn't pull the kick. That would have been a 4-man knockup on the whole of the team. Yasuo all of a sudden over the wall, left by himself. There are just so many, if you just pull the trigger on these Caster and get in there and really be decisive, but they're trying to play too high level for me, and that's not what the Flash Wolves are about. They just fight you over Dragon, and they just beat you to a pulp at like 15 minutes in the game.
Yeah, there were a lot of Karsa kicks that I think Maple should have at least followed up a second later. He seemed really quick. Like, that was the thing, is Karsa was a little late to jump the gun.
KOO ต่อไป KOO Tigers
quick to jump the gun
กับ
sometimes.
Pain Gaming แน่นอน
Evening it out a little bit, getting on the same page is something that the Flash Wolves need to do if they want to get second.
Now, we talked about how both of these teams could have been cleaner in pretty much all of their wins. Back over to Pain Crumbs, because I know that you have identified some definite strengths in this team. They played out the early game very well, had the turret advantage, were pressuring around the map, but that fell away pretty quickly once we got past about the 10-12 minute mark, and as you mentioned, they struggled a bit to find their victory.
Yeah, I didn't like Kami's Oriana. There was a lot of flaws with it during the laning phase, and the TP usage was just not there. You have the TP advantage. You need to be funneling that into the bottom lane with the advantage that BRTT had. But it was mostly just used in random situations or to get back to the laning phase, and it just leaves him exposed to die in a team fight from a Flash Tibbers, which I think you can attribute to his very passive play during the team fight. So he's really far back, is usually at a full HP, half mana, and with a late scaling build, like the tier build, which is a good build, of course, against the engage of Yasuo, you still can be aggressive, but it just wasn't there. I'm not sold with it. I want to see him pick something that's more aggressive.
All right, well, a solid win there for Flash Wolves. Pain, on the other hand, they have a little bit of time to regroup before our next match. When we come back, Pain Gaming will try to rebound as they take on the KOO Tigers. Then the Flash Wolves will return to the stage to face Counter Logic Gaming. Our coverage of the World's Group Stage continues in just a bit.
ทำไม Facebook มันเข้าไม่ได้เลยวะเนี่ย
Well, let's take a look. Stun connects as well. Sword's going to follow through. Ignite is available. Both flashes expended.
Maybe first blood? Okay, nice.
Secure Dragon number 1 for Flash. Nylon is made. Oh, and he's kicked over the wall. Corsa says nope. No Gnar against the wall.
Yes.
โอเคBrit a 3-time Brazilian champion within the year first place อีกประมาณนาทีครึ่งนะทดสอบก่อนอันไหนเป็นอันไหนวะเนี่ยนี่ดูนี่เล่นโอเคตอนนี้เล่นอยู่โยโยโยโยโยโย1 นาทีแห่งความมันกำลังจะมาแล้วคู่ต่อไปครับKOO Tigers ครับเจอเพนเกมมิ่งตอนนี้ทายผลใน Facebook ไม่ได้เลยนะครับเพราะว่ามันเป็นหาอะไรไม่รู้มันเข้าไม่ได้ Facebook ไปเลยเนี่ยเข้า Facebook ได้แต่เข้าหน้าพวกเพจพวกอะไรไม่ได้เลย
24 minutes, and then we saw in which KOO won. Then we followed that up with Team Gaming in a 50-plus minute hard-fought battle, only to lose. So already coming in with stark contrast in terms of mentality.
เป็นเกมมิ่งแพ้อีกไม่ได้แล้วนะเนี่ย
The way that these two teams clashed last time I think is going to be indicative
ชนะเกมเดียวมั้ง
because what happened was Pain Gaming had a level 1 that gave them an advantage early on. Pain just played an extraordinarily long game where they blew all of their keys. I feel like they're going to come out swinging, try and get an early advantage, and snowball it, and trust me, they can get out. Quick lane shots, and they were able to every single game so far. You get the time for them to keep swinging around.
Just gonna walk all over them and just have a field day, to be honest. It was a disappointing game for me, just because they failed to capitalize on the mistakes that Flash was provided, which were plenty. Against a team like KOO was going to make less mistakes. I mean, those previous 2 games against KOO were barely any at all. If you don't capitalize on it instantly, you're not going to take the game. So it should be just a one-sided game.
So do you think Pain is going to come out swinging and be very ferocious, or do you think they're in their heads now because they saw these opportunities and they didn't take them?
I think they're probably just going to try to have more fun with it, to be honest. Like, at this point, I can agree with Quickshot. It is a heavy pull on you to play that game that you really need. I'm not even talking about things like, hey, our next is exposed. We should probably put pink words on our game to not have to get to KOO. They did.
3
discussion as to
2
how they will be playing is KOO with a win here clinched their quarterfinal spot. Not certain yet whether they're first or second seed, but they clinch on the other side of the paint if they lose out of the quarterfinals.
ไม่ตายทันทีเลยวะ มันไม่ตายทันที ทำไงมันไม่ตายอ่ะมันไม่ตาย
So I'm expecting them to throw everything they have.
บอกเลย
Sure, we've seen a late game team fighting, but they also have quite a good early game, especially when they play in Brazil, and I want to see if they can execute on it. I don't think they will execute on it. I just want to see them give it that.
I just want to see them go.
แพนเกมมิ่งจะเอาอย่างไรถ้ามันมาจับฉลากกันนี้ว่ามันแข่งกันติดๆมันเดียวกัน
Do
ใช่ไหม
it in your style swinging so that you have no regrets at the end of the day. But then why wouldn't you do that in the previous game, which actually has a lot more value to make it a tie?
That's how they keep
ปั๊บเขาให้
executing better in the race. We've already talked about this. But when they play against INTZ, they play that long, drawn-out double teleport, we're going to beat you later. When they play against other teams, like when they play against KOO, they just absolutely smash them around. And they definitely are a team that can play quick rally.
And KOO Tigers have that early game that has some hiccups, but their late game is the best in this game. So I would not want to go late game against it. I think the early game of KOO is poor by comparison to the LCK stat. It is true in this early.
But if you were to scales between the LCK and maybe slightly different. Well, before Payne gets back onto the bridge against KOO, let's see what you guys are saying on Twitter earlier. We asked which player or lane do you think will carry their team out of Group A and why? First up, on the lane, right? Tommy will carry his team out of groups. He's on LCS skill level. And the other guy managed to back him up. He will do it. Not
what happened the previous game.
I have a feeling we came through the previous game. But regardless, we have looked at Kami as one of the better performers on the team throughout the tournament. Definitely a very strong team fighter, mid laner. But again, when you look at the likes of KOO, is the singular man in the mid lane enough to carry them through?
Yeah, reminding me a lot of the legacy wild card players and played on different servers and took things like the Twisted Fate, like the Cassidy away and play this very old school champion pool. And when he gets that style of League of Legends, this guy is very, very good. I've been impressed. When it's a newer team that struggle to sometimes pick up games after very well in their mid lane, then having very good.
Big come. How does he play out now? Well, surprise the laning phase, and every single champion you're playing against is completely different. So you always need to brush up on the champion. It's somebody who's playing solo games. You need to know how to run her into things like Annie Yasuo.
Yeah, newest old pick, I guess. But yeah, Kami definitely would have brought the house down if he was this champion was right in that.
Alright, well, with all of that
สงสัยต้องสแปมรัว
on top of this one, Crumb will start.
Alright, got it. In the groove, they're not going to lose a game in this unless they cut out far in the previous match, and they can just play anything that they did in the previous game. Don't show things, you know you have this game, and you just play your game, and that will happen.
Alright, Cyrus. I'm also going to go with KOO on this one. So, in the same boat as Crumbs, I definitely think that they played a very fast game. I don't know where you beat them as Pain, unless it's the early game, and I think that's how they're going to try to bring it to them. But I think KOO.
Yeah, I think KOO are going to win. I disagree. I think they will show a little bit and they'll try and smash it. These guys will send a message like try and finish full game before 30 minutes. So this will be very
Well, the way they looked this morning,
Well, I don't think you had a show. I think
ๆ เก่งนักนะเก่งนักนะ
I mean, for everybody in this group, I don't just at this point with the performance that they have put up, they're looking very strong.
they're looking
They also do a
strong.
lot of research. They know
And
the
strong and prepared. Two very important things when it comes to League of Legends. Well, we're going to pass it over to Quick Shot, Monte Cristo, and Defincio for the call. On the way, though, BRTT tells us how the KOO Tigers will be in teammate shotgun.
อัพเขาให้
Eu acho que o que a gente pode levar no primeiro jogo que a gente jogou contra a KOO foi que o nosso ambiente, acho que todos os times estão percebendo que ele é muito forte. A maioria dos jogos a gente consegue sair com uma vantagem boa nesse sentido. É só questão de tomada de decisões, a gente tem que consertar essas decisões que a gente toma durante o jogo, questão de rotações, de objetivo, o que a gente vai fazer durante esse mid-game, que eu acho que é a parte do desafio que é mais prático e eu acho que é mais forte de vontade.
Videos are quite hard to watch when you realize that it was those mid-game decisions that cost pain. Victory over Flash was not possible.
หายไปเรื่อยๆก็เหนื่อยไง
They're absolutely right. Unfortunately, fixing these things can take teams years.
And you had 50 minutes. Basically, the first game. And then you also got a KOO Tigers. Their level, like, is one of the best. Very difficult to make it.
Extremely difficult. Now, when this is playing against the second time, back-to-back, and then playing against the KOO Tigers, who truthfully just showed off. They styled on CLG to borrow a Monty term. What are we expecting from Pix and Bats? Lulu was first picked in the previous game. Do we think that something will make it through? Do we think it was banned away this time around?
ตีเร็วชิบเป่ง
You will have to back to switch up to Pix. There's no room for target bans. That is wrong right now, Better. Unless playing game, you gotta try. We're gonna leave all three open or try. If you get Mordecai to win the game, you will get something like that. Enough, but it's very.
I think you just ban the TI.
We'll find out. Pix and Bands are about to jump into it. KOO Tigers for their second
Ah,
game
well.
of the day. They will be on the blue side, and the first ban out the gates is Twisted Fate. So nobody wants to give that to Kami. Ashes off the table, and no, sorry, the three power picks, Mord, Lulu, and GP. Which ones will fall?
So Pengame banned Italy in the last game first, and then went for gangbang Mordecai. They were fine giving Lulu. Looked like they wanted to exactly the same. We want to force you guys to ban the Mordecai, and then Tigers. Let you go Rex at first, then for war.
Yeah, and this, I think, coming from the KOO Tigers makes a lot of sense. When they lost to the Flash Wolves, how did they lose? A lot of it was that GP in the late game. Don't give a power pick over that can single-handedly turn the game on its head. Instead, just ban out as many as you can. Have faith that you are going to play the late
แอดว่ะมีดาเลียสโผล่มาแน่นอนเกมนี้
Kalista, as is Kalista. Kalista, first champ, first time. He has got the end of what they want to do.
They know by leaving Mordecai to open,
Mordecai Sir Lut.
take money with Tigers. I expect them now to run a Kalista lane into it. Double range support can beat Mordecai in play and shut down them 0 to 15 minutes. Where Mordecai really shines, where he has to get that first dragon and start getting out of control. From the fire, nothing unless they want a full kind of competition. We still gotta get to that late game.
That's going to be a big problem because the Lu's already been banned. I'm sure you could take the Braum here, but it may not be enough. I was wondering why the Arsenal was banned by combo composition. It's a dangerous champion to let them have because they build around it so well.
I'm not convinced. Again, I was expecting them to, they still take Kalista later on, so you don't have to early lock it with Mordecai to being there. But look at the picks these Tigers are getting. You now have a perfect mid lane that you said, oh, you have a dragon by the way, join my lane. You can take this power, I'm already pushing it in for you. You have a solo laner in Darius who can handle himself in this poke composition so well as well.
And here's the thing that might come in too, is the Blitzcrank. Because Mordekaiser Blitzcrank is an incredibly
มอร์ไคเซอร์บิดแข็งว่ะ
The way you want to play around Mordekaiser compositions is just sit at the dragon early, set up a big board, grab something quickly, immediately take the dragon, then siege that is here. So this is something that may happen. They're waiting a little bit later in the draft. And I've been waiting for this Lissandra to come.
Yeah, but what is it Pengame want to do? Are you now going to run on a party-age song? So we get the Kalista, hey, we got that one.
Half of what you wanted.
The problem is just this lane is wrong. I don't feel like we the Mordecai play, especially on our Leona in there. The amount of dive, especially like 2 times in draft is needed.
มีมอร์ไคเซอร์ไม่ให้เราเห็นอีกแล้ว
Because all the picks are available. Let's go through it here. What else do you want in a lane that's perma pushing? You does at least do the best. He dives tower so effectively. Together with Leona, Monacy is insane.
And how do you play around that dragon? You create picks with the Leona. Does act in a way as a single target CC champion, just like a Blitzcrank does. And one thing is, the other champion, literally spamming and solo queue with the dragon alongside about getting
when you see a Mordecai, Darius, you know the same thing, you need to go to the high school. Because Mordecai in the late game, and the new champion, it becomes very difficult for him to get that 3 hits on his Q, with much of that AD carries, and try to manage to fight him. We're gonna get past the early game. Now, late game, he's grabbing the top. But if you never not engage from the side of the Dragons, you do not want to die on the point. You want to do that.
To me, it's just weeks of their last game. We take a look at their opposition in the last one, and there's a little bit of a mixed message here by the competition. I would say it's going to be probably very tough for them to handle this time.
Laning phase, all important. TT himself talked about the early game strengths of Pain Gaming. KOO showed no weakness in their early game.
Tiger จะเอาอย่างไรนะจ๊ะ
We're going to see Mordekaiser again, into the world match. This time here, Leona, it's not the Blitzcrank kill lane. This is the go forward. This is the go forward kill lane with Leona.
Leona is close now. Again, it's all about Nova pushing double red shield, set up tower dives with the Elise coming down, and then you take the dragon, go to the lane where he's already pushing, and that's a free hit.
Sounds so easy to already show how easy it is to execute high quality shots.
ไม่โดนหรอกไม่โดนหรอก
See if they can close up here again. Remember what is on the line. KOO Tigers win this matchup. They guarantee themselves flights to London and a spot in the quarterfinals. It's to be determined. But for Pain Gaming, they're flying back to Brazil. Everything is on the line for them. Pain Gaming to get this, and they need to win more games today.
เอามาถึงก็พอสอีกแล้ว
My main issue with the Raw pick here is there really isn't anything to that Unbreakable is going to want.
เกลียดมากเลยคนใช้แผนพอสเนี่ย
Useful ability against
พี่ไม่ชอบพี่บอกเลยพี่ไม่ชอบ
Rom, I feel, is really not an ideal pick to start.
Yeah, that was it, basically. But it has been a comfort pick for Pain in almost every game.
เกลียดมากแผนพอส
Down in the bottom lane. So it seems to me.
เอ้ยเวฟ
I need this win right here. I don't want to try and risk running a lane where we have to kill them.
The French crowd is always entertaining. A lot of help from the French casters. Even Charles from Pain Gaming is a did pause for some graphic settings he wanted to fiddle with. He'll be back in game very, very shortly.
Very concerned. And the screen is already great now.
It was a perfect game. That Pain got an advantage the last time they faced KOO and dragged the match down. They will not find themselves a target yet, but Pain is fully committed to this event.
We've seen that about Pain. They do have those good play spots. They've been able to make some plays on the map. They seem to understand how to take small advantages in the early game. But when it comes to the jazz part of the game, and I go to war. But when it comes to the jazz part of the game where you have to go off the sheet music and make it up as you go along, that's where.
I don't think I've ever seen 2 wards killed in that game. So we have the record shortest game, the record longest game, and the record number of ward kills before 97.
It's very smart to think they're waiting, denying it, so now Pain Gaming can make it get, and it will be standard lane. Darius also gets his lane on top. Obviously, not ideal, but Sandy is a very good lane.
picked up there by Duke and CRTT. The counter started by Prey and Gorilla. Prey stage. Duke got the last. Summoners first cleanse for Kami in the mid lane. Flash exhaust for Prey's Mordecai.
เอาคามิโดนแทงเข้าไปดิ
A lot of trades from those Sansa.
Bottom lane, BATT one tick too
อ๋อ
early. You still get a good trade on the Gorilla with the level 2 support, but the problem is now the BATT obviously is going to be slightly behind in experience.
ปริยาทีจี
This is weird passive. He just gets full experience. And not fair.
I would say imbalance would be the word I would use. There you go. Permanent ban, except for right now, we're seeing it.
See what Prey can do with it. Guys, that continually being shut down through a
Shift them a little bit after some of their early game moves. Trade with him or keep shoving in the wave, then bring that with an upgrade. That is the wave thing back. But Big Dragon is going to appear. Does not care about Big Dragon.
shut up about that.
Don't want to be attacking the turret. You want to be pushing the dragon back to the turret and auto-attacking their way through. And just use that zone to push down the turret with the rest of your damage. So there's a bit of a misplay right there. That is how you play.
อย่าเล่นไดอาน่า
Shoving them in. And this top lane, Mylon. Lissandra, the soft or quasi-counter to Darius. We'll see how effective he is. Again, Kami just coming away worse for waving these trades. He's gone through all of his consumables as well.
For him in the lane is keeping even at the top. So keeping even in form now. Has to go back. Let's see. Come in 2v2 or 2v1 top.
Beautiful.
เอาไมลอน
Into Cocoon, and there's
เรือ
just so simple. Smith even gets
นิ่ง
two
เป็น
games
เกมมิ่งโดนไมลอนกระทืบ
Bullshit right there, using that repel, but realizing that the wave from Darius is going to stop him. Here's some more fighting in the bottom side.
Dude's in trouble. The pop from Prey not going to come down. The RTT and you forced to back away. Look at how advantageous that trade was. Kuro again. Shoving Kami out as well.
No surprise that KOO Tigers are winning the bottom lane against the Braum Kalista. In there, we see the trade lane, mid lane being won by KOO Tigers, and now the top lane as well. All across the board here, winning the lane.
600 gold already in the advantage. Prey and Gorilla just continue shoving up with that harvest.
โอ้ไทเกอร์เอาไปแดกว่ะเกมนี้
Level 5 on Prey. Now we can see some deep vision plays for Hope. Kami, a bit of trouble. Order around the wolf camp. They may set themselves up for an dragon if they can force Kenor.
Look at what happens on the map now. When you have so many winning lanes, especially two lanes next to each other, situation mid and bottom lane, how easy it is for you jungle to walk over the jungle, set up a bit of keyboard, take away a camp, maybe smite the wolves to get more vision. Smith on the top lane, flash ready.
Not needed, but Mylon actually used that Ring of Frost much earlier on, so no follow-up CC from the body snap. Xerxes going to be forced to back away. Mylon just throwing up those punch shots.
Even though the Darius does have limited already, the top side areas boots too, so it's pretty damn sneaky at this point in time. Farming up, it's all about that dragon. How well they play around that interconnection.
Go back in your opponent towards the Rylite, keep engaging, running with him, W gets connected, and you cannot trade with that. Braum has to just back away, slow down with the support, keep double range, hope out that Mordecai is pushing back. That's the key thing. One thing BAT can do is go Hurricane first, just to try and counter the wave clear coming in, like how fast Mordecai can push it back. But damage
The problem is, while that counters the wave clear, it doesn't offer really anything for the team fights that have to be happening around the dragon, because if he's using current, he has to multiple targets.
Children of the Grave is available for Prey. Gorilla looking for the dive. Level 6. So solar flare. It's not going to connect with Platoon this time round, but Mylon's going to back away.
I like what Hojin is doing because he knows he doesn't want to dive this early.
ออกประเด็นต่อไป
So he just keeps getting Smeb ahead because what's going to happen then is Smeb with his advantage, he's going to take it and bring it to the bottom lane as well with teleport. And suddenly you have a 4-man squad down there for KOO Tigers that's basically unkillable because they've been winning the lane so much. And then you can start setting up the dive, and then you take the dragon, and then you start going through.
I like the addition of a Zeal into the Mordekaiser. It's going to make taking towers so much easier. That Arise with the W, use the soldiers and the dragon to zone everybody away. Counterbalance some of the weaknesses of multi-melee carries. But it's just all KOO Tigers. We're 8 minutes in and they've already got themselves CS advantages on every lane, really. Gold lead thanks to first play.
Right, and their farm advantage too, right? Smeb's been doing a great job of holding his own in that top side. Turning it in. The first one's even into an even greater lead. He goes again.
Just out of range for that.
The CBITT goes for the cover first. They want to sustain him on one single target. Again, the problem is, if you cannot push back the wave, you will be stuck under your tower, and then it's no longer 2v2 lanes. It will be 2v3, 2v4, maybe even 2v5 if Goro wants to join in and have some fun. And that's where it starts becoming a big problem for this world.
Or you just take Dragon for free too, you don't even have to have it that way.
Do that, you push it in, poke it down.
Throwing out. Throwing out. Sir. Sir.
Body slam gets caught out, and it's actually one last auto attack that secures it. Glacial Fisher has come down, but it's that's got himself a kill. The teleport follow through from Mylon. They're trying to get focus. Mylon comes back after TPing in. Gorilla and Prey, they are going to take a turret shot. A second one. And Prey's going to be forced to get out. It almost won. That was a 2v3.
Gorilla was actually blocked there, so
เอาอ่ะโอ้มันไม่กลัวเลยว่ะ
Flashes forward aggressively. Get some HP back from the Harvester of Sorrows. Mylon's going to trade auto.
โอ้โหไมลอนพูดโหด
We do see Dude rocking up. BRTT's going to try to get away with that.
บายบายเพนเกมมิ่ง
From Smed says you will go home, and KOO Tigers look for the tower as well.
Keep seeing why teams like Darius, but once he gets rolling, he can just get out of control. A massive bruiser with so much damage in the front line.
Well, you know, it's one of those picks that's very polarizing, right? Because we've seen a lot of players try it out and it really hasn't been that effective. But if you know how to play it aggressively and you can keep track of your enemies cooldowns, it's really the most important part of Darius. Keeping track of those, you can really go in and clean up. But there's a dragon coming out.
And remember, Mordekaiser comes with close to dragon. Move it across the entire map. He's back at base now. His dragon is trying to be annoying to a tower. Hit Kami in the head a few times. Tank off to let Goro get some damage. So
Kami's losing the fight to the Ghost of Dragon Pass. Look at drop eventually, but forced away. That means there's not going to be a death rate yet. Goro wants to keep pushing.
Not the greatest use of dragon ever, but after that one fight in the bottom side, transition to the dragon, you'll take it if you're the KOO Tigers. You're expanding your gold lead regardless.
go back, push the bottom lane. Now you need to win a podium. Use this vision. First, check the small bush. picks are gone. This strategy against it though, I do not agree. Picking a bottom lane that's not going to win against the bottom lane. Obviously the plan was to use the Santos to just camp the bottom lane with TPs over and over and over. We also gave away elites. We took the Tigers yourself. Gave away elites so there's a strong early jump on side of the Tigers. Where's the composition shines? So taking this giveaway
Caught by a cocoon and it's just coming apart at the seams.
Well, there's a big ward in the river, so they know it's absolutely the block up into that move up. They had to break on. Now they're really going to be putting the pressure on. Smeb has already pushed up the top of the line. Just sit here and auto the turret right in mid. That's going to be the mid turret going down in the first tower of the game. And this really just opens up absolutely everything.
Exceptional play. Pressure on the map. Smeb 40 CS up. 60 CS for Prey over BRTT. This early pick promise that this show's highlighted many times simply just not paying off. Payne, the only option is now wait for him to come to roll this out, but I feel like Darius and Mordecai are just so far in
we're still seeing a good night. What shows is that early game for them, they can make great plays. CLG, 2 games in a row, so confident about outplaying the game of CLG. And to me, that really shows how good this team is. They used to that was the early game. If they fix that, they can do this against better teams. Especially in the future. That's the way to justify
Not only that, we talk about a player like Burrow, when we came into the day saying that this guy's a 39 KDA, his one death before dying to Pole Belter in that game was a power mountain dive against the CLG game on Victor. So his individual performance has really stepped it up, I think, at this point. As he has become his
respective teams, but yeah, all outer towers have dropped. Dragons up to now 1. Drake was able to get that ghost. Shove Tom away from that mid lane. Bottom lane shove that boost. Went through a pause. Kane gave it everything. And he made more difficult decisions. It's Smith with solo from top lane. 0 resistance.
Roxy coming as well. Behind that turret, he's going to get some more gold right before this comes up. Just has a chance to deny some CS and recall very freely. Sojin is delaying Payne, and you can see they're already have a ring around the dragon. They're trying to deny any kind of vision from Payne going in there, and Sven just keeps pushing.
Gets that turret. It's a damage up. They're not going to waste time.
There is 3 levels above the air.
Gorillas are there above the
เกมมิ่งช่างสิ้นหวัง
So who sets the record for the second highest goal lead at 20 minutes? Counts one game around 11,000 goals. Presently has shy of 80,000 goals to lead. Let's see how many towers can fall. They can get close to that with Dragon sieging power and Smith keeping Mylon busy in the top lane. Let's see what Payne can do. They're going to be relying so much on not even a challenge.
Because Payne can show the
ไม่คู่จะเอาไปกิน
Have to give it up right now, only taking about 50% of the Ghost Dragon's HP.
Smith wants to try. You see that dragon? Some damage onto the top
นได้2 ดอกอย่างเงี้ย
Right, Tigers getting a little bit confident, staying very close, great engagement, certainly running that fight.
And remember, this may have been a 7,000 gold gap, but KOO's not gone back in a long time, so it was actually much closer in terms of items than we could have seen otherwise. Taking a look at this fight again, Kuro getting a little bit greedy inside here. He walks way too far forward. Great flash engagement, Serti.
Fight is on. Fade for Milan as well with the ulti just in time before he gets stunned. And Gorilla onto the turret as well. So 2 very important kills in the pain game. He needs to keep doing this. So they need to rely on KOO Tigers to keep over.
Risk running Mordekaiser again. Taking towers, even with a substantial gold lead, yes, it hadn't been spent necessarily, but very challenging without that range to take down the tower.
It becomes harder for Mordekaiser when it comes to the dragon. Once the team gets more damage, they can take down that dragon. On board. That Mason Space is going to hit real hard with all the additional burst.
I thought we were seeing gone for the big power spike, the big burst of the Tigers.
Make it work. We'll pick up the 2-0-2. We've got double the CX of his options. We see Milan's in trouble. He throws down, pointing at of the ultimate Serti. Explosive blast goes down, but he's cocooned, and it's a double dunk for Smith and a red buff for KOO.
Such a monster of Asterius. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous what he's been able to accomplish, both in and out of the league on this champion. No one can so clear about going into these team fights and just very patiently waiting for what he knows he can.
Those damage percentages that we talked about earlier. Smith was the #1 damage share rank for his team. That's going to continue to stay the trend after today's 2 games.
He's the highest damage percentage top laner in this tournament so far overall. Quite a bit.
Wow, last effort for Kane. Baron is secured. It's going to be so difficult to wait clear at this stage. BRTT is way out of position. He will at least interrupt the Baron, so that is the only positive to draw from this play. Milan is teleporting here.
And you know what? We are so far into tech, we don't even need that Baron. Right now, we can wait for this dragon. But getting it, turning off the 3 lanes, start pushing into the base, is going to be the way to fight as fast as possible.
มี200ไปแล้วล่าสุด
Already 6-0. As a spirit these team fights continue to heal himself with the spirit disadvantage.
This pink one is all the way to the back. Pink one is place here. Just to see outside the zone. Doesn't see the back of the pink either. So it's technically the one place to go right. But Smith is here to zone them away.
It's a double base. They want the fight. KOO are going to lock down Serti. So the player comes out. Serti is killed. Baron secured by KOO Tigers as it is a complete rout. The ghost of BRTT will chase his own teammate down, and KOO Tigers get 4 kills and a Baron. I think that one was intentional.
No one can kill. No one can kill Smith in these fights. He just went out solo in the back of the pit right there to zone off the enemy team. Ends up with a triple kill due to the fact that he has these bird threats and spearments. He's just going to cool down on his flashing TV right now with his enchant. So very
ตายอยู่คนเดียวเลย2 โหลแล้วเนี่ย
Why not? I mean, you
ชนะสักที
every single lane in this game. You got, in my opinion, probably the perfect draft for Mordekaiser as well. Dives from top laner, wait for mid laner. I mean, everything was there for KOO Tigers. Main game gave his mark. Good thing that we picked for the back. Yeah, go back. Question. The favorite play was on Ash landing crystal arrows instead of the Dragon Ghost.
So, watching some of these Destiny where everyone was on the jungle pattern was very well known by the KOO Tigers. We can look at his precedent. Wow. We're seeing all the barrels. More impressive clearance. All those low ratings.
Middle inhibitor turret was dropped a minute ago. Inhibitor on the bottom lane is down. Inhibitor in the middle lane will follow shortly. Baron is sitting with 2 Tigers. There is Baron and Pard Biggles as well. Pain did have solid 3 towers. They are unable to lose this game. He will be out of the 2015 World Championships, and Gorilla's gone in. He manages to stun the RTT, but the RTT managed to flash away. Gorilla gets the first kill of the final fight, and Gorilla will lose his life. We just hear Nix's turret falling as Bray continues to throw out the spells. Milo is going to use the frozen tube as Smith goes very aggressive. The gravity field is down. Smith's got a ton of stacks in it. The red will not be enough. The Nexus is being focused after 24 minutes. KOO Tigers will be looking to close out 2 of the shortest games.
They can.
And they will be forced away for the time being to fish on their own. Super Minions on the way in, and KOO are playing real confident. 24.5 minutes. Look at this. Baron and Pard Minions still coming in. And we see Guro. He finds himself a kill onto Mylon. The repel back from home. The Nexus is being focused. And KOO Tigers have punched their ticket to the quarterfinals in London.
มันไม่ยอมติดบ้านวะนี่เกมเมื่อกี้นี่เล่นก่อนKOO Tigerแข่งเลยเนี่ยไม่จบเลยบายKOO Tigersล่าสุดก็จะเป็นคู่ที่27ฮะ25 26 27ถูกอีกแล้วก็จะเป็น18ต่อไปทายว่าแฟตวูฟครับเป็นคู่ที่8
It's a very weird tell from the KOO Tigers where there's not a lot of kill pressure, and Smith is the shot caller, and you're like, okay, what's going on here? And Smith being like panicking, saying, you gotta come top, you gotta come top. But I haven't seen it in a really long time. I didn't see it in the playoffs this season, and he's certainly not seeing it in a very stressful situation.
KOO Tigers guaranteed spot in the they are now no longer but they can play hardware, they can play spoiler, they play counter logic gaming.
เมน 100% แล้วตอนนี้
And CLG are going to have a difficult day here.
Wow!
Bit like KOO Tigers of Vienna 2004. It's up to CLG to bounce back on this game. Need to flash.
That'll be the game. They still have a rematch as well, showing just how they've
แบกทั้งทีมอ่ะ นี่อารามนะแท้จะมาเล่นขำๆเลยจำได้อยู่ล่าสุด
KOO
เลย
All credit to
อารามนะเนี่ย
Tigers
อาราม
figuring out a reply and executing it so well.
บอกเลยว่า
We're
อาราม
going to head to Shucks in the interview area where she's going to chat to the first quarterfinalists of the 2015 World Championships.
Indeed, thank you very much, guys. Nant, who is quarterfinals bound after that amazing game, and I want to start by talking about his performance specifically. 9-0 on Darius, and it's been a lot about the top laners in this tournament. Balls getting a pentakill. SKT.
ทำไม Facebook ทายผลไม่ได้เนี่ย
Have you been reflecting on your own performance, Smeb?
이번 경기 승리 축하드리고요. 다리우스로 특히 0데스라는 엄청난 경기를 보여주셨는데 이번 대회 특히나 이제 SKT의 마리 선수가 캐리한 모습이나 C9의 이제 볼 선수가 펜타킬 기록하는 등 되게 쟁쟁한 탑 라이너들이 많은데 스맵 선수는 본인의 경기를 어떻게
ครู
평가하시나요?
เอาไปเด
저도 지금 그러니까 탑라이너들이 굉장히 잘하시더라고요. 한국의 탑라이너들이. 그래서 저도 많이 사실 부담감이 좀 있었는데 그래도 이번에 오늘 좀 잘 하게 돼서 기분 좋은 것 같아요.
Since all the top Korean top laners are performing so well, I actually had some pressure. But after today's game results, I feel a lot better and relieved.
Relieved and in a pretty good spot, and your entire team has been doing great. You're up against the Flash Wolves later, and last week, that game was your downfall. What kind of a different KOO Tigers are we seeing than the one we saw last week versus those Flash Wolves?
이제 조별 마지막 경기로 이제 플래시볼 팀이랑 하게 됐는데 지난주에 이제 플래시볼 팀한테 패배한 KOO 타이거즈랑 이번 주에 연승 가도를 달리기는 KOO 타이거즈랑 좀 다른 모습 같은데 지난주에 KOO 타이거즈랑 이번 주 KOO 타이거즈랑 어떻게 다른지 좀 말씀해 주세요.
저번 주에 그 플래시볼한테 졌을 때 정말 암울했었거든요. 그래서 좀 더 다들 이 롤드컵 이 예선이 좀 더 절실해졌던 것 같아요. 그래서 매 경기마다 진짜 최선을 다하는 그렇게 됐던 것 같아요.
So when we lost to Flashers last week, we became desperate about every single game during group stages, and we thought that we had to try our best, put our best in every single game, so that made ourselves change to this week's KOO Tigers.
Well, you guys have looked unstoppable so far this week. You could still get first seed or second seed in this group, but you're in the quarterfinals. What is an opponent you would really like to play against in the quarterfinals and why?
ถูกอีกแล้ว
남은 경기 결과에 따라서 이제 조 1위가 될 수 있고 2위가 될 수도 있지만 그러면 이제 스맵 선수가 8강에서 특히 붙고 싶은 팀이 혹시 있는지 말씀 부탁드립니다.
ต่อไปคู่ที่ 28
붙고 싶은 팀보다는 좀 만나기 싫은 팀이 이제
28เราทายว่า
지금 프나틱이 조금 이제 위기잖아요. 그래서 올라온 다음에 2위로 올라올 것 같은데 프나틱만
แฟดวูฟกับเคาน์เตอร์โลจิกเกมมิ่งฮะ
There isn't a specific team that I want to play against, but I would like to avoid Fnatic. Fnatic, even though they're not playing that well, they have a high chance of advancing as their second seed, which would mean they have a chance playing against us to be the first seed. So
เราทายแฟดวูฟไปว่ะ
Very interesting. EU fans, don't lose hope. We heard it from Smeb. Thank you very much, Smeb, and congratulations on locking in that quarterfinal spot for the KOO Tigers. We are going to take a quick break, but there's a lot more action coming your way as the Flash Wolves go up against CLG in the next game. So don't touch
เจอ
that.
CLG ว่ะเราบอกเลยว่ามันแน่นอน
Nice to you, nice.
Very nice.
Nice.
บ้าไปแล้ว
The solar flare comes out and Surti is killed. Baron secured by KOO Tigers as it is a complete rout. And KOO Tigers have punched their ticket to the quarterfinals in London.
Tut จืดจืดคู่ต่อไปจะถูกไหมนะ แทงสวนแฟตวูฟไปแทงใครดีแทงใครดีแทงใครดีแทงใครดีแทงใครดีต่อโยเอวอ้าว
Afro is kind of famous for his hair, yeah, but I think my hair crushes his.
Well, I did win the hair award. I forgot what it was actually called, the title, but best hair award, there we go, for NA. That was me. I don't know what Stakes won, but yeah.
Welcome back, everyone, to our coverage of the 2015 League of Legends World Championship. Now, as we dial into our next matchup between the Flash Wolves and Canalogic Gaming, let's take a closer look at CLG, a team that has tasted victory on one of the world's biggest stages, only to come to this tournament with everything to prove.
The first thought I had was like disbelief, you know. It kind of didn't feel real to I've spent all this time being a pro and then to finally won something. You know, it wasn't like immediate, like just pure sheer joy, but it was like slow realization that I'd actually done something with my time in esports. I'd actually won.
When we took off our headsets, you could hear the crowd just going insane, and the confetti was coming down, and it was just like a really chaotic moment.
เขาน์เตอร์โดนเกมมิ่งโดนเกาหลีตก
We were all like bouncing up and down and being like kind of silly after we had won, and then I didn't realize how big it was until we went out in front of the stage, and then we just stood, and there were a lot of people.
I guess it was just like a blur for the first few minutes. George was crying, and like everyone was like happy, and like the audience was like screaming really loud. And that's when it hit me, when everyone was cheering and screaming.
To me, once we won, it's just like, okay, we're not done yet, guys.
We share certain qualities that make us work really well together, and one of them is that we've all been losers.
We've all been losers, you know? We've been pros, like all of us have been pros for like 2 or 3 years, and we've all been through relegations, but we haven't really like won anything.
Me and Afro on CLG, Zion on Welter on Winter Fox and EG, like Smithy on Vulcan. We were always at some point just not at the right place, right time.
When you're losing, that's when you see the worst in yourself, the worst in other people, the worst in your teammates, and everyone's been through that struggle. For us to come together and become a formidable team through all that losing and finally come out on top, I think says a lot about all of my teammates.
The thing I'm looking forward to most going to Worlds would probably be kicking some ass, some international ass. I don't really want to be viewed as the underdog region or, not the best region.
There is this perception that these Korean and Chinese teams
ตัวซับโซน่าไง
better than the North American
โซ
teams.
น่าไงดีที่สุดแล้ว
And they're a little bit stronger yet, but they're not as far apart as people paint them to be.
I think it's really funny that nobody expected us to make Worlds, and now that we're there, nobody expects us to do anything there either, except for lose out in groups.
My whole career long, people told me, you can't do it. At first it was like, I got relegated and people were like, you can't do it, you can't succeed in NA. Now that I succeeded in NA, people are like, you can't do it at Worlds. And so I'll just do it at Worlds too.
Even though we're the first seed, we don't really get that much respect. Being an underdog actually is a really big advantage for us. I mean, there's not a lot of expectations.
We're just kind of good at using that energy to motivate ourselves because a lot of us have been underdogs.
I think we all were satisfied when we won North America, but we stayed hungry.
I think we'll come out on top at the end of it, but it'll be through a lot of hard work. I want them to see CLG as a team that should be feared, a team that is one of the best in the world, a team that is a serious contender. I want them to see us as a team that they can really get behind and cheer for. Just move them to believe in us.
Well, I got to stand on that stage with them at Madison Square Garden, and there was a lot of emotion that ran through them as, they had all achieved something so great. As Zion mentioned, a lot of them hadn't experienced, success on that level. Now, important here to note, as we did with the last match, if CLG is to win this game here, they also clinch their quarterfinal berth, given the fact that they'll have the head-to-head over Flash Wolves. So, gentlemen, as we move into this match, what are the key things we're looking at
KOO
here?
Tigers ชนะ4
Either determine whether or not CLG walks away going to the quarterfinals or Flash Wolves keep themselves in it.
After that last game, I think you look at Carcer and how he is currently playing, the aggression that he was able to, manufacture on that Lee Sin. If he can get another aggressive pick, his Lee Sin, his Lily. I think that this guy can set the tempo of the game and try and run over the top of the strengths of CLG.
The other side of the coin, you got Smithy, and his performance has been uninspired. The best thing he's done was the first day's cocoon onto Kramer. Kramer is no longer playing. He takes so long to get a successful game from the top lane. His team fighting just isn't there. And just that last game, they resort to the Echo first pick, which isn't really a flex pick for them. Obviously, it's a bait that way, but Echo was played out at the beginning of the summer split. That changed to more of an 8 cannot speak to the old meta that was working back then, and if you neglect the fact that he got nerfed, he has to step it up. You need to put yourself in champions that can actually impact the game. I think it's just such a one-sided matchup. I don't see how CLG is going to be able to take this, to be honest.
I think the CLG does have a chance from Afro Blue in the bot lane. You talked about that. He picked up the Blitzcrank. I didn't think that works very well for him, but I feel like you get him on a comfortable champion that he can make plays around the map. But also, he's the shot caller of this team. Him and Zion Spark doesn't share that role. But a lot more dynamic shot calling if he wants to kick some international ass. Because what Afro Blue's been doing is you take turret 1, you take turret 2, and then you debate Baron with pink wards over and over and over again. And now that Blue has exposed that, you need to come up with something different.
And I want to talk about that because I think if you talk about Afro, if you just go to play off the lane with your jungler, with your support players, if that is a game that you can camp out really easily. So you can't mention one dynamic support that is running the same strategy without saying Sorta, who on that AD game looks very good.
Now something I want to highlight is losers as a pick or a ban. It's been integral to the success of both of these teams in their recent wins here at the group stage.
I think the performances here, the positive ones for CLG, I think do come off the back of the really good. And the Flash Wolves, they do have that in the previous game. The recency of they really haven't been that. As for CLG, you mentioned how
มันลุกออก
This is Filter has never really been tested. So much better for the entire year. Used to have a reaction. If they pick a champion like that, use the reaction and put the hurt on Alright, well, with all this information, down the line once again, prediction time, gentlemen. Spot.
I'm going to stick with them. I've been pretty confident the whole way through. I think Black Wolves are very
แฟนบุ๊กล่ะยังไง CLG จะโตรอบไหมเนี่ยKOO Tigers เห็นไหมวันแรกมันเล่นไม่ดีนะเนี่ยบอกแล้วว่าเต็งเข้ารอบนี่ทายไม่ผิดแน่นอน
Even NL is not playing horribly. He stepped up and started to play fairly with League of Legends. Not great.
It is. I have to go with CLG. I like it at Madison Square Garden. I think that CLG is going to show up here in this match. And they did win against Flash Wolves previously. It was very sloppy, but I think they're going to pull something out just a little bit different and go back to the MSG style.
To be fair, the Madison Square Garden field because it was one of the worst TSM. I'm going to go with the Flash Wolves because they have defense as well, which opens up a lot for them. The Lulu, the Bars, the Italy, the North. What is CLG really going to brand here? And I just don't think they're going to make the right with what we saw against Google. The first pick back, they're all over the place. The Flash Wolves.
I also want to see what counter comes out for CLG on the red side, because that could be a big difference here with Zion and Coughlin.
I split fast, but the predictions are in. We'll kick it over to our guys. Thank you very much, Dan. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to beautiful Miami. I am Rick Bill, joined by KOO Tigers, Joshua Jan Leesman. We're still blowing the roof off here at the Doc Moment with the League of Legends games. Continuing now. 3-4 for the day. Flash Wolves.
เราไม่เจอหรอก ฆ่าไม่เจอหรอก
Yeah, that's a good point. Honestly, we've seen a lot of mistakes from both of these teams already today, and for me, it does come down to which of these teams are going to make less unforced errors.
Yeah, but I don't know exactly what to think of Flash Wolves, even though they're 4 games in. The only team to beat the KOO Tigers in this group, also the only team to lose to Pain Game, and they almost did it twice. So it's really up to you.
Right now, really see if CLG has very well what's been happening on the day. Outro war is going on. The lead war is going on.
ให้มันลูกพ่อ เล่นไม่เป็นวะแต่กดตีนดีกว่าตัวหาด้วย
CLG had decently strong control of the laning phase, didn't snowball it, and then Flash was actually had a 5,000 or 6,000 gold lead, which they then made some mistakes and ended up losing. So I'm expecting some pretty different pick advantage.
It was a very relaxed game. We focused on those objectives. We were almost out CLG. We heard quick shot earlier. CLG had that 100% first turret. They had a small gold lead. They've been thwarted off that recently.
Obviously, Blue Side has a lot more flexibility with their band. From day one.
More Darius.
Well, 3 fists are now banned out.
That was the first pick of Flash Wolves. Their priority.
ไอ้ปากเม้น
A lot of the tier 1s
มีคนปากเม้น
gone to the pick of the red side. Interesting. Italy is still up, and he could pick it later on after seeing more of CLG's picks, but this is just an all-around great jungler. Don't give anything away.
แข่งจะมาแล้วว่ะไอ้คนปากเม้นเอาเล่นงานให้คนปากเม้นดีกว่า ฆ่ามัน
opted to just take down tier 1 champions.
มื่อกี้ไกด์ใส่เลยอะ
But they only get one lane. Can't counterpick, you know, both solo lanes, or the solo lane and the support. This side will be
Again, that echo picked in. A lot of dragons played by Xfinity towards the
มาแล้ว
and evenly sent. Now back to the echo for him. 2 games in a row. Alistar picked up the move.
Yeah, this is what we see when there's a lot of shield.
ได้หนูด้วย
Later, and of course, last start here. There's a lot of late game zoning. That makes me think that COG are going to look for a very or dive look for another damage source there.
กดผิด
Even though flashes haven't gone with Varus, they still have the Morgana, which can hopefully block the COG initiation. Going back to that game where Flash Wolves did beat the KOO Tigers,
ไม่เต้งกดผิดได้อย่างไร
on the opponent's side, and Sora was very capable of stopping the engagements there. Italy is almost expected as a near to last pick for Flash Wolves.
ยังไม่เริ่มนี่หว่า
How hard the COG can
This also separates a little bit for me if the Varus was necessary.
ให้เล่นเป็นนะเดี๋ยวคำนวณ
Will sort
มัน
of
ต้องมีตัว
to hit those bindings, make that team work. Was it just the Varus? We'll find out. Looking on the other side, Victor for Pobelter's win all throughout the finals versus Team Solo Mid. We'll lock it in once more. It's his start.
Okay, so COG, bread and butter here. They got the wave for the mid laner. Sana knocked out for a first, and they will be able to get behind. One of the things
ฆ่ามันลูกพ่อฆ่ามันลูกพ่อฆ่ามัน
because they've been making more risky plays.
ฆ่ามันลูกพ่อฆ่ามันลูกพ่อ
I don't know why I was talking about this whole time with Ringside being first pick. I like to tunnel. Definitely could have stopped me, so my bad on that one. But that is the hard initiation right there for Flash. That is no longer very heavy on the initiation. Instant that COG locked in victory.
Also, this is something that COG have feared
ไม่เอากูเอาแล้ว
in the first week. They banned
ไม่หนุกดีว่ะ ฆ่ามันลูกพ่อ
Echo's going goblin.
เฮ้ย
source that we were looking for. It is
เฮ้ย
We wondered what would happen.
พวกมันเยอะพวกมันเยอะพวกมันเยอะพวกมันเยอะ
For that first game, but Zion Spartan now try to go up against the Malphite in the top. Seeing that Karsa and Maple now Rek'Sai LeBlanc, their synergy gets into this game as well.
At this point,
ฆ่ามันลูกพ่อ
because they already waited for the Malphite. They were probably expecting a top lane bruiser, maybe like a Olaf or a Nard for Zion, so they thought the Malphite was safe.
ฆ่ามันลูกพ่อนั่นแหละ
this way they get a lot of damage into the Malphite pick. So at this point, you can build Abyssal Scepter, but you don't want to have to spend too much time going through that build path. And it will be light on armor. So COG very diversified. That being said, for Flash Wolves, they've got the Black Shield that you mentioned with Jinx.
ฆ่ามันลูกพ่อ
Bursty combo of their own. Malphite and the block very, very big at picking champions off. If Flash Wolves can get the Fog of War advantage, then you can instantly blow someone up.
About to head into the game. This matchup, if CLG are to win, birth themselves into the semifinals for the game. Who you think has the edge in this match? Tweet at LOL Esports, hashtag FWWin or hashtag CLG win. The tally goes up throughout the game. You always see it at the bottom. Participate in the streams as well. Pro player.
One thing I do need to touch on, one more thing I
มัน
need
ลู
to
ก
touch
พ่อ
on about these team compositions, is the way Black Shield will be interacting with Maple's LeBlanc later on in the game. So often, LeBlanc is like it's a poking assassin in a sense because you can destroy him right on your face and quickly out of the way. Multiple times.
ไอ้เล่นงานได้ปากเหม็นหน่อยดิปากเหม็น
Normally, when a player tries to do that, you kind of predict and see
ตายแล้ว
But if Flash is just simply put the Black Shield on Maple, he'll be able to poke as much as he wants on the block in general safety, which will enhance COD's need to get flank initiation with Nant.
ข้าตายแล้ว
Those wards up and Smithy Omni-Sin can get that sight stone for himself early and start that vision. So it's definitely a possibility the flanks will be able to work.
ไปเริ่มแล้วนี่หว่า
Good damage, just getting vision here. CLG is getting themselves
BKT พรุ่งนี้นะครับพรุ่งนี้ BKT วันเดียว3คู่เลยมันแน่นอน
Beard Ward's coming out for the lane swap here to see. Plus, they've already seen Flash down.
Versus KOO, you can see KOO just had an idea of what they wanted to do. It didn't work. They had another one. It seems like CLG is always adapting. See if they have something to put their foot down first in this game. Usually pole belters are very quiet in the mid lane. We'll have to watch Carson and Synergy, especially with Silver on camera. Still roaming around. Does not look like we've been matched up in this one.
Well, waiting for CLG can just about show that they are starting. There's also Harasco flat bottom.
ตีกลับเลยว่ะ
So this is
ทางมันหนุก
waited to be shown. Probably just really that's what they want here. In the mid lane as well.
ยอดเราไม่ได้อย่างไร ก็งงอยู่เหมือนกันนะครับออกเวียนว่ะแน่นอนเลย
Bottled up. That's a big point for CLG. The early wards, early match control coming out from Black Bulls with the devastating. Always going away.
Keep an eye on that lane. Pole belter at 10. Up CS. Maple.
ตามไปทำไมวะ
For this event.
นานมาก
They are even, but that damage is going to cause them struggles and consumables. Ooh, great frame with the distortion. In this one, so we get some jump stuff. Possibly killing each other, but they're both really running the area.
We are running through all their health in the mid lane, and something that's really interesting in the top lane is Malphite actually got the blue buff when they did the early double jungle. They gave the blue and the blue buff experience to the Malphite. It's really beneficial, specifically when they have a Rex side jungle who doesn't have that great.
ทำไมท่ามันรัวๆไม่ได้วะ
Makes the early laning phase
คนอื่นเล่นนี่โดดจะรัว
And what you can do though, as for this, is try and jump your way very quickly. Then you can actually call off back to base to heal. While trying to clean up all these minions, walk back. Because bottom lane,
ๆไปฉันตายเถอะ
he is using the teleport back to the turret. Blackwood did not see this though, so they
ไม่
won't.
ตายวะ
They can
ปล่อยกูตายเถอะกูอยากไปซื้อของ
should be able to Shelly pick up a 7 for extra misways. Yeah. Wasn't good. May as well have been.
The engage comes in. Remember that timing for teleport. Gold still very close. Alpha move looking to put some pressure on the bottom lane. Moving
จริง
Going to this point with losing his blue buff, so he won't be able to harass them as hard as he was before. We'll have to go.
อ้ามันเห็น
It's a really big point to touch on though, especially
อีเลียไม่ใช่ซิมเวอร์บังอาจตักตา
with the smaller objectives of
โคตรเกรียน
something that Origin has done really well. In order to enable the first line, you want to shove up the minion wave very quickly because it will occupy your opponent for a good give you the vision from here comes green level 6 stage. Took up pretty far without wood, so he's kind of strong over here.
Karsa as well in the mid. There's that synergy trying to work for them.
งงเลย
Not get it off. Cobalt cleared the pink. Karsa went for it though. Trying to push himself through
Ping,
that
ping,
wall
ping.
and not get any kills. So a little bit of love in the mid lane.
Once Karsa already is a camp up here on Smithy, so he's already got experience and he's already gotten a summoner spell out of the mid. Takes a lot of the momentum out of Kovelter's lane.
รรลุพ่อ
Really a star player for the element. Considered one of the best now, though, in the bottom lane. 4-4. A level advantage in the fight. Straight against back and forth. Trying for roars.
Pretty much Maple's
เล่นบรรลุพ่อ
marginal lead there for Fight.
ปิดปากเบนซ์ปากเบนซ์ไม่ตายดีหรอกใจเลย
Teleport in, he would only have enough for unstoppable force and no other follow.
They actually decide to go for it. Possibility of something happening, but Carson already back.
Once Max expedited even though Zaxpart does have his teleport up to max, so it's interesting.
I have to say there has to be communication between top and bottom lane when they're standard lane. So side rush behind COG's bottom lane. Because it's actually become, yes, there's a Malphite level 6, he's going back to get his mana right now. COG though, they push up that minion wave and then they peel off to take the objective here.
Nicely done, staying low on mana, he's not going to be able to jump in too quick. Dragon burn down as fast as they can. So CLG again, kind of slowing down the fast kills in the game, but aiming for those objectives first.
As far as encouraging viewers
เริ่มแทงลูกเรารัวๆแล้ว
times when teams also shoving him anyway just to get a recall off to get a purchase is also a sort of mini objective as far as
It's gone much better for CLG in standard lanes to be able to get an uncontested dragon without actually losing much tempo or
ให้มันเล่นลูกเรารัวๆเลยวะ
strong. A lot of that I think had to do with Sion addressing so much of the top.
เล่นตุ๊กตาแล้ว
So COG didn't expect him to camp down there for that long.
หิมะตามแฟตวูฟ CLG น่าจะไม่น่ามันเท่าไหร่เพราะแฟตวูฟก็ขี้ฟาร์มระดับหนึ่ง
did COG take that dragon but they got the all of them
มันแดกหัวเราจะออกของแบบตาทีเดียวตายไปเลยนะนี่ไม่ได้พูดถึงเกมที่ดูเลยนะเพราะว่ามันทีมฟาร์มอ่ะไม่น่าจะมีอะไรมากมายมีหน้าจะมี
After Smith put some early gold into ports, and we're seeing that exactly.
Yeah. Plus, it is also not only does it cost some gold to buy all these early ports, but Smithy is still behind on compared to Karsa, who is a couple of
thus far, being in the 2v2 against Double and Afternoon. In game 1, when they had Kramer down there, and then it's second cocoon.
A lot of respect in that mid lane. You can see the CS in favor of Maple. That ignite kill pressure keeps Mobile on his heels.
Zion is playing so aggressively here because they have this division in the bottom red side jungle. Now, you know what? Red side's down there. And so we hear her scream, and we know that she's trying to use ultimate to get up to my side. Zion is just pressing this so hard. She's even past the turret there, trying to keep Stake under.
Very similar to what happened in the first game between these teams, where Stake actually got 2 or 3 kills on Zion because Zion was playing so well. This time, Zion is playing same level of pressure that Stake is needing to do.
Will win out in a skirmish. finish.
Yeah.
Straightforward stuff for CLG.
There will be a potential for Malphite to teleport down, but
Wait,
there are enough people missing and they
เหือ
can't teleport.
เหือ FPS
Like this, playing off Maple's aggression. They'll see if he wants to go distort in again for damage on Pobelter. Flanked by each side though. Carson right with the left.
Yep, Zion finds towards himself. He goes down, places some river vision. It's like only one melee minion.
How counter logic has always come out of scrims. Saying if scrims are going well, this is going well, but they completely fall apart within a game. It's kind of mind-boggling each time.
That's why we were talking about in the opening, because it's happened twice against KOO, where COG played so aggressively, so risky, even after they got behind. Oh, Maple.
That barrier still there for Pobelter. He can stand toe-to-toe for a bit. Great goes to the post.
Maple is taking
โอ้แรงคน
just sort of waiting and build up to the infinity edge.
Think about COD of old. Losing a game like they did to KOO Tigers, that's like tilted nightmares. They lost so terribly, and then having to come back the same day and play 2 more games seems really scary. A lot of this will just have to do with how much mental strength COD has been able to build up during the regular season. KOO are playing very methodically and slow as they usually do.
เซนเวอร์มันเอาใหญ่เลยว่ะ
Gotta be very careful here to keep the fight. So even though he's backed up with the invade here, Flash Wolves, all they have to do is realize first blood should be from Flash Wolves.
CLG is going to hold off the objectives in this game. Top lane, back and forth once again. Science Park doesn't have to worry too much. Really just taking a bunch of secret calls. Third. Cinder, thank you.
The baby salt.
That's got about third to the third damage on, and COD is starting to work on the bottom turret as well. This will prompt aggression from Flash Wolves. COD tries to get more and more bold.
Should be saved with that safeguard.
ไม่ตาย
It's going to be the mimic of Maple. No feel coming from that. Over the right shoulder.
Don't stop the train. Go the lane.
Very easily could have been pushed up. Could have swung out and overput now, but that would have given him the jump to infinity and overdone it. So heavily needed.
I want to point out a nice little mechanic that Zion just used to gain extra pressure in that top lane. Just use the Echo Ultimate to get back to lane even quicker. And the reason why I focus so much in the mini wave control of the top lane is because Zion's part. Whoa, you can see right there, he got the objective himself, but he's drawn a lot of attention.
Shit.
Yeah, now he's got no ultimate to try and save himself if he were to be go. But he has positioned himself to get out with that work.
This is the Zion that CLG thought they were going to see from the very beginning of group stages. He's been able to play aggressively, draw resources from the enemy team, and still come out with his advantage.
แล้วคูลดาวน์ดีไหม
Zion, we started to see it
Did
landing
he?
with the Fizz and Olaf picks. And it seems like CLG did their own kind of dip again to come back up a little bit, but they're having that trouble. We talked about it a little bit already, but even hearing CLG mention that we're not playing like we play, that's a little disheartening if you're on that team. Still no sight ward for Smithy on Karsa. Push the wards too far forward. Down, it's gotta be.
So, 51 to begin with combo. So CLG, again, they want to utilize Zion's boost in the top lane to gain a map advantage here. Shove that lane out, put pressure on stake so that make Flash Wolves losing, up there on the top side of the damage on the right now though, Flash Wolves, they have the
rush the Dragon right now. South Spark's going to continue to work on that. I was expecting Flash Wolves to actually try for a Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, they are going to from KOO Belter, which is, you know, optimal, but KOO Belter hasn't had too much concern with mana problems. Trying to save the turret, and he's 1 versus 3.
Coming in, that should be stopped on the red side tunnel. Zion Spartan also joins the party. It looks like he actually wants a bit of a fight. Phase dive is used back to a minion.
CLG have to transfer over to Dragon now, or else they committed that teleport for nothing. Cancel in, so they know this is over. CLG are going to lose a lot of damage on the top turret. We'll see if the Malphite slash actually do enough.
It depends if one rock is denser than the other.
Some of these teams so quick to
เย้มีความรู้สึกว่าถ้าเล่นชนะเราจะทายถูกนะครับ ตีบ้านแน่นอนบอกเลย
in my opinion, is mostly meaningless. It still has a chance at the third, and they haven't gotten the move speed yet on the opponent's side. The Dragons, giving the goal to put Flashers in this position is much greater.
Double it jumps out, finding use. No, Zap actually hits. There's the rock. Oh! There's like 15 feet of wall there if he made that flash. Wow.
That is a flash that will never get over that wall from his current position.
Very risky positioning. Really far past the turret that was just taken. And they punish him heavily for it. 3 members down bottom though. CLG try and answer with a turret of their own. Will they be able to get enough?
ตีบ้านนะไม่มีใครเห็นเลย
Everybody has to back up. Watching game in the mid lane. Double lift just coming back up now to get himself back in. Didn't lose too much CS in this situation. CLG
ทายถูกแน่นอนบอกเลย
Flash Wolves right now. Zion
ถ้าเล่นชนะแบบ
a
นี้
little what for. Doesn't look like they're going to get much out of this. They're really just losing a bit of HP. They're trying to engage. Going hard here on the mid turret. Respect given by Maple and the rest of Flash Wolves.
Double lift is there.
Maybe not. They go in after the turret goes down. Fight with the damage, and they are going to get taken out. Marsha goes down immediately. Maple living with a sliver of health. That's an L going down now. After they lose one, they keep wanting to go in. It's ill-advised.
Who needs double lift here? 4-man push without the Trist as a turret definitely takes Flash Wolf by surprise. Carson goes in, gets completely bursted. Pobelter landed everything, and the double Abyssal Scepter power spike from those 2 mid laners just destroyed Flash Wolves right there.
I'll never understand letting the turret go down and then engaging. But they try for it. They lose a few. 2-1 now, coming up onto 20 minutes. Double Lift also going to pick one up, and with the mid turret down, it opens up the map nicely for more forward wards and a bit of CLG movement from Afro.
Yep, they're going to litter this red side jungle and try and push the last wave to get that wave into the turret. I think that NL should be able to clean up the rest of those minions, though, and draw even with double lift. Let's see if Pobelter can hold mid. Victor, the god of wave clear, should be able to hold his own.
This is good. Nice job for double lift, able to get himself out safely. We saw previously against KOO getting dragged over walls. They couldn't even get from lane to lane. They get a little bit of freedom here. We'll see this.
The
Black Shield gone before Karsa even gets into this fight. And then Maple distorting into the Pulverize. One part bad.
โอ้ไทเกอร์แล้วเข้ารอบชัวร์แล้วบ้างเนี่ย
Zion Spartan gets both ticks of the Time Wander there as Pobelter comes in for
แพ้ CLG วันแรกก็ไม่แพ้ใครอีกเลย
for far more than he expected.
Yeah, Zion doing a lot of work this game. His early lead on stake manifested in, as you said, not only the double Abyssal Scepter build, but more spell penetration on top of that. Whoa, stake deep in enemy territory.
Does not look like it's going to end well for him. The whole team is coming up the river. He's got enough HP to last, but the team definitely does not want to continue that fight. CLG starting to gain a little bit back here and there, but they got to make sure they're not the ones chasing the fights that aren't going to happen in their favor.
And there's that fog of war control we talked about for the Flash Wolf. They're able to find their first pick here. Maple finds Smithy, and that's going to put more pressure on Pobelter here in the mid lane, trying to do wave clear. Zion actually gets called up.
Really swingy game here. Steak does have his teleport and ultimate if they want to push this really hard. Probably deterred easily for Flash Wolves.
Eyes on Zion. Afro's still going to go in. They try to get Karsa immediately. Still pretty tanky. He's going to take a while to go down. And that's enough time for Flash Wolves to assess and set up a kill of their own. 2 going down. Zion Spartan next. Smithy coming back up from previously. Sorry.
That was a great stun lock like there. Zion did not have time to get his ultimate off.
Still trying. Relentless here from Flash Wolves. There's another one. Chain into binding. We're seeing the composition kind of come to fruition here as they get together in the mid lane.
And it is seeing how Flash Wolves wants to poke back and forth, but they have to be very wary of Aphromu's initiation. He's not directly going on to Maple, but when Maple goes into poke, Aphromu's very willing to go in for the initiation, and COG as a team is very willing to follow. As slow as this game begun, there's a chance we get some very bloody team fights.
Seen too many LeBlancs lately, but Double is feeling that, oh, there's half my health. I might need a Vampiric Scepter sooner than later in this game if that's going to keep happening. Because Maple's doing that willy-nilly on every target he can get. Pole Belter, Double Lift, and we see it on Aphromu too.
Yeah, and as expected as well with the 4 AP solo laners, we see a whole bunch of early Aegis of the Legion rushes here for both teams. Flash Wolves actually got double, so everybody will be in range for the extra magic resistance, and it does double stack on the 2.
Yeah, what's so interesting about the double Aegis is I feel like it used to be good in practice, but I still prefer the tankier guy getting the benefit of the Aegis as well as then just getting a Spirit Visage because he's getting the aura anyway. The only benefit the second Aegis does is it gives the extra aura to the support who already has the aura. If anything though, if Zordar's not going in, at least Karsa can benefit Steak with his aura because they're going to get spread out. That's the higher benefit of the double Aegis.
I do agree with you with maybe Karsa this game going with a more greedy build and buying magic resist just for himself because he's been focused down
He's been blowing
times
up
in a row.
By AP damage. So really would love a Spectre's cow right now.
โดนรัว
This is actually a really early Baron, but Steak's gonna snip it out. Crisis averted for Flash Wolves. That would have been a nice sneak, but obviously that ward.
ไอ้โคที่ขนาดโดนปรับแล้วยังโหดเลย
A lot of resources gaining that vision control of Baron, which I feel like it's a it's a very low percentage chance to get that Baron.
เสียวหลังแม่ระหนู
And that sweeper might have better been utilized around Dragon, which is about to go down.
And now COG's best form of initiation has no ultimate and no health. This could very easily be a Dragon or a Dragon and a turret for Flash Wolves.
And really, it seems like it's just folding over from last game. Many mistakes made by Double Lift and Afro in the bot lane, kind of walking into a situation that got them killed. And now they lose pressure on the mid lane because they did not respect the grabs, the pokes, and the bindings.
Small chunk there. Zion Spartan does have Home Guard upgrade as well on his move, so
ยิงแรงมากเลยทิตนาทริสตานา
I feel like he's waiting for the home guard teleport right from base.
Aphromu does not have his ultimate back up. This would be so risky.
Go!
Zion has been waiting in base for an opportunity, but
he entered again. He's back and forth. We'll hold off on this one. The team's still trying to flank on this. Smithy's going to take a bit of damage. Zion very much holding. Maybe they can get... Oh, my word.
Nice
Double Lift gets hit. Very nice channel on that. Getting out of the unstoppable force. That's going to be Aphromu down. He said no ultimate here. Smithy comes in a bad spot. Zion Spartan, rather. But this could be Flash Wolves' loss. If they can get a few more hits in on the side of CLG, they're going to start losing members. Staying back to the front line. Karsa gets
คีโม
there.
กำลังหายตัวท็อปเบลเตอร์เรียบร้อย
Double Lift in the eyes now of Flash Wolves. Zion Spartan doing what he can to deter and peel off his AD carry. Zion onto Swordar. Swordar could go down with one more hit, but he just can't swing the sword. Double Lift to the other
โอ้โหดับเบิลลิฟเมกเพย์ป่ะ
but can't get the next jump. Zion Spartan now in a battle. A 3v1 around him. A 2v1, I should say. And it does not look like it's going to end well. The parallel conversion stun is going to happen. But Karsa is free to roam and free to swipe.
a delayed ace there for Flash Wolves. What a massive fight. We said this game was going to start exploding in the mid-game with some bloody team fights, and that's how bloody as it's going to get. No ultimate on Aphromu, so he dies before the follow can happen from Zion Spartan, which makes the delay in that fight very pronounced, and then COG tries to reach around the back end to finish that off, and Flash Wolves is able to prevail.
CLG actually started this off pretty well with Double F buffering his rocket jump right there. But again, after Move getting choked out earlier, he had no teleport. And those flame choppers on top of the board, very easy there by NL. Then we get the spread out fight inside the jungle here. And CLG, it looked like Professor got a little bit baited in by the LeBlanc clone. Nice binding there from Sword Art. And Double F actually got too close to Professor. So both CLG carries standing next to each other hurt them a lot.
Yeah. Flash Wolves, I feel like, did a nice job of target prioritization at the very start of the fight, knowing that they were free to focus Afternoon. Would have been better for CLG if they had Ninjo in the start of that fight. Again, Afternoon takes a lot of damage, wants to hold on to his ult. Oh, that's right.
One after the other. All for all there, however. Double Lift almost taking that one as they make their way down to now repair.
หายตัวในบุชเดินได้ด้วยนะโกงไหมล่ะ
Wolves pushing the tempo here, so they're behind. They're forcing CLG into some high pressure decisions. CLG are starting to crumble again. CLG have to calm down, lock their plays because that last mid lane turret fresh push definitely cost them. Let's see if the Baron base is off.
It isn't a so if you want to fight this, not only have to blind face check against a Malphite, you have to get the time for Smithy and fight a 4v5.
It's 4,000 and they're getting chunked out. This is going.
Flash gets himself away with the phase dive.
They're zoned
Should
out.
be safe, but yeah, they can't do anything. CLG watches the Baron go down. And now Flash Wolves have a nice way to get themselves to this next set of turrets. Quite a bit of AP on the side of CLG. It's going to be up to Double Lift to start
This is eerily similar to day one of group stage when Flash Wolves had a 5,000 gold lead in mid game against CLG. They started with CLG winning the lane fighting. Flash Wolves had better execution in the mid game due to CLG mistakes, but this time CLG does not have the lead for a hyper carry, and they're gonna have to find a new way to try to come back.
เปลี่ยนมุมแฟดบุ๊บเอาว่ะ CLG แม่งมาดีวันแรกเท่านั้นแหละ
CLG clean this one up. Double Lift jumps forward. The red buff is on, so they what a binding coming in from Sword Art.
โอ้โหดับเบิลคิวเอาว่ะแฟดบุ๊บจะเข้ารอบแทนว่ะ
Sword Art has been so on point with Borg this game and basically showing people why he was such a hyped mid laner coming out of the LMS. The amount of poke they have been able to put down on the Astronaut has completely crippled CLG's ability to play this game.
And the vision control that they're getting from him and also they've been able to control so much of the Fog of War with this pickoff. And then you see bindings there. Very good comeback so far from Flash Wolves. Giant gold swing after that push.
The amount of bindings hitting right now definitely too high for the side of Kanarachi Gaming. Not respecting the space the Flash Wolves can play with. Let's see it once again.
Take a look at so Axel gets picked again at first. I think it's 200% because he. Oh, actually.
That was such a forethought.
Used his ultimate at the very end.
Very early Black Shield push as well.
Because he did get a really good kick onto NL.
เอามัน
But it was just a little bit too late here. Double Lift jumps forward to try and get a reset, but doesn't fully get it. Can't get into range.
And then he's positioning himself in between the turrets, so there's no juking that dark binding once he jumps into that spot. Really just poor positioning there from Double Lift.
Flash Wolves. Positioning up quite a few items here. That Banshee's Veil on stake pretty much gives them a Black Shield. So often, Sword Art do something else necessary. Zion's trying to see how fast he can zero out. Now here, Coach gonna attack.
CLG's wave clear and team fighting potential is dead. This is huge power play here from Flash Wolves, pushing 2 lanes at once.
Instantly falling apart once one grab happens. CLG gets another grab, then Flash Wolves.
มีแต่ตัวที่เพิ่งเคยเล่นทั้งนั้นเลยไปดิ
Back foot here, and they continue to pound him into the ground. Ward's going down inside the base now. For any other grabs that they can get, they know they are safe to be here.
That's the game for Flash Wolves, but they need to win this game to keep their hopes and worlds alive. Another binding lands.
CLG could
CLG ตกรอบแน่นอน
take down Flash Wolves, but they are having none of it right now. Stake winning the Afro War and winning the League War right now with the rest of his team across the board. Fantastic play so far from Flash Wolves.
Yeah, such a ridiculously large, plus they kept occupied for so long inside their own base. A lot of CLG's ward coverage expired.
ตายเบย
Now they're trying to run back out to get consolation prize and that, but it's
And Maple is just so far ahead of the curve right now with no true tanks on CLG. The LeBlanc poke is just out of this world right now. Unless CLG gets an incredibly clean initiation, they're always
CLG โดนแฟดบุ๊กตบโอ้ยเราได้ไงวะ
Grievous wounds.
For the second time that combo. The logic is just coming up huge right here, specifically the way Maple is playing and looking to
5,600 gold. Result.
It's almost double what the average Baron
What other teams have shown as well. They run with it. They aren't unsure if they have the lead. They keep pressuring. And now on the inhibitor turret, CLG's base, they look to take this win very soon.
Maple's doing all of this poke without even Black Shield being the hunter.
Double if with the blunt surgery, you need to steal that up. So Maple has to poke someone else other than Double Lift if they want to get a real advantage for this siege.
Or stay at the top of
That too.
There are going to have to be some very heavy mechanics to take down for Counterlogic Gaming in these fights. They're able to hold the inhibitor without a turret in front of it. Last Wolf just looking for it. Pole bouncer gets himself in a great spot. Kick back, Snake is going to go down possibly. That's a lot of focus for the tank. And the rest of the team's taking the inhibitor. There's the Chaos Storm from Pole bouncer. CLG's trying to chase here. Taking damage.
ช่วยหนูด้วย
Headbutt initiation from Bullride. CLG needs to keep it going. Stop.
ช่วยเขาด้วย คิดว่าออกทางน้ำแข็งดีกว่าใช่หรอวะ ออกทางน้ำแข็งกับไอ้นั่นนะสื่อเลือดหน้ากากด้วยโอ้โหเพลินเนี่ย CLG โดนตบอีกแล้ว เอาวันที่2ไต้หวันแม่ง
Jungle earlier is what they want. Chaos Storm builds up. Flash Wolf.
Around Baron, and now he's sitting in the brush.
They get stake. Barely touches him. Banshee's Veil into Black Shield. Why would you even try? Pole bouncer's going to be the one hit. Taking all day to play around here. He says, come on, guys, let's go. Lightning's going to sort on go to the backside. They missed, but they still have Aphromoo to kill. Taking him down. Pole bouncer's next. Double's going to get hit with some rockets. The binding for Smithy is forced to be flashed forward with the buster shot backwards. Double lives for another second, but the distortion now to come in from Maple with the sigil will end him. There's the auto attack. That's 4 down. Smithy runs for the home stack. He's not going to be able to do it with the inhibitor.
That's the thing. Full takes Malphite is happy to face check a brush. And Zion goes right onto the flame chopper.
อยากเอาเป็นตีเลย
Still 20 seconds plus on the
ไม่ได้ใช้ยับดีกว่า
Looks like the inhibitor top open in their eyes. They're going to want that. I don't know if they want to chance this right now. Not very many minions coming in, but they have Baron in the bottom lane to work with now, so it's going to be nice for them. Going in, he's going to try to go for Sword Art. Chrono Break. Or not being one. Outside of a big fight. So true. Well,
ว้าจะยิงลีสิน ตายแล้วทีโมน้อยๆ สพติดความแรงว่ะเราจะไม่เอาเลือดเด็ดขาด ว่าเอาไว้นี่ดีกว่าหน้ากากมันเนี่ยซาดิสบอกว้าวโอ้โหสเต็กแม่งเล่นท็อปได้ดีจริงๆไอ้หัวเฮมิดิกเจอร์เนี่ยว้าวควันด้า2 เกมติดเลยอะเพนต้าว่ะเข้าที่1ได้ง่ายๆเลยนะเนี่ยเอาหน่อยขอพ่นควิกแฟนบุ๊กเข้าที่1ได้เลยนะเนี่ยใจกล้ามากใบมันสิวะเฟิร์สไทม์ทีโม่ครั้งแรกแฟดปุ๊บชนะอีกแล้ว
2K gold in the mid game, all the way to its implications for the tournament, which is that they now move to 3-2. They're in position to even come out of the group in first place if they beat KOO Tigers in their next matchup. Let alone they're safe to go against CLG in a tiebreak at least.
แฟดปุ๊บเอาไปกินอีกแล้ว
So a lot of implications here. Very important for Flash Wolves to have won this game. I want to get into, specifically how they did that because they were, like I said, 2K down at one point.
Yeah, they certainly were, but let's take it back to the very start of the game. The pick band
ต่อไป
Flash Wolves, I find just completely outclass CLG.
KOO Tigers กับแฟดปุ๊บอ่ะ
With Lee Sin and Alistair in the game, you need a primary engage that is not Alistair or Lee Sin.
ถ้าแฟดปุ๊บชนะอีกนี่เข้าที่1เลยนี่หว่า
Instead, they flex this echo, and sure, it
แต่
looks
คู่นี้เราทายKOO Tigers KOO Tigers จะเข้าไปที่1
absolutely nothing throughout the entirety of the game. And I find that with the Mel fight, because they picked Victor, there was just no time for them to split push because
and away.
the go button, Mel fight goes in, blows up the Victor. There is no way they can stand that.
Yeah, and I love the Mel fight.
Hey.
Just a tanky top laner. He can be down 40, 50 CS, and he's still going to do his job. And we saw exactly that happen. He was flashing a couple times, but he was still able to execute. All you need is 1, 2 people getting knocked at the middle. Still do it.
Even blowing Victor's flash at the next UI, and they're going to win.
So they go with, okay, let's take a lot of early drafts. We can build a dragon. So I thought CLG, alright, the dragon is ready to take over. And the flash will be pretty slow on utilizing the flash in the lane. Had a lot of
ให้ฆ่าฉัน
it wasn't very clean. But once we got to introduce Lodar into the mix, it just let's talk about it. It's 2K down, they start to when the time saw chunk after chunk, death after death. Even if they weren't getting killed, they were being forced back.
เพนต้า
It's the
ควันด้า
fact, even if they aren't killing the person, they're getting something blown. Afro, whose
Penta.
ultimate was blown
Penta.
right before this fight happened as well, getting caught by another, and then a binding onto Zion. Just
เมื่อ
overall,
กี้
this
ไป
fight
ใส่ท้ายผลแป๊บเดียวเอง
is just so crucial. And right here, and we're not the other one onto double lift here.
These things are homing missiles, and the black shields on top of it, you know, they really allow LeBlanc to get into the backline, deal damage, and Alistar just sits there with his hands down his pants because he can't do anything. I mean, there's a reason this guy's got a Legends Rising documentary.
Yeah, there certainly is, and this is why I said pre-game, if you're going to mention Afro, you have to mention Sword Art, because to me they're actually very similar players, and Sword Art seems to be able to play offensively and defensively. The flash initiation in their first really now this game is able to hit all of these fighters, feeling very well for now who's got a pentakill in their game. Sword Art has stepped up huge. We keep talking about Mason, we keep talking about Tasa. Their support player is a legit
Where Yank bottom lane was he was spotted. And the other one was Yank in the top lane outside of the other side of the wall. It's impossible for him. While Carson's first hit in the mid lane, instantly blows up blast.
ใส่ใจพวกนี้นะครับ
Right off that. And where it would have flash for flash, and then just on skill. But still, the effectiveness of this jungler is high.
Now, we still have some more time to talk about the Flash Wolves in their pregame. I do want to hit one more time on CLG as they are fighting for their tournament lives here when they go up against Pain. We've seen them lose 2 games today, rather tragic. What do they need to change about their games, their game plan, their play style, in order to be more successful in their 3rd game?
So they did what we were asking. Through this switch up in there, they got a different top lane, AP top this time, play a little bit different around the map. I think this time you just play ultra standard. You go like Bruiser top lane, get Nant sparked in a 1v1 when he is comfortable to carry and try to take him on.
I actually disagree. All these guys have had outstanding performances to warrant themselves carry. I think you just go let's play TSM strategy, pick AP COG and just sit there and wait for an hour-long game and just kind of win off that because I don't see how this team playing in this fashion is going to beat anybody. It's so tragic.
Alright, well, I think you go pick on my I think this will be for Link, who's always aggressive, and you send Xmithy on top and you pick on him that way with the standard.
Oh, it's going to take 4 games.
Well, they've got some time to figure it out for themselves what they feel is the best solution. Now we're going to take a quick break while we patch up some minions, but meet us back here in just a few minutes. KOO Tigers versus the Flash Wolves. Stay tuned.
พี่ตามานี่หว่าวันนี้ตัดสินผลกลุ่ม A เลยนะเนี่ย
League of Legends games. World Championship continuing now. Double jumps out, binding used. No, Zap actually hit. Eyes on Zion. Teleport here. Still gonna go in. They try to get Carson immediately. Still pretty tanky. He's gonna take a while to go down. Sword Art gonna go down with one more hit, but he just can't swing it. Oh, double it. Coming in. He gets the reset. He's not in.
Pentakill Fat Wolf แฟตฟูปเข้ารอบเป็นที่ 1แน่นอนน่าจะทายKOO Tigersโย เลยว่าโกรธมาก29แล้วนะครับ
Yes, sir.
เคยมีล้อพวกเนี้ยThis guy thing.
Somebody picks it up. That's a good edge. But one thing I will say is I do not think platforms are overly picked up now. We've already complimented them the most. We've complimented the team. They're actually
Congratulations! You made it out. They're guaranteed to go now.
They will have making some moves. They are going to get back goals now. We're going to keep themselves on top after that nice run of cross. Very strong game as well in these games.
โอ้ยังไม่แพ้เลยเว้ย จากเกมแรกก็ไม่แพ้อีกเลย
We're really going to get to see how much of a stylistic difference there was between these teams, or if it really was just that pick man difference. Because aside from this one loss the Coos had to Flash Wolves, they have looked like a completely dominant team in this group.
The thing I like about both teams coming in as well, it seems like they go into picks and bans with kind of a care of what the other team is doing, but they have what they want in mind and they execute it pretty much every time.
And I really love KOO's dynamic here because they often even save their last pick for support. Gorilla is one of the supports that plays so many different champions at the highest level that he can counterpick an entire team. Like they use support counterpicks, whereas almost all other teams are using solo counterpicks. First pick Darius does go over, but it's in the Lulu.
Because the first game the KOO played was so strange in the pick ban phase against CLG, and they were able to get Darius and Azir, I think there's a chance the KOO gets Darius, Azir, or solo laners in all 3 games today if they want it.
Very real chance. As of right now, though, gonna mouse over the Kalista here for Prey to match up versus Jinx.
เอาว่าแฟตบุ๊กชนะ3
Jinx plus Lulu combo. NL's been great for them.
เกมนี้ถ้าแฟตบุ๊กตบคูได้นี่แฟตบุ๊กเข้ารอบที่2ชัวร์ๆเลยนะไม่เข้ารอบที่1ชุด
Flash Wolves continues to pick so far.
เข้ารอบคู่กับไทคูไทเกอร์เตรียมกันเลยเอา CLG ออกไปเอาไว้เยอะนะ
See what they got.
The other thing is that I don't think KOO would want to early pick their mid laner quite yet. I mean, if Flash Wolves want to really save their next solo lane pick, then they can for a counter pick. As you already know, the cannon is flex, but Flash Wolves, the Lulu is really high probability of going to stake. That is not really a Maple champion. They'd much rather have him up there on the Lulu and top.
Especially we saw this Flash Wolves game earlier today where they had the potential for a Yasuo Gnar top lane matchup, which is heavily in favor of the Yasuo, and they said, nah, we're going to put a mid. Let's put Lulu against the...
Match the champion with the player.
Still one.
Which one of these goes together?
Yeah. Yasuo doesn't absorb as well as Stake would do, although Stake was doing a lot of absorb this on Malphite last game.
Oh, Thresh going over to Sword Art. That'll be great for him. He can start getting some hooks out, create more plays for the team. Pivotal on Morgana, as we heard from the analyst desk, and just saw in the game against Counterlogic Gaming. Carson looks like he may head towards Lee this game.
Yeah, I am always a pretty big fan of the Lee Sin plus Thresh combo just because that jungler support duo brings so much versatility to the early game. It's almost trivial to get early vision with those two because they are so safe and they could create so many plays just on their own.
สุดจะเล่นเยอะไปแล้ว
KOO looking to round out the composition here. They're going to throw into the mid lane.
กี่เกมแล้วเนี่ย
Is it Cannon?
โอ้โห
Is it another mid laner?
Well, they still have the Kalista pick up here, so you can always throw the hamster in.
Yeah, the Kalista Cannon combo huge. And it would be a lot of AoE initiation that they could go for. Support Cannon, though, does go down very quickly.
Definitely a lot of thought being put in here from KOO. Don't see why they wouldn't go with the Kalista, but is that going to be a Diana mid lane? The teleport play is coming in from Curl on that.
Would be a heavily melee team.
นี่คนเดียวนี้ฆ่าไปร้อยยังวะ
Good at kiting when they did so. This
40
would give him a little bit more distance.
73
Struggled so heavily on his ear during the LCK regular season and playoffs.
85
Put in a lot of time on it. Even
97
though Azir has seen some pretty hefty nerfs since then, and it looks like it's safely in his champion pool.
Yeah, good call there. A lot of Sivir, Ashe, Corki during the season. Has brought out Ashe and Jinx so far, but Prey now.
นี่ของเมื่อคืน
Yeah, you definitely do want to commend Kuro for the amount of work that he puts in. He was criticized also heavily at IEM for his Yasuo, put in a lot of work on the Yasuo and was able to improve as well. So improvement on the Azir, been able to, it's actually been a big surprise at this tournament as far as the 3 Korean mid laners coming in. I thought that he would be the least scary of the 3, but has surpassed Nagne in my eyes.
Right, with your mid and AD can open up those champion pools. Definitely gives you a lot more versatility in the team overall. Kurl's able to do that. Doesn't look like we're going to get any sort of composition or Kurl gets another early blue. That did happen when these teams faced off before. KOO had something in mind very, very early in the game. Now LeBlanc back over for Maple.
Yeah, we'll see how well Maple can do. See if we can have a repeat performance on that LeBlanc. But speaking of Nagne, we did see him get solo killed by LeBlanc on Azir from Bjergsen.
Yeah, I really like Maple's LeBlanc in the last game.
Maple
They're getting a
มา
lot
แล้ว
of
อ่ะ
the picks they've already won
ไอ้
on
แนวเล่นจริง
today.
กำลังเข้ามือเลยนะ
However,
นะ
just as far as having synergy, this comp doesn't have as much as Flash Wolf's previous team composition.
Also, it's dangerous for LeBlanc. Smeb can hook him right back in once he goes in for the distortion that you're talking about. When he goes for that poke, they don't have the black shield this time to rely on for later game LeBlanc poke, and he's going to have to pick his target carefully if he goes in.
Really nice work by Flash Wolves to keep that Lulu out of the game in a ban last time. Take it for themselves this time, really allowing Maple's LeBlanc to be effective in getting people down, assassinating them out of the game.
Yeah, and big credit to KOO's pick and ban draft phase after their one slip up against Flash Wolves earlier on in the group stage. Also, because of their drafts, their early games have been able to be quite strong. It's something that wasn't expected to be strong for KOO Tigers coming in, but they've been a dominant early game team in this group.
Yes, they have. Well, all right, hit us up on Twitter with who you think will be victorious. Send hashtag KOO win or hashtag FW win to @LOLesports. We'll update the poll once we are into the game. The crowd continuously ready. Give some players your energy. They're definitely going to need it here in these long days. And now we got KOO versus Flash Wolves for Game 5 of the day.
The energy of a 5-minute long wave during the early game.
It's so good. It's so good.
It's so good.
All right, we're going to be on to the Rift for...
Kenny was banned so much against KOO Tigers, and Gorilla is one of the early adopters of this support pick.
I love it.
In lane versus Thresh, he does have to be careful about getting hooked, but if he's able to sidestep it, Kenny can deal a decent amount of poke.
Always harassing from the brush, doing what he can, tagging all the shots that Prey's hitting. Really nice matchup they have.
Can he hit his first shuriken? Oh, not quite, but he got the auto for gold.
It's a good angle. It was a good angle he played.
Missed the shuriken though. It's done for.
Need extra range. The extendo shuriken coming soon.
I think we're actually going to see pretty early on in this game whether or not Flash Wolves is on the same level as KOO, because aside from that one game against Flash Wolves, KOO has been blowing people away in the early game, and already in their first 2 games today, the Darius and Azir have been just so dominant for them in the laning phase.
This will be a really good litmus test because it looks like standard lanes with exactly mirrored starts for both teams.
And now Sword Art have been very aggressive in their lanes. It'll be a great 2v2 to watch on that bot side. See how quick Hojin and Karsa actually try to make some moves down there. Gonna be harder to gank these mid laners this time. I'm still sure we will see that synergy from Karsa and Maple coming out quite soon. Again, barrier for Maple's opponent, so Kuro's going to be safe on any of those quick engages.
Yeah, look what Kuro did there. He stands just off to the side so that the distortion doesn't deal damage to all of the ranged minions, but he's close enough so that Maple still gets aggro from the ranged minions. And that's how he's able to trade effectively there with the LeBlanc in the level 1. They exchange about the same amount of health, but most of the damage from Kuro's side was from ranged minions.
And I'd have to say this is the most mirrored we have been at Worlds so far. Both
basically a lane
bottom
swap.
lanes
all the time.
took a jungle
Keep track of this jungle race here. They're working way there.
Both jungle top laners double juggled with their top laner. And that hook goes way wide.
Whoa! All right, Gorilla definitely not wanting to take all that damage.
Yep, that's that poke. Does land on Kennen. Very swishy, no sustain. Yeah, he's out ahead. He's out in front.
Sword Art nicely playing the aggression in the bot lane, throwing out hooks to cause these missed positions from KOO Tigers so far. Back and forth again in the mid. Kuro trying to go hard on Maple. Both of these guys almost out of consumables already. 1 biscuit up for Kuro. Level 3 as well. Hojin taking his red. He'll be tied up here pretty much with Karsa after. He may be able to make something happen bottom. That's a good push up here by Sword Art now. They are not giving up on this aggression. Hook down. Hojin making a move.
Yeah, risky sidestep there by Gorilla into the minion wave, into the Jinx. Steps forward to try and dodge that hook.
Stepping forward is often the highest percentage dodge you'll have on a hook.
and it's also the most likely for you to die. When you touch in that position.
If the Thresh guesses right there,
Yeah.
he's dead. Or he burns Flash at least.
We'll see if it's a trial and error for Sword Art. He should be start hitting him soon if it happens every time. It's like Smeb's gonna get early back here. Get himself back to lane. Stake slowly clearing this out. He knows he does not have to push, keeping himself safe right next to his turret. Beautiful farming spot. Movement from Karsa now up. Looks like he's getting scuttle control for the team. Back and forth. Down and camps a bit to Hojin.
You could see just from that last juke though, Gorilla's totally winning the mind game with Sword Art. That time Sword Art predicted the juke forward and missed by probably like 5 full Teemos on that one because Gorilla was way far back on the juke. Really
I love the next level mind games. The little poker games that are in the lane phase.
Yep.
Meanwhile, though, Karsa is the one this time getting a little bit behind. He was also just revealed by that ghost from Callista, so they know he just handed off the blue buff. Also,
Right.
Maple shows up with blue buff. Wonder where he got that.
Wonder where he got it. First time around, there's going to be the Lantern in. Flay back as well. And the Gorilla, the hook. Had the flash. Nicely placed by Gorilla. He was waiting for the last second. Play by both sides, but they do get that flash and a heal out of Prey.
Even Summoner trade actually, if we're just talking
you're right,
about
you're right.
numbers, because the Ignite is still on Gorilla, but both Summoners were burned from Sword Art. I like the idea of that gank. Gorilla did end up having to reaction flash it after he realized Sword Art was going to hit true with that death sentence. Still not that bad for KOO though, because they didn't suffer any kind of.
Yeah,
That
not
broke
only
a lot
were
of
summoners
good,
blown
good.
down bottom, but also both top laners have used their teleports to get back to lane. So both of them do not have the ability to join if there is a repeat jungle gank down bottom. Definitely going to depend as well on the mid lane. Can LeBlanc gain advantage here with this blue buff that Maple's been given? If he can gain control of the minions and shove Azir in, he can get a quick step there on a roam. Try and make an impact.
Two great wards placed. One by Raptor, one over by Krugs right now by Hojin. He is just ready to take top lane. Stake in a bad spot, but Whimsy. Whimsy always going to get you into a nice one. Looks like he's off. Smeb couldn't show aggression. It just would have shown too much.
Poor tunnel choice there. He didn't actually need to tunnel towards Stake. He had the angle for the jungle. He just had to. He could have easily forced a flash, but he decides to tunnel and has a really awful gank despite having good deep ward coverage.
Rule of thumb: if you can walk there, don't use your gap closer.
It's very good. Everybody keep that in mind. KOO farming up 38 to 52, definitely behind on Maple here. Remember, Maple had that blue buff though, so he's been able to continuously spam, keep KOO on his heels. Level 6 for both mid lanes here. A nice check by Gorilla as well. Gets himself out with a surge.
I actually really love this, 6 to 7 minute period. It's so tense because the supports are venturing out into the fog of war for the first time, trying to get the first line of vision down, and it's extremely dangerous considering that Gorilla already had to blow his flash. So good shuriken right there, able to avoid any disastrous early game roams.
Oh, Smeb actually getting a little bit deep because of the deep vision they have. Why is Karsa going aggressive? This seems ill-advised.
Not sure. Level 65. Karsa's not going to live through this. Yes, he does, but he needs the wild growth. Maybe they thought the bait would be faster, but KOO was moving steps ahead.
Panic right there.
Yeah.
Didn't quite trust Stake, and he got the Lulu ult plus flashed out at the same time, so they don't even get a summoner advantage for that. Yes, though, the summoner burned is on Darius, who doesn't have any dashes, so he is a vulnerable target up in the top side. KOO are going to need to get him more vision if he wants to play up.
Maple also lost Ignite when he was trying to kill Darius, which has a huge power impact in the mid lane where he was starting to build an edge on KOO. There's no way Maple's going to be able to solo kill KOO without Ignite against a barrier or Azir. This just kind of empowers KOO to play more aggressively in lane.
Plus, also does reduce the effectiveness of his early roam, even if he could try and gain control. So KOO actually comes out very far ahead in the early exchange in the amount of vision they've been able to control the map. Dual pink wards around mid lane for KOO. He is set up for success here.
They're just going to be shoving up that mid lane so much. Not only the dual pink wards, the heavy 4 wards within the jungle territory of Flash Wolves. All controls in the favor of KOO.
They have Lee Sin. Flash Wolves have Lee Sin, and there's literally only one ward on the map right now, and it's a pink ward.
These matched up lanes did not give Sword Art and Karsa a chance to get themselves on a roam. As we were talking, Thresh and Lee in and out of a jungle if they need to be, but no wards have been placed past that river. We already saw KOO and Hojin fighting for the pinks down bottom, so Flash Wolves know it's dangerous to start crossing that river right now.
Yeah, even though the gold is even, KOO is dominating in the pressure game.
Yeah.
They're, with this vision, they're empowered to go and push down turrets. However, if they don't actually kill turrets, it's a huge opportunity cost with all the time they spend getting vision, placing wards, if somehow Flash Wolves can repel these pushes when they have real poor ways of tracking Hojin.
Bits of damage here and there as NL's taking some hits to the face. Also to his turret. Looks like this next wave might just get right pushed in. That Rek'Sai call could be for Dragon very, very soon since bottom has backed for Flash Wolves. Hojin looks for a bit more deep vision here.
I do have to point out that even though this is a very uncommon game to see at Worlds like this, as KOO is taking the turret while Flash Wolves is lane swapping, this is the way both teams are used to playing. They're very comfortable in this playstyle. Low lane swap, potentially fight over dragons. Stake though.
That's the last bit of his mana. He does not have any more whimsy to get out. Karsa coming in. Smeb may still keep going. He's going to go down for a kill. Waller gets kicked towards Stake.
Got no cooldown.
He does not have any cooldowns. You are correct. Hold my breath for a second, but they're good to go.
Trust fall of League of Legends. Kicks the Darius right next to him. He's like, you sure he doesn't have flash, right? Okay, I'm going to kick him right next to you, right onto the Flame Choppers.
Oh, man.
NL says, yes, I will have the Flame Choppers ready. They get the first blood for Flash Wolves.
Yep.
Stake is in huge danger of being dove under this turret, though. They don't have control under their own jungle, and Rek'Sai could flank around. They are behind in this turret-taking game.
They have that pink ward coverage already on blue, starting to deny that. Not going to super hurt Maple if he can get those kills in, but it does not help, that's for sure. Flash Wolves answer to the top side. They don't really know that many members are in the bot now. Maybe it's coming into their mind since nobody's in the lanes. They're not going to be entering their own jungle. Karsa trying his hand at it. Does clear the pink, so nicely done. Flash Wolves got, or rather KOO must have got what they wanted. They're out. It was just blue.
Yep, all this deep vision for KOO that they've been keeping up for the last 5 minutes, though, is going to pay off. They're going to be able to get this dragon. Know that Flash Wolves are not even going to come over to contest, so even tower trades, yet they get the first dragon.
With the first dragon going over to KOO, I also kind of have to commend Flash Wolves for changing their tendencies from the regular season heading towards the World Championship. Normally the LMS teams as well as Flash Wolves are almost always contesting the dragon, even really early on in the game.
Yeah,
But time and time again, these Flash Wolves guys who almost never ganked for Stake during the regular season are sending 2 and 3 people to the top lane, and even lane swapping up there to take early turrets and foregoing early dragons. Their average first dragon is at 18 minutes. That's nothing like it was at in the LMS.
Yeah, I'm actually curious to see what KOO are going to do right now, because right now NL is actually in a fairly poor buy there for Jinx. And kind of the Avarice Blade, Avarice Blade Zerker Greaves pickaxe. He's not going to do a whole lot of fighting, just wants to farm. Try and make use of the extra gold that he can get from Avarice Blade, and then move around and swap lanes and just try and pick up minions until he gets his BF.
Quite dangerous.
Playing with fire here with Smith.
I mean, this whole game, Flash Wolves has actually been playing on their back foot, but they're doing it very well, which has led to a goal lead -1 dragon. To fight against all the deep vision they've had to deal with, and also have to go heads up against a Kennen Kalista lane, it's tough.
Well, we've seen Flash Wolves' ability to rematch against a team that's beat them before, Hong Kong Esports, namely. That's how they got themselves here. We'll see if they can do it against KOO Tigers and get a victory out of this win, or this game, I should say. 3 to the bottom, as we say. Continuously rotating top, rotating bottom, spreading the pressure out. Quick shift to the sands here by KOO. No summoners needed to get out of that.
Yeah, great trade there for Maple once again, and that means Flash Wolves not only do they have this bottom lane pushing, but also more damage on mid lane. Going to draw Gorilla out as well. Flash Wolves going to press in the entire outer ring here for KOO under attack.
Flash Wolves playing this quick mid-game lane swap actually quite well. Standard lanes for the first 9 minutes, and now they're lane swapping around and have been able to kind of get themselves out of the losing lanes they were trapped in. If they would have stayed in the normal lane phase, it felt like KOO was going to use the jungle pressure and take 2 or 3 turrets. But now the Flash Wolves has been able to swap, they're really staying in this game. based on how dominant KOO has been looking in this group, this is looking more and more like the game that Flash Wolves actually defeated KOO in. It's crazy how they're doing well in this matchup.
Yeah, at this stage in the game, the gold values are so close that what really matters are the back timers and the purchases that you're able to get off before the fight. What the good teams will do is try and keep you in lane long enough that you don't have a chance to spend your gold. So even though both teams at the top of the scoreboard say even, if you can keep them from actually getting back and completing the item before you fight and then forcing that fight, that's how you gain an early advantage in these mid-game fights.
Board wars right now, gentlemen. That looks like where the advantage might come from. Cleared finally on the bottom side, but both teams very wary of taking fights now. Level 11s are coming up as well, which will be big for the mid laners.
Yeah, and so much of KOO Tigers' bread and butter is team fights in the mid and late game, and they are still setting up very well to do that. The gold is close, they have the dragon advantage, so Flash Wolves will be consistently sucked in towards them, and Maple doesn't have the black shield to freely poke here. KOO is still in a very comfortable position in this match.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they do have a lot of the momentum here. Flash Wolves, they want to let Jinx farm up till she has her own crit that State can then buff him up with Lulu. Ooh, big chunk there from Maple, but he takes just as much.
Yeah. Eyes on. KOO definitely has the mechanics to make those plays work. Gorilla able to get out. There's a Fate's Call there if anything too crazy happened.
All good.
But get out safely. Be able to make their way down, clean up some more resources, and get back to fighting. As you're saying, chat, a slow early game for KOO. Getting them going into the mid-game fights. Nothing too bad has gone off. Smep went a little hard in the top lane, but we know Darius can just come back and start cutting people down.
Yeah, very subdued game, partially due to the standard lanes and partially due to when there are standard lanes, these teams pretty much only wanting to fight over Dragon. Because Flash Wolves decided to opt out of the losing lanes in order to trade a Dragon, we have this sustained period of very low bloodiness. I think it will change though around the time of this second Dragon spawning. Flash Wolves is looking a little hungry.
Yeah, we may see some early upgrades on the sweepers as well for Flash Wolves if they want to start clearing out all this deep vision. Pink wards go down for them.
They're not going to have time to go over and get that blue before this dragon happens. Well, it may. It's going to be a minute fight though. Slicing Maelstrom goes down, obliterates the HP bars of Flash Wolves. Stake looks like he could be going down, and he is rended out of that fight. Bray coming up with a kill after he's got the flash in to get it along with Gorilla. They're going to back up, set up for Dragon.
The beauty of that Kennen plus Kalista combo, Gorilla can just charge straight in, and he has the confidence that even though he's support and hasn't been able to build his Zonias, you've got the Fate's Call to draw you right back out if you get into trouble. Enough to lock down Stake, and they find one kill there for the Kalista.
A lot of people, when they think about that combo in their head, think, oh yeah, Kalista could throw the cannon in. But this is actually the ideal way to do it because it's like a free Zonias. Gets the stun out as it chains with the knocker from Hojin, and this is KOO's comfort zone, finding the right team fights. If Smith wasn't locked up on that Flame Chopper, this would have been a much more snowballed fight. Kind of miraculous that Flash Wolves only suffered one casualty despite the very clean initiation there from the KOO Tigers.
Yeah, Dragon's up. Dark Passage is only wide enough for one.
It's not a magical journey at all, whatsoever. Good point though on the Kalista, throwing the Kennen in. Also, you're going to get Kennen at his attack range, which almost leaves you at the end of Slicing Maelstrom. Not exactly where he wants to be, rushing into the fight.
Looks like KOO stuck around a little bit after that fight, so Flash Wolves has to start on the Dragon. They're going to get it.
Yes. Burn that down nice and fast. KOO actually making sure they got their own blue this time. Rotated all the way up to the top after that. Figured they'd stay. They had the ward, so they left it and lost it.
And honestly, securing 6% for themselves at this stage is decent for them. They don't have to worry about venturing out if they happen to lose vision control for the next Dragon. Right. They don't have to take the risky follow-up fights now. They've got the important first buff.
They got their 18-minute track.
Yeah,
it's on time.
I mean, it's
right on average.
Right on average.
There's no way, or there shouldn't be a way where you can steal away a Dragon from the Kalista team.
That's true.
If KOO got vision, you know, it's so hard to get through there, not to mention Azir.
Especially you give these guys a few more levels, another Dragon. It's going to be even harder. Kuro getting his item set up. Nashor's Tooth finish for him. Easily able to clear these waves out, as well as absorbing pretty much every blue buff on the map. Doesn't suck for him. Smap pushing the top lane right now, 149 to 111. in that lane. Snake has definitely been trying to roam a little bit more with the swaps back and forth. CS in favor right now.
The pressure in this game has also been so heavily in favor of KOO, and finally they're starting to reap some rewards. It's kind of incredible how much they're also dumping down into the vision game. Double Sightstone, double upgraded warding trinkets, so pretty much every single person on this team, aside from Prey, can reach their ward cap just from their items without buying additional wards.
Oh, Sundisk to boot as well if KOO wants to set up a base halfway through on any of the turret spots down by Flash Wolves. It's going to be harder for them to start taking these fights. Sword Art not able to hit the bindings this game. Maple, not as much in and out from him. We see him get chunked down immediately. They have to consider their fights a lot more than what we saw from Flash Wolves versus Counter Logic Gaming. Already face checks from Sword Art here. Cannot get a third proc of the Storm to stun him. Hooking back and forth. There, got him. Testing the waters.
He wanted to prove that he had the aim.
Yes. I don't think Flash Wolves are going to get too frisky too quickly. If there's a big play, it'll probably be, you know, just Maple trying to chunk somebody out from Fog of War. But really, they've built even around this Lulu, top lane Lulu starting Rod of Ages. Stake knows his game plan isn't to be a big playmaker early in the game. He's trying to time there. Once Jinx does have at least one other item to go with her Infinity Edge to have that fully stacked Rod of Ages. 5 more minutes for him to go, and he will be peaking as well.
And also, Flash Wolves is, because of the LeBlanc and the Thresh and Lee mainly a pick composition, whereas KOO is much stronger at team fighting. I want to see some upgraded sweepers out of Flash Wolves early on here. They haven't upgraded any of their sweepers, and in order to actually get kills, they have to be able to clear out some of these wards, which KOO is so heavily investing in.
Pretty low on money on their side. As you said, the sweepers are there, as well as the orb for NL to keep vision. They have put a lot of wards towards the top side of that red, but they're also being littered with KOO, so they have the same vision. Need to make sure those sweepers have a longer timer, as you were saying. They have the money to upgrade. Just haven't been able to go back yet. Trying to move up in the mid lane, clear what they can here, and try and get a positional advantage. Doesn't look like KOO is really respecting that. Gorilla just walking up, figuring out where everybody is.
Yeah, honestly, for Flash Wolves right now, I would recommend splitting their solo lanes and then having Thresh be there just for the lantern out. You can try and quickly push down a turret, but as soon as there's any danger towards Jinx, he needs to take a lantern out immediately. Whereas Maple can fend for himself. They get the ultimate.
Whoa! No!
Wow.
What you want to do with your cannon? Gorilla gets thrown into the fire and cooked up immediately.
That's exactly what we were talking about. It's much better if Gorilla gets himself in because he needs to be able to get pulled to safety. Flash will capitalize off a mistake.
He is the guy that pulled the trigger.
They find their pick, and they get another pick here.
Oh,
เป็ดปุ๊บเอาใหญ่แล้ว
Smeb misses the cue as he comes in.
พอมันชนะมารัวๆ
And
ไป
it's
ใจ
going to
มัน
punish
หา
so
เว้ย
heavily because they have the Jinx in their comp. After they get these picks with the LeBlanc, they can annihilate the turrets right down mid lane here. NL gets one, and they're working for 2.
It's exactly what they needed. KOO to get a little bit too comfortable with their engages. Not enough vision was on the bottom side. They start to take that, but Flash Wolves actually can't get the turret. They grab those kills.
There's that play. We said if there's going to be a big play, Maple on the bottom side in the Fog of War. Gorilla with a risky, very risky reactivation of the ultimate there. Goes back in and pays the price.
Man, and
it's whoopsie.
It's so crazy as well. Up until this point in this game, KOO has placed 92 wards to Flash Wolves only placing 73 wards. Yet, they haven't been able to get any advantages out of that vision. They're really seemingly playing defense with high pressure. Maple just blows him up, gets the ignite early. Prey thought he could save with heal, but ends up losing his heal and dying too. And then just amazing reaction to flash that extra too.
Yeah, there were no wards behind him to tell him he was there. May had a glimpse, but flashed the Decimate as soon as it went off. It was pre-charged by Smeb. Maple's got to be feeling good here, and he's actually going to use that for the extra long chain damage, but he gets himself out. He didn't have enough vision forward to keep it going. And Maple now could start to make some plays for the team. Being a little bit fearless is definitely what they need with how KOO played the early game very safely. Sword Art, now you can see the pink wards being pushed up, but they still have a few lingering behind them, giving KOO all the information they need.
Death Sentence does go wide, and they still call in the Rexac.
Yeah, Dragon coming up
Make
in
it here.
15 seconds. This could be a very bloody fight. There are pink wards that are controlling this a little bit for Flash Wolves, but they really need to get some poke down from Maple if they want to start this fight. KOO not going into the area and not controlled by vision, instead sets up a turret. and it's going from here.
Great move here from KOO. They zone out Flash Wolves in their own jungle using Azir and get a decent amount of tower damage for it.
That's perfect for Kuro. He can just push everybody back into the channel. KOO is positioning so nicely as they set up turrets and start to move themselves back and forth through these lanes. You can see how spread out Flash Wolves is. One at the bottom, Carson and Staker here. And now is up towards the top side. A fight, if there were to happen, it could easily be picked off. KOO, knowing the dragon is a possibility, don't want to use too much or get too into the fray just yet. They're going to go right for it.
Yeah, let's watch this engage here because KOO's ability to throw Kennen in does really mess with your estimate of the zone control.
Maple doesn't distort in. Gorilla gets moved in rather to the side. It looks like he's going to be safely placed. I think they just walk out of the bottom of this one. There's the Emperor's Divide. Whoa! Kuro actually went in with that one. Gets taken out immediately by NL. And they're going to keep chasing on this one. Possibly a zap over the wall. They have Hojin. Hojin goes down as he's two separated from the team. Dodges one. That's going to be Maple's pickup with Ethereal Chain. And they are on the board.
Flash Wolves may not only just be on the board, but they could be taking control of the game here. 2,000 gold up, long recall timers for KOO. They all run back to base because the fear of a dive is too great. They're going to lose at least this turret for that.
Maple still hovering the top side. They're looking for more than just this. Like the way Flash Wolves play when they start to have a bit of a lead, that fearless mentality, and they push through. Not getting the dragon, but the kills that they wanted after.
Yeah, the Emperor's Sacrifice isn't even enough there. Hojin went down as well, so 2 kills plus that turret. Yes, they were also able to get that dragon there.
Yeah, really timely kick there by Karsa, completely nullifying the initiation. And I also have to say, Flash Wolves is just a completely different team when Maple is on the block. Sword Art's been playmaking on skill shot champions today, and maybe Flash Wolves ends up going 3-0 and getting first place in the group. That's the possibility if they win this game.
Gotta change his name, like Bind Art or Hook Art now. Either or. I don't know, Sword Art. It works for him, but he's just hitting everything now.
And Karsa's disengaged here, Lee Sin, all day today. He's had great kickbacks, and he's been able to find the insect maneuvers for initiation as well. Sword Art goes really deep for vision,
Sword Art! Hojin finds what they want, got the pop-up. Oh, a great dive-in, stopping the Thundering Shuriken to keep him alive. Do they actually want the fight, though? They have no support here, and they're going to take it in the jungle. Curl to the backside there. Can he be alright? Karsa kicked him in. That's the kick you were talking about, Kobe. They get it once again. And now gets excited. Takes half a Gorilla's health. Maple goes in. Can he pull himself out? He does. And the Ignite to boot.
A clean ace from Flash Wolves. Well, Maple killed Prey before the fight began. Flash Wolves take full control of this game.
They did lose Karsa, rest in peace, but they'll gain the Baron for his efforts.
Rest in many pieces, the kicks coming in. The audacity for NL to be on the front line there and meet Karsa in that fight in a channeled jungle. Absolutely ridiculous. Flash Wolves have just putting their foot down the past 5 minutes in this game.
Looking to punch their ticket to quarters. All right, Sword Art, face checks here, but so many shields.
We need to see Prey get evaporated. He gets 2 hits from the Jinx. That's the big thing. He was too close to the wall, so it makes the assassination easy.
And look at NL on the front lines there. Even though he gets hooked in by Smeb, the rest of the team commits.
Causing Kuro to flash. Karsa goes down valiantly.
Got
that crit and the slow there.
Cooney's chain.
Ooh.
We had night.
He hasn't hit a lot of the chains, but he's still getting the kills.
It's true, and he's about to finish a loot exactly. He's so far ahead of the curve once again in this game.
Oh, word. My lord. Oh, good lord. That's exactly the kind of thing you cannot have happen. And it's not even going to be Azanya's coming out for Gorilla right now. It looks like he's actually going for a Rylai's. So this is going to continuously happen here.
Flash Wolves now 8,000 gold up. 27 minutes in the game. Everyone was thinking it was going to come down to this tiebreaker between Flash Wolves and CLG, and this potential repeat kaboom of Pain beating CLG. Flash Wolves isn't even going to let that happen if they can close this one out. They're going to take first and basically end this group.
Maple and Prey gets hit already. Double Bus not going to do too much for him getting back into this one. A huge crit rocket coming in. Slicing Maelstrom cannot get to the targets. They are able to get 2. A little too far forward for NL and Karsa. That worked out nicely for KOO, actually. Nicely played after taking good hits.
8,000 gold lead now, though, for Flash Wolves. They just cleaned up the entire map. So dangerous for anyone on KOO to venture out into the fog of war. They only have defensive vision now, and anybody who runs into Maple is dead.
And one of the reasons Maple has been so dominant is if we look at the items, there's no Aegis and pretty much no magic from anyone on KOO right now. But nice crit rocket right at the start of that one. Sword Art stops the counter initiation, but at the same time, the cannon ultimate from Gorilla was a very strong zoning ultimate right there, and they weren't susceptible to flanks. That is kind of a preview of how if KOO can fight them straight up without having their 80 carry pop at the start of the fight, how they can still win.
6-0-3 Maple from the mid lane. Picking up the team, putting him on his shoulders with a little bit of help with Sword Art's grabs here.
Honestly, NL as well, coming in off the bench. She's just completely turned this team around.
That's a big thing. You're in somebody's shoes that was failing, that was not doing well. So there's even more pressure on you. Doesn't seem to phase him. Doesn't seem to phase Maple either. Takes down Prey, and he's starting to have nightmares.
It's not like he's not building defensive. He's got an Abyssal Scepter and a Giant Spell. Maple's just way too fed right now with Death Cap, Looters, Morale, and Omicron.
Absolutely crazy. Karsa coming in, looking to see if he can clear some wards here. The rest of the team as well. NL, so on the front line. It might be the demise of these guys, but he does have stake, he does have the Lulu ultimate, and they are playing every advantage that they have right now to the max in the face of KOO Tigers right to the fountain as they take down the first inhib of the game.
All right, now they can also swing over to Dragon as well. They can wait for that minion line to build up before they try and pressure in on either of the mid or bottom inhibitor turrets. Dragon is Flash Wolves for the taking.
Yeah. It seems like it really was true about just the one dragon they wanted earlier. Allowing the first one to go away. We're happy with the first one. They've utilized that perfectly. Tried to catch a fight off the second one KOO took. They got the kills that they wanted. Just slowly playing this one out methodically.
They don't even want it. They're going to keep up the pressure here. Wait for another wave, and top lane will be in towards the Nexus turret.
Yeah. That 1,000 gold Baron power play, though, is actually an indicator. Baron itself gives you 1,525 gold. So KOO's actually made up gold since that Baron was given away. Obviously, inhibitors don't give gold. Inhibitor defending turrets give very little gold.
Oh, teleport behind him.
Yep. That's Darius well behind him. Fight on two fronts.
See if NL can get himself to a safe spot. Great box by Sword Art. The hook onto Smeb. Smeb doesn't look like he's going to be able to do too much here. Possibly the kill to Sword Art. He goes down immediately. Prey still down in this one from previously. And it looks like they are actually, Prey went down. We saw him heal after that damage from Maple. But it is just so chaotic right now for KOO. Running for the hills. Looking for solace on the fountain. And they can't even find it between their Nexus turrets. Maple comes up with another assassination onto Gorilla. And it looks like they may be able to close out the last inhibitor here.
When the block is killing you by pressing Q twice, or effectively Q and then R, it's really hard to win the game.
12 out of 15 kills Maple's been a part of right now. Everywhere, omnipresent on the map. With the help of the rest of the team, they are just running over the KOO Tigers.
Yeah, 2 inhibitors down.
Look at those.
It's safe to say this was rather unexpected.
Minion waves pouring in. Yeah, absolutely. Definitely have to remember the Flash Wolves play very well with momentum and can change up their game from those picks, from those pokes.
Yep, picks and bans as well. Flash Wolves has been very strong with that phase against KOO. We were wondering whether they'd have enough synergy in this team comp, and if they didn't snowball ahead, really LeBlanc wouldn't be able to do these things. But he W to flashes and then mimics his sigil of malice. And it just completely finishes off Gorilla. I do have to speak though to the Darius. Smeb had so much success in his first 2 games, but this time he's up against a Lulu and a Thresh, and even a Lee Sin, who are really peeling him tremendously well. And then since Maple is assassinating Prey so easily on the backside, KOO just doesn't have a viable team fight.
Maple picking on this bottom lane of KOO Tigers so heavily.
Yeah.
4 deaths apiece, finding the targets without the magic resist.
Yeah, and he just built a Void Staff straight up. He had 2,500 gold.
Got them coupons, man. Doing well, things just fall into your pocket.
That was really clever.
15 to 5. Easy to count.
See if he gets a 2 for 1 here.
Yeah, 33 minutes in, he may as well. I'm sure Prey and Gorilla would take just about the same amount of damage at this point. Just a bit of HP stands between them. So Gorilla will live a few seconds longer in that instance. 56,000 to 48 and a half right now as Flash Wolves continue to control this game.
Yeah, pretty easy for them to just sit out by Baron and let the dual super minion lines march in and take down Nexus turrets. KOO already coming out to try and defend. They can't stay here very long though. They have to make a move, and Maple actually does it.
Over 90% of his HP. Slicing Maelstrom only going off over the KOO Tigers. A huge ultimate that's really needed to control the fight for Prey to get where he needs, for Hojin to do what he needs. And Flash Wolves just avoided a big fight.
Even with that avoidance, there's still super minions on KOO's base. Kennen can't defend that. They're going to lose Nexus turrets as well.
We've seen Dyrus try this before. It doesn't work. Cannot take out the minions fast enough. Maple around, his mirror image goes down. KOO using a bit of the attacks to get everything they can out of their jungle right now. It's getting tight for them.
They just want to keep him out here on the Baron pit, and there goes one Nexus turret.
Yeah, everyone must retreat and give the Baron for free to Flash Wolves. As soon as they see an extra defender down there, I think they're just going to start the Baron.
And this is when the game really starts to feel bad. When you know you can't do anything because minions are crashing into your base. You have to call too many members back.
Play here
it gives another fight to Flash Wolves. Right to Prey in the back line. No chance that he can live throughout this fight. Curl's going next. They are able to take down NL, but the damage is still there. Maple gets hit by the Noxian Guillotine. Actually pulled in. Can he put out more damage? Stake versus Hojin, and it's still Gorilla in the base trying to stop the super minions. Hojin looks to get out of this one, but the Baron has been stopped.
KOO had a really good team fight right there, and he keeps them alive. Gorilla, you can do it. I believe in you.
The farm trial of his life right now. Turret slowly healing up. Luckily, another 4 seconds, he'll get another minion wave. The super minions try to come in.
Counts.
Hojin, he doesn't have much time before Prey comes back up and he can get out here. No home guards though, so I guess it gives him a bit more relaxing.
So they did buy themselves some time, but Flash Wolves can just return right back to that Baron. All right, let's watch KOO as he comes in.
Yeah, also Smeb gets his Noxian Might by ulting as well as his Sterix Gauge pop right at the beginning, so he gets really massive at the start of that fight. Also really key that KOO could shut down the resetting of the Jinx, and then he procs a heal right
Maple
after
walks
ulting.
into the edge.
Shield up.
NL also wasted his flash there, flashing into the Baron pit, because if he did that, even if he dodged the next attack, Baron would have finished him off.
What a way for the group to turn out so far. Flash Wolves coming out so strong.
Whoa! He flashed! Collateral damage there, Gorilla goes down to explosion.
That's a third or fourth time Maple's poked someone low and NL's been able to finish him off with the Super Mega Death Rocket. Flash Wolves.
He's got his Rylai's finished. Slow people down now. Stop the minions from rushing into the base fast.
Nobody's going to slow down Maple.
It needs Azania's coming into this one. Rylai's absolutely works, but for a LeBlanc, continuously going after you. Unfortunate. Went with the build 19 to 9 right now. Flash Wolves know the power they have in the game right now. They're going to flex those muscles and get themselves into the base. Right around the horn to each inhibitor to allow the minions to keep pouring in. Flash Wolves have eyes on the Nexus. Oh, Smeb! Go for NL. Oh, he misses it! The Lantern out. The Dark Passage is huge. Gorilla goes down immediately. He doesn't even really get Slicing Maelstrom off. Right back into Prey. Kick him in the mouth. Take him down one more time. The Sigil coming out. A double kill in now for Maple on his LeBlanc. 2 games in a row. NL coming up with more big kills. Smeb going for the victory. The valiant fight before he goes down. KOO should get critted out here. Few more hits. He cannot shift himself to safety. And Flash Wolves on the Nexus are going to take down the KOO Tigers.
And with that win, who would have guessed the team that comes into the day 1 and 2 would finish first in the group? How crazy is Worlds here that they lose to Pain Gaming, have such a close game against them to start the day, and then beat CLG and KOO back to back in very similar fashion.
Such a huge victory for Flash Wolves.
You have to wonder a little bit, if KOO Tigers was a bit lackadaisical coming into this game, knowing that they had clinched a quarterfinal spot.
แฟดวูฟรัวๆเลยว่ะ
First place was on the line.
It means a lot to finish in first.
It means now Flash Wolves will seat up against a number 2 team from another group, whereas KOO Tigers will be stuck with the number 1 seed. It's Worlds.
It is Worlds. What a powerhouse play. 2 games in a row coming from Flash Wolves. Keeping Maple on the block in the mid lane, just getting that one away. But the team, the rest of the
Sword
team,
Art as well.
yes, able to switch it up and play to the same level.
And also, I'm really impressed by Enna throughout his comeback.
Yeah.
He came back, first game Varus, thinking, oh yeah, this guy just plays Varus. It's all he played when he came back to the regionals. He had a good game.
Oh, okay.
Just ban him out. He can't play anything else. But he's going up against these other really skilled AD carries in Group A and doing extremely well on non-Varus champions. Quadra kill, pentakill, and now 11-2 against the KOO Tigers.
Considering some of the situations he put himself in and came out alive, he can really see ahead in these fights. We saw him flying forward into Smed's Darius.
When you're Jinx versus when you have a Lulu on your team.
Exactly. But that's the forethought, right? Are you going to be there for me, Stake? Who had a little bit of trouble in the top lane, kind of farming back and forth. And they did. Once they get to those fights where KOO actually can step up in the mid game, they stepped up even more.
Huge play from them. Also, the vision control that enabled them to get some of the picks. Really well played.
Yeah, they had to withstand so much vision control in the year of the game. Like, the one thing that I feel like has been constant in both of Flash Wolves' victories over KOO, because they 2-0'd them in this group, was when KOO would make a big play, Flash Wolves would always answer back with a really smart move. Like when they'd lose a quick team fight, they'd rush and take the dragon quickly. When they'd give out the dragon, they'd go up top and take a turret. Flash Wolves are just trading really intelligently around objectives. When we were researching them, a lot of it did look like, oh man, Flash Wolves is this really one-dimensional team. They love to turret dive early and fight over dragon. If that doesn't work, they can't win. But they proved in this group they can win in a variety of ways.
It's ridiculous. Right now, we're waiting just for an interview. We're going to be getting with Maple. Because I want to see how he feels about these games. Absolutely stepping up, the team behind him the entire time, and what they're going to try to do for the rest of the groups. They kind of get a little time to relax now. They get to watch all the other teams figure out what they want to do moving on. But coming out this strong, contenders now.
Yeah, they have a long time now to watch all the other groups, scout all of the other potential enemies that they are going to meet in the next phase. They're sitting pretty. I'm pretty sure he's feeling good right now. Ending 12-1-8, being the first team to get past groups.
Absolutely incredible 2 matches we've had so far here in the back half of the day. One more to go, but right now we are going to hand it off to Shocks for the pros perspective on that match.
Thank you so much, guys. Here with Maple after securing the first seed with the Flash Wolves in Group A, and on the back of an incredible performance. Rightfully deserving that applause. Congratulations. Let's talk about your performance first, because you absolutely stepped up these last 2 games on the blunt. What clicked for you? Because there was always a lot of expectation for you, Maple, but the last 2 games you just absolutely shredded the competition.
首先恭喜你赢得比赛，然后想请教一下，就是你最后2场你选2布朗，然后你把对手打得没有办法招架。那大家一向都说你打得很好，那最后2场你打这么好，你有什么感想，或是你有做什么特别的地方？
主要是我们拿到了我们擅长的中野强势组合，就是雷布朗跟雷克萨，我觉得是对我们是一个很好的。像我们之前都尝试打上下路，但是发现其实效果不是很好，就选择打中野这条路。
So the major part of our team comp was our mid and jungle combo. When we get Rek'Sai and LeBlanc, we had a really good advantage playing into team fights. Before we tried to rely more on bot and top, it didn't work out so well for us. But at last, our mid and jungle combo went through.
It did. You're the only team in this group to be able to beat the KOO Tigers, and twice at that. How come you seem to have their number?
你们是小组唯一有打败KOO Tiger 的，而且不止一次，你们打败他2次。那你们是有特别找到他们什么弱点吗？还是有什么制胜的秘诀吗？
我觉得只是我们爆气。 像熊湾，就是我们的 AD Jinx，其实每次都有跟到我的大绝，就是我每次 QR 之后他都有跟到，我觉得这个做得非常好，让我们拿到了非常多头。
So I just think we played exceptionally well, and plus our ADC when he played Jinx, whenever I Q in a Nard, he was able to follow up with an ultimate, and that gave us a slight edge over them.
Well, you did play exceptional in this game, and you have a lot of games now left to come. I think getting first for you guys in your group, you guys were an incredible underdog. You were back with the Gamania Bears in Season 3 and went out almost as fast as you came in. What's the potential of this Flash Wolves? You already placed first in your group.
他说你们表现得非常好，然后现在是小组第一之次，然后晋级。那你 S3 的时候你在橘子熊里面也8场，那可是进去很快就出来了。那这一次你对你的队伍期望是什么？在世界大赛表现能走多远？
我觉得我们这次相比以前，我们准备了更多，然后后勤也相对的更强大。我觉得我们应该可以走得更远，然后希望可以晚一点遇到 SKT。
I think we're way more well prepared than Season 3, so hopefully we'll get as far as we can and not miss a SKT in the near future.
Well, we'll see if that happens. Thank you so much. Congratulations, Maple and the Flash Wolves. What an amazing performance and first seed in their group. Analysts, I'd love to know what you have to say about that.
Thank you, Shocks. We'll talk about the man who was just on your screen, Maple, in just a moment. But with that win, the Flash Wolves clinch first place in Group A. So we're going to pull up the standings and wrap that up real quick. Given that they hold the tiebreaker over the KOO Tigers and then both being 4-2, that is why they'll be moving on as the first seed. KOO Tigers in that second seed. CLG and Pain Gaming are eliminated from making it to the bracket stages, still have their game left to play. Maybe we'll see some fun stuff as a result of that. But the key factors to Flash Wolves' amazing run through today. Karsa, Sword Art, Maple, the three of them, those are the guys I want to talk about.
Yeah, it certainly is. And you know, this is the thing. You get together a core of players, and then you get two role players. And don't get me wrong, NL and Stake, they're not playing bad League of Legends, but they understand what their role is on the team, and that is to follow up all of the damage and initiation. And wow, Maple in that game, we said he had a slow start to the Worlds, but he went off in that game.
Yeah, into the tournament, we thought LeBlanc would be a highly contested pick because a lot of the players here are very good at this champion, and it received a slight buff back to their W speed. And we hadn't seen it until now, and we know Maple is a very good LeBlanc player, and he really showed it. I was so impressed with the Flash Wolves because it wasn't, oh, they're making a lot of mistakes. It was, no, we want the win. We want first seed, and they got it.
Yeah, and what I absolutely loved about this combination is you're talking about NL stepping up. His scoreline today is 28, 7 deaths, and 24 assists. What was happening in these games was LeBlanc didn't need Ignite for the majority of the early mid-game. She would go in, combo somebody, Maple would do the damage, and then the Rocket would immediately be coming out for the follow-up. That gives an assist to LeBlanc, a kill over to the Jinx, and then they just kept doing that over and over again. And that was something that happened in the previous game as well.
Yeah, it certainly didn't. They established a team comp. It's like Control Mage, LeBlanc, Execution. Whether it's the Morgana or the Lulu, someone to get LeBlanc in and out of that fight is all that Maple needed to be able to continually weave. And that dude was flying across the map. The human cannonball was like well and truly on display. He was willing to throw himself into 4 people. You saw it in those fights. Had the biggest balls because he was just absolutely everywhere.
Yeah, everybody's being extremely brave. Even just the rockets coming out on people who were high HP, low HP, going after it, but also the dives in. I did not want to be prey in this series at all.
And this is, I think, where we return to your point, Crumbs, about the fact that this team is playing like a team that wants to take the victory more than anything else, with the fact that they have multiple people who can carry. NL was doing his job 100% as Jinx, putting the damage in. Maple looking for the picks. Sword Art being there to put the black shields on, you know, or Stake on the Lulu, you know, to support the team as well. Give the Jinx speed or keep the LeBlanc alive. Just the whole team seems to be working like a well-oiled machine now.
I mean, a lot of times you have games where even though they're one-sided, you can just say, you know what, that other team played poorly. They made mistakes here, 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 and here. And sure, you could say that with all the victories the Flash Wolves had today, but in every single one of them, they just took the initiative and just drove with it. It was impressive to see all their players really stepping up. And the team compositions, we say that Sword Art is always a guy that saves NL. All of his champions have that tendency of being able to save somebody. Thresh, Morgana, and the What was the other one?
He plays Jana as well.
Jana as well, but going into the tournament, because Tam Kench is about to become more meta, this is more champions to add on to the compositions that the Flash Wolves can play, and I'm really excited to see who they stack up against because I think they'll just get better.
Now, some interesting statistics. Pick'em-wise, only 8%, so 180,000 out of 2.2 million pick'ems had Flash Wolves as first in the group. So first off, congratulations to all those people because I am not one of them. Second statistic, though. 80% of people said that CLG would be finishing first or second in the group. And this is indicative of, I think, the larger population's opinion of how this group would go. Flash Wolves has surprised us. KOO made it through. I do want to look at KOO in this loss, having lost to Flash Wolves twice now. What kind of concerns does this raise moving into the bracket stages in terms of areas of weakness that teams can target?
I do think that the statistic of Azir from KOO was a 3-10, and it's not a champion that they're very comfortable with. We saw how much better Kuro was at Victor. So I think that they're comfortable just leaving the group as second place and not really going all out, but that doesn't take anything away from the victories that they had. I think going into the next stage, they need to stick to the champions that they're best at. Otherwise, it's a no-go for them.
Yeah, I thought that this was actually a really smart pick and ban from Flash Wolves that baited them into taking Kennen, and then they knew that the Kalista was going to be paired with it because they love that combination. And Prey has been having Kalista banned against him constantly. So what you do is you take LeBlanc, point and click on him, kill him, but also they didn't take a Tahm Kench to save somebody from the LeBlanc. So that's one of the things I think going forward, pick up the Tahm Kench for KOO, stop some pick strategies, and I think that this is definitely something that was exploited, was the predictability in Champion Select this time around.
Spawn, final thoughts to close these teams out?
I honestly think that when you don't play nice League of Legends, where you get a little advantage and just keep pushing against the Korean teams, sometimes they get caught on the back foot. We saw it with Origin, and now we've seen it again today with the Flash Wolves. So I think that once you get a lead against these teams, you have to be so brave when you play against a great Korean team and just continue to take it to them, and maybe they'll drop their guard, give you the window like we've seen a couple of times already.
All right, well, our quarterfinal teams for Group A have been decided. Now, after this quick break, the battle continues with Pain Gaming versus Counter Logic Gaming. Keep it tuned right here because the World Championship continues in just 3.5.
See what KOO can put down. Flash Wolves 3-2 right now. KOO 4-1. Placing Maelstrom goes down, obliterates the HP bars of Flash Wolves. Stake looks like he could be going down, and he is rended out of that fight. To the backside there. Can he be all right? Orisa kicked him in. That's the kick you were talking about, Kobe. They get it once again. Great box by Sword Art. The hook onto Smeb. Smeb doesn't look like he's going to be able to do too much here. Possibly the kill to Sword Art. He goes down immediately. For Maple on his LeBlanc. 2 games in a row. And now coming up with more big kills. Smeb going for the victory. The valiant fight before he goes down. Flash Wolves going to take down the KOO Tigers.
Cooler. เย้
Hey guys, welcome back to Worlds. I'm Devin Pyrotechnics Young, of course, and I am joined by the KOO Tigers. Pray to ask a little bit about that last game. Unfortunately, it didn't really go the way that you guys had wanted, but talk to me a little bit about it. How do you feel at the end of that?
그 지난번 경기가 좀 원하는 그런 양상으로 좀 흐르지 않은 것 같은데 지난 경기에 대해서 좀 말씀해 주세요.
상대 르블랑을 좀 대처할 카드를 좀 뽑았어야 되는데 좀 그게 안 뽑았던 게 좀 패배 요인이었던 것 같아요.
I don't think we were well prepared for the opponent's wrong pick, and that's why the game didn't go as we wanted to.
Well, sometimes things can definitely blindside you in that best of one, but now you are, of course, going to be the number 2 seed. So tell me about how you plan to prep for that and eventually maybe meet up against the Flash Wolves again.
결과론적으로 이제 조 2위로 8강에 진출하게 되는데 이제 2위 시드로서 다음 8강을 어떻게 준비할 거고 뭐 만약에 나중에 다시 한번 플래시볼 팀에 붙게 된다면 어떻게 준비할 것인지 말씀해 주세요.
사실 1시드로 올라가서 좀 2시 그러니까 다른 팀들이랑 붙는 게 더 쉬울 것 같아서 무조건 1시드로 올라가고 싶었는데 1시드를 어차피 못 올라갔기 때문에 어쩔 수 없다고 생각하고요. 뭐 다음에 만나면 잘해야 된다고 생각해요.
We were hoping to advance as a first seed because we thought it would be easier to play against other groups second seed. But I guess this is the result, and hopefully we can play a better match if we meet Flash Wolves in the upper stage.
Hopefully indeed. Well, thanks for joining me once again, and good luck to you guys moving forward. Now, back to you guys at the desk.
Thank you, Pyro. Right now, we're going to dive right into our final match in Group A, Pain Gaming versus Counter Logic Gaming. Now, neither of these teams is going to advance into the bracket stage. We know that. However, we're competing on the world stage here, so it would be wrong to say that there's nothing on the line. Both of these teams are still looking to prove, that they deserve to be here, that they can take the victories, and looking to walk away with the pride of it. So, between these two teams, thoughts on how this matchup is going to play out? CLG's been looking, down in the dumps today.
Yeah, they certainly have, and there's a lot on the line for the wildcard regions, especially because no wildcard regions ever taken 2 games in a group stage. So, Pain have a lot to fight for here. We said that they were the best wildcard region coming in. Now it's time to, chalk up, prove it, and see if they can steal a win off CLG in the last game.
And CLG are fighting for pride. They want to end on a high note because this was the group that when it came out and the draw happened, everybody's like, this is the faith group. This is the people getting rewarded. This is the group of life for them.
but it just didn't seem to pan out.
All right, I want to push us along to predictions here. Final game of the day, closing out Group A. Gentlemen.
I think CLG will win this game. I think that Zyrine's right. There is actually a lot to play for the North American side. They will want to win this convincingly.
Yeah, I'm also going to go with CLG for the reasons I stated. They definitely have a lot on the line. You've got to play for keeps right now.
Alrighty.
I mean, even though I think right now CLG has the mental fortitude of a sun-dried tomato, I think they're probably going to still be able to take the game. Just because the first time they played against Pain, it was a very one-sided match. Take away the Twisted Fate, and we'll probably see something along the lines of hope of a team.
What are you trying to say about sun-dried tomatoes?
Their mental fortitude is absolutely high.
They spend a lot of time in the sun, and they're still tomatoes, right? They're making it work. They're doing the best they can. That's enough of this. We're gonna throw it over to our casters, Riv, Jat, and Kobe.
Whoa. Thank you very much, gentlemen. It has been a very interesting day. I mean, these are my picks, right? I'm not really sure what happened across the board, but right now, Chronologic Gaming and Pain, you just need to leave it all on the Rift.
Yeah, man. Have some fun.
Just take it to the Rift.
I mean, there's a certain element of fun to this and also a certain element of pride. I wonder what type of mix we're going to get about like playing for the show and playing to win, because ultimately this will make the difference between third and fourth, at least perceived-wise. If they both finish 2-4, it would be tied for this group. I do think both teams are going to end up playing pretty well.
There's something I thought was very interesting when I was standing off on the side before coming up to the desk to cast the games was when Chronologic Gaming got up on stage, it was interesting to not hear people chant everybody's name across the board, right? You're kind of in French territory. Yeah, people still love Chronologic Gaming, but you really have to earn this crowd's respect, and that's something they were used to in the NALCS Stadium. Getting that backing from the crowd, immediately stepping up there. Pain going up there, doing what they can without that as well. Hopefully coming out strong in this one.
Yeah, a lot of respect for the North American mid lane Vagars as well so far this tournament. Both Pobelter and Incarnation.
See where these bands go. They will not allow Pain the Mordekaiser pick. That's first off the board. Lulu gets taken out as well. See some more assassination from the other side. Chronologic Gaming.
There's that Malphite band coming back again that we saw in week 1 from CLG. Yep. What got through in their last game today.
One of the big reasons it all fell apart so quickly for COG, they focused the Malphite, couldn't kill the Malphite, consistently got initiated on by Stakes Malphite. So somewhat reactive, but mainly power band from CLG on the red side. Gangplank is through. Oh boy.
All right, Kami Gangplank, let's see it.
Got a smile on his face. They're ready to lock that one in. Hover the Heimer. A little bit of love to the crowd. Playing with emotions. Let's see what Chronologic Gaming decides to lock in for this one.
Now, there are some interesting strategies you can try and take against Gangplank. You definitely don't want to have to be a full melee team because anytime mid-game you group up, if multiple people get hit by one of those mid-game Trinity Force Infinity Edge barrels, then you get crushed. So going for more range and spreading out is always strong. Plus you can kill the barrels. Here comes the Afro Move Bard right off the bat.
I figured we would have seen this from PYL first, but I love it. I'm sure Crepo's gonna love it as well.
0-1 at Worlds so far. Kitty's had a very underwhelming performance on it during the first week of group stage.
Bard plus Lee Sin is a very dynamic ganking combo.
Picking to make plays.
You can get some really strong magical journeys through halfway through the lane, and then Lee Sin still has 2 gap closers he can use.
Still waiting for somebody to kick the enemy through a magical journey into the team on your side. There's no getting out of that one. Thresh Lantern as well to save people that might get locked up in that ultimate from Bard. That Tempered Fate locking up the entire area. Kench could be locked in. Elise is already for Sir T. They have their junglers. They have their support. I don't know if we're going to get it with the Bard up there. Unless it's going to be Zion in the top lane, Kench.
There's always that possibility. Although he's shown such success on support so far here at Worlds.
Not many champions can say 100%, man.
These next 2 picks are going to show us a lot about COD's team composition. You would want to kind of see a Vayne, but picking it blind into this Gangplank Elise Thresh is pretty dangerous.
Picking Vayne blind was Double's forte in the past, right? Just always take cleanse with it. You know, right?
Riven into Gangplank's actually a pretty good matchup, and it's one of the things that Silent Spartan has a lot of games on. Wouldn't be surprised to see it.
I want to see it. Pobelter has been kind of relegated to being very safe for the team, being there for damage and team fights and not zeroing people out. And it is going to be that Riven, but it can still float around. Well, wait, see, Zion usually gets the last pick for Chronologic Gaming, and that may still be what we're seeing.
Looking to make individual plays here. Aframu grabs Bard, Smithy on Lee Sin. Zion on Riven and Double Lift on Bane. Everybody picking their favorite champions, basically. Trying to make those solo plays.
At the same time, CLG's singular strategy that they tried to run into every game had fallen flat. 2-0 start in the group, 0-3 since then. So even though this is their last game, and even though their group chances of advancing have been ended, this could actually be a superior strategy for CLG if they end up winning here against Pain.
Double Lift did go legendary last time he played Pain Gaming. It was actually pretty quick game. The drone.
And I raise you a Draven, as well as a Twisted Fate.
Oh.
Kami's victory was on Twisted Fate here in the group stage.
That was a hard top, season 1.
Shut down a lot of the plays that CLG tried to make around the map.
This is a very scary Pain Gaming group here. They've got double globals they can throw down to a Draven Thresh lane. It's so easy to snowball this Draven. They've got the Thresh combo with Elise ganks. They have 2 globals. Like this is very, you can't throw much more than this.
Respect the rat.
It's like a dream draft for Pain right now.
You can have BRTT's Callista open as well, but goes for that Draven. I like it a lot. Let's see what we have. 7 seconds on the clock as they still play the emotions of the crowd. It's going to be a Morgana pickup.
So Pobelter's still going to try and enable the outplays from the rest of his teammates. Getting that black shield to try and either, whoever has a better start, Double Lift or Zion Spartan, get that snowball rolling.
See if he sticks with teleport as well. We're gonna have people flying all across the map from get-go. I like it. When these guys played in the first week, it also was coming off of like 3 level 1 games. There was like so much hype in each game. It's like people had to fight. I hope they keep with that trend, and I hope we get a level 1 fight out of this.
Yeah, I think there will be sufficient excitement from these pick and ban phases. Getting to see Gangplank double globaling up with Twisted Fate. Getting to see BRTT's Draven with their ability to just mob their entire team down to try and get kills, but then also Double Lift trying to avoid it all with a mid lane powered black shield in vain.
Alright, does he stick with this?
Let's see if
Double Lift himself gonna take that flash
look for a lane swap here.
Makes sense.
Because Vayne Bard into Draven Thresh with this much global pressure and at a least gank. Sounds scary.
Scary. It's going to be absolutely amazing. I'm sure everybody's ready now for Game 6. For this match, you can weigh in by tweeting at LOL Esports with hashtag PNGWin or hashtag CLGWin if your fate is still there for a final victory here in the group stages. Group Stage 2, Game 6. Pain versus Counterlogic Gaming rematch. We're going to be on the rift, boys and girls. This crowd.
Final game of the day. No tiebreakers to be played because the top 2 seeds in the group have been decided.
Flash Wolves shocked everyone.
Pain wins. They tie CLG for 3rd, but no tiebreaker will be played because it doesn't have advancement implications on top of it. CLG looking to end the group at 3-3. Ahead of Pain.
The flare is out. Let's see how fast the kills come in this game. Good luck, have funs across the board from both teams. Zion Spartan already working on the mechanics. Warming up a bit of damage for that pass.
Yeah, CLG could just go for the blind lane swap. Get out these line of scrimmage defensive wards and swap Double and Aframu up top.
Really interested to see how Pain executes the gate down to the bottom, the gate anywhere, because if Kami doesn't like his position, he can just call for a GP ult on the gate and it'll be like, all right, I'm cool.
Here's the thing though, we're talking about, oh yeah, GP, and where there's so much globals here for Pain, and they can really make the bottom lane life hard for Double Lift and Aframu.
Right.
The lane itself, Gangplank versus Riven, is super hard for Gangplank.
Yeah.
This is a really good lane for Zion. They can snowball Zion, and if they cut Gangplank off early, don't even get him enough money or experience, then they can snowball Zion's lead on the Riven and try and punish Pain that way.
Not to mention, the rest of CLG also has the ability to match a 5v5 down bottom lane because they brought double TP from their solo lanes as well.
That's right. If you go hard, Pobelter's just going to come in and soul shackle the entire crew. It'll be a bad situation. I'm ready for it. Ready for all of them. Who's going to make it into the best and put it in an advantage?
Ah, so even though Payne did call the lane swap here, CLG's delayed invade will stop the Gromp.
That's what it looks like
You're
here.
going to have to walk away immediately and take the lane. Double Lift sees it. They get the matchup there. I'm sure BRTT actually is quite happy about this one once he starts getting that adoration stacked up. He'll hopefully cash in as soon as possible. Have to move to the top. We are going to get our matchup lane here.
All right, so
2v2.
Yeah, they're going to take control of the minion wave here first, though.
Double Darty Mr. CS. Bad start.
Come on, man.
Top CLG, top Pain Gaming.
Final game nerves. So they actually keep it right off the turret. Perfect for BRTT. He's going to be able to farm these nicely. Gotta give your support those relics, though. Gotta show some love. Zion Spartan and Smithy at the top side already.
Immediate 4-man dive.
Another wave crashing
Mylon's
in.
already used TP, so there's no help. They're level 1 under their turret against 4 people. Oh, the Q!
There's a hook, but there's too many minions there. Dude actually cannot do anything about it. That's going to be the hit coming in. A TP from Kami, however. The gold card is late, and the kill comes up. 1 for 1 in the supports.
Yeah, the kill going to double lift, I think, benefits CLG, especially because Kami ended up burning his teleport up top lane, but sloppy dive there from CLG. Aframu was about 6 inches from those guys, and he threw the Q wide right. Not the best dive for CLG to open this one up.
Let's see if they answer on Zion. This is Elise. Can start it out. He is post level 3 Elise as well.
And
Zion,
flash on Zion.
Yeah, Gangplank doesn't have the biggest amount of damage now. It is a full health level 3 Riven, so.
Got good movement in lane. Mid lane pulled Kami away, so there's a bit of a wave lead here for Pole Belter. He'll be able to keep throwing Tormented Soil down to the bottom side. See Afro is taking a bit of a roam to put a ward down, but safety with the journey back to the lane. Double Lift will have nice farm here in front of the turret, with help from Afro if necessary. They back, or they just stay. It looks like BRTT indeed. Just waiting for that lane to push back out. TP now back in from Pole Belter in the mid lane to keep a bit of that CS lead up. We're going to see Kami now going back. A little bit, you can kind of say it was a level 1-ish too. aggression from Counter Logic Gaming there.
It was very early aggression. On level 1 opponent.
Not a true, yeah, right, exactly.
Well,
2 allies.
Well, let's see if Pole Belter's roam here works off.
He teleported back really early to get the shove, and he knows Kami's going to be back in base. Plus, they know there's no teleports to match, but it is spotted by a ward.
I like it. 4.5 minute roams here. Knowing Kami's out of lane. Just playing a bit of fundamentals here on both sides.
Yeah, the big thing here for the Morgana matchup is mid lane Morgana going to try and match max, or at least put 3 points into Tormented Soil, enough to kill the back line by itself before he transitions into upping the binding. Before he should be at 2 right now. Yep.
Looks like he's ready and set to do that. Another Doran's Ring, so he can keep spamming that spell out. Zion Spartan and Mylon in the bot lane here. See if Zion plays as much rush down as we think he will on this Riven. Feeding in a few auto attacks between his broken wings. It looks like he will be able to get out of this one. Q should be up in enough time. The dodge.
There you go. Easy dodge. Not much loss there. Mylon actually will lose him into the turret as well for his efforts. And Zion will just go back to base. So, no harm, no foul there. Let's see if the move up towards mid lane works out, though. Looks like both sets are going into the jungle.
Yeah.
Sir T is going to counter jungle. Aframu and Smithy are doing the same.
They do an interesting dynamic in this game where you have the duo lanes matched up against each other, but the jungler is still kind of swapping sides in a vertical sense. It gives CLG a bit of a camp for double lift, but it hasn't really resulted in many advantages. BRTT still pretty happy on CS.
Yeah. Ooh, he's gonna get hit.
Oh.
Time to go the other way.
Gotta go over the wall. If he misses this Q.
Whoa. Really?
Now he's just gonna...
Be careful there, BRTT still inside of spider form, can fight, but Zion wants to be able to stay in lane with a bit of the potions he just chugged left. So, stay safe.
All the attention down bottom lane, though, as well as Zion being involved in that early game gank, is giving Mylon a pretty big CS lead. We're talking about the difficulty of that matchup for the Gangplank, but based on the early game, Mylon getting a tremendous start.
Yeah, he's just got to worry about that level 6 all-in from Riven. If they decide to send some jungle pressure down there from CLG's side,
Definitely feels like Smithy's pretty happy in this jungle. He's been here for the last 2 minutes.
Setting
I
up
think
shop.
he's wasting a ton of time.
Not only Smithy, but Afromoo's been with him the entire time.
Super inefficient. The rest of Pain Gaming getting a pretty big goal lead because of all the meandering in that jungle.
Yeah, they're leaving Double Lift alone though, right? That's the success, but it's definitely not paying. Yeah, you're right. So Smithy now by himself as Afromoo and double back, maybe meeting up to lane once again. Does not look like they'll switch anything over for Dragon coming up here. Zion Spartan's going to stay on the bot side. Double Lift picks up his Cutlass, going back to BRTT's BF Sword. They have switched to bot side, however, so Zion's life could get a little harder.
Yeah, they're trying to avoid that all-in level 6 I was talking about for Riven. Trying to swap Gangplank out here. See if CLG actually decide to answer. No, they're not. Sending Zion right back down into the jungle at the moment.
Yeah. CLG not looking that great after their 0-2 start and current 3-game losing streak. Crumbs mentioned on the analyst desk that they have the mental fortitude of a sun-dried tomato. I'm going to accept that.
That was
a little.
interesting.
Hold on, I'm going to accept that as total fact. But what will be answered by this game is whether a sun-dried tomato has strong mental fortitude. Because if CLG wins,
that's true.
It'll prove that it does.
This kind of bases the ground. Look at a constant here in this game.
Yep. Ow. I still think sun-dried tomato, taking sun and remaining a tomato, and also remaining tasty, shows like a really strong commitment to being a tomato.
No preservatives needed.
Well, top lane is going to be able to zone off Gangplank at least here. Zion's going to have to play just as careful as Mylon is.
Cosmic bound the minions. Be good to go. Level 6 soon for Afromoo. They'll definitely have a bit more room to work with that tempered fate and getting themselves into dangerous situations. Turret going in, Soul Gold there for BRTT, so he's getting himself nice and fat. Him and Double Lift are actually even in CS right now, but those fights are going to be very painful. From the Draven, Mylon getting found in the jungle. Smithy says, haven't you been aware? This is my jungle this game.
Very true.
It's just where he's living.
The cost of rent on that side of the jungle is the bottom turret, 40 CS on the top laner, and the dragon. So I wonder if they're going to want to renew when the lease is up on that side. I would suggest against it.
Tormented Soil, Pole Welter's blue. Whoa! Lots of flashes. Oh, it is finally going to get hit.
And all the globals we thought would be spent on Double Lift are expended on Zion Spartan.
I love that the hook picked
and
up.
They are punishing this Riven, the snowball champ that you want to get going. Pain Gaming, keep him down.
I feel like Pain still misplayed that a little bit, though. There's 180 adoration stacks on BRTT, and Dwad auto-attacked a stun target while the axe was on its way to cash it on the adoration.
Leave the support alone.
All right, Mylon, no flash here.
There's a kick from McSmithy. Mylon gets stunned up. Looks like it's going to be a secondary. Uses the orange. It could be K. Broken wings. One last hit. Yeah, he didn't run away. He's trying to run back and forth, but he didn't really have anywhere to go in the first place. That turret is down. He had no safety, but that is exactly what Zion Spartan needed after being pressured in this bottom lane. Still, some 20 to 30 CS down.
Yep, CLG strike back with their own teleport, and Double Lift is going to be split pushing down bottom now. Cutlass completed.
Quick lucidity boots into the sheen here for Kami.
And we're going to have to track the way that CLG uses Double Lift as a split pusher here, because that's exactly what he's doing with the exhaust on Vayne.
Yes.
And I think this is the first exhaust we've seen on an 80 carry, a true 80 carry here at Worlds, and it's because he needs to be able to duel Draven. Normally Draven's incredibly good against Vayne because he can stand at the same auto attack range, and Vayne can be tumbling around and Draven just hits him in the face with a spinning axe. With the exhaust specifically though, Double Lift can win those 1v1s.
Bit of that movement, or I should say slow from Cutlass as well. A lot of mechanics to keep himself alive. It's like Double Lift, but it's like... Okay, start over. It's how he likes to play. It's easy when you fit the right word in there. Like we said before, past seasons he would just take cleanse on that, knowing he'd get himself into very deep fights. He'd cleanse out. He likes to play for himself in these lanes. Pole Belter still keeping that pressure in the mid lane. Nice, evenly farm between those two with the roaming that they've been doing. Now it looks like the teams are going to start getting that vision pushed up in the jungles. Going to see a little bit more action here. First dragon of the game has already gone to Pain.
5-man mid here for CLG. Oh, Afro gonna get hooked. Oh, no, he's not. Smithy takes it.
Pie to the face for Smithy. Afro move ducks on that one. And that's gonna be the kill. Oh, wiped up for Fate now, because they're trying to come in for Pole Belter and Double Lift. A little late on the call there, miscommunication, and PNG Pain looking like they may want to go back in on this one. The Gangplank ultimate stopping them from doing anything fast, forcing the flash for Pole Belter here. Will they keep going on this? Dude coming in looking for a hook. He gets hit with the binding. Twisted Fate's gates going to show. Destiny does not allow Aframu to sit in the brush. He also has to flash.
The drawback of the two-man face check there. Aframu ducks out and Smithy didn't get the memo.
He sell them out. Oh man.
It's just a tarp. Oh no! That was magical.
And yeah, the CC chain by Pain. We saw how devastating it can be right there. Twisted Fate Gold Card, Elise Cocoon, Thresh Hook. It seemed like Smithy was going to be fine. If they would have expected the CC chain, Aframu would have used Tempered Fate right away.
Right.
But he was just like, all right, as soon as you're in between the CC, just jump me, bro. Never happened.
I'm sorry you're dying. Late. So, turret taking good damage. Got a blue card on there for a bit more oomph. And Kami's going to be out now. See this play one more time. Whoop! Got the warden.
Then gold card.
Yeah, see, Aframu expected
Walk
it.
up,
play. He knew the skill shot was waiting in that bush. That's why he dropped the ward and immediately dodged, but Smithy, not so much.
Also, Aframu totally walked out of safeguard range there. I wouldn't have wanted to be close. I don't blame him.
Nick Smithy was thinking, there's a Bard in front of me. Nothing can hit me now.
Bard's a big guy. Aframu's got dodges, though.
Yeah. Even so, Pain playing this early game pretty well. They are a pretty slow team. One of the slowest teams in CB LOL. I think their indecisiveness in the mid and late game is actually the main reason they aren't advancing out of this group, even. They had many opportunities to beat Flash Wolves earlier today, which would have actually put them in an opportunity here that if they win that game, beating CLG would have advanced them from the group, which is crazy to think about as a wildcard team, but they were so close to having that opportunity. I think they want to prove that had that Flash Wolves game gone a little better, that they are still a very good team, and they're showing it at least early here against CLG.
Ward's coming up. 1 minute onto Dragon. Checking ultimate. Looks like they're all going to be up if nobody's pressured into using one here. Destiny is almost there, but Pain already has the vision they really want to get into this situation. 3-2 on the board. Level 9 for Pole Belter. Kami's almost about to hit 11. Not really going to matter too much for that 11 on. Pain is definitely ready to fight this.
Yeah, Pain know that the vision is extremely important for their comp. They're all based around picks. Pick comp like this, if there's a timely black shield and they double up the CC, it will crumble very quickly to an all-in. Once again, CLG looking for the 5-man all-in around mid lane to try and open up the jungle.
It feels like COD's strategy is almost running into some direct counters. Based on the way they're building their champions as well. Double F, Blade of the Rune King, working on a static shiv, which tells me he wants to be able to wave clear and split push. It also shows the summoner spell. The pick of Riven very often wants to split push, so it kind of sets up this 1-3-1 with strong disengage in the mid lane. But it's against a Twisted Fate and a Gangplank double globals, which is set up to deal with the 1-3-1. That's a nice pick, though, from CLG. Chain stunning on their own accord.
Yeah, and that's going to be Dragon for them as well. They move on down here. There's a teleport for Mylon, but no jungler, no go.
Just a bit of waiting it out for the mistake. Like you said, Jet, indecisiveness causes Pain Gaming to make some mistakes, not be in the right spot, and just Sir T walking through that wrong path allows CLG's forward vision to actually finally get a kill here. Evening up the score now, 3-3. Coming up on 16 minutes, CLG getting a bit of oomph from Dragon number 1 damage. See how they use this. Sion Spartan to the top lane. See if he can put BRTT on the back foot. Does not look like it. He has no finished items right now. Bloodthirster to the Phage Kindle Gem. Sion Spartan trying to get himself built up. Black Cleaver leaves.
Still hasn't died yet either. 130 stacks there.
300 adoration.
Or 300 for BRTT. Plus, down on the other side in the solo lane, Mylon has earned 467 extra gold out of his parlay. Farming up very nicely, still has that CS lead over Zion, so.
Not to mention, Twisted Fate gets that. There's a lot of gold earning.
We gotta keep track of so many passives here.
What's he at? What's he at? Oh, it doesn't have a...
We got it here. Nope.
It counts on spectator mode, we can't check. Every CS gives him 1 to 6 gold, so roughly 500.
He's rich. Now for move, bad spot. This is that close-in. able to take down Afro immediately. No Temper Fate coming out of that fight. Pobelter still wants it. Tries to get the Soul Shackle on, but he can't look into the eyes of opponents for long enough to get it to stun. Zion Spartan trying Wind Slash as well. Not doing much after Broken Wings could not connect. Everything pretty far off for Chronology Gaming there.
Yep, BRTT was able to cash in before he had to flash out there. Huge amount of gold spike right there for them. That's at least an extra 600 gold from that kill. So now really Pen Game looking to take control of this. Since while that was happening, they can still set up some split pushing and some nice deep vision in the jungle here. Oh, it doesn't have any more time. Otherwise, you can.
Takes a journey through the jungle just for the sights.
CLG. A little bit of waiting now. Teleport for Zion Spartan is down. He'll be hovering on the bottom lane. Dragon not coming up for quite some time, so we'll see where CLG continues to focus. Pobelter and Afromu roaming together here. Both have a bit of catch potential, but nobody behind them to finalize if they do grab anything.
All right, we do see another swing down through the red side jungle too. CLG gonna try and keep up the plays. Last outer turret standing. And Mylon sees it coming. He's gonna back off, play extremely safe.
Nice little wall of defense created by the members of Chronologic Gaming throughout the bottom side of the jungle here at Pain. Losing a little bit too much. They can't get behind Chronologic Gaming to make this work. It's gonna be hard for them to get into these engages.
Mylon's got to back off. This should be a turret trade. Pain should take top, CLG should take bottom. The question will be, will this play extend? Pobelter got two.
Puts the black shield on himself, but he goes down due to all the front end damage. He does live. I'm a liar. Kills for Sir T going down.
Oh, does he?
Going down.
Yeah, he's fine. Yeah. It's not on target.
Nope. That's all right.
Yeah, the timing of that was so precise. Oh, they're going to continue a dive. Stick out.
You can't do that to the secondary turrets because you have to kill the first one. You can't do it.
That's
Afromu with the flare afterwards. Best Bard ult. Worlds.
Nobody.
All right,
that does work if you do it on the outermost turret. Teleport up top though. Well, they can't. Did they? He continued it.
Yeah, that's a strong push. Mylon and BRTT give him enough oomph to take down that turret with Pobelter defending. This game heavily picking up rotation-wise. Twisted Fate Ultimate actually the only global still up on the map right now. The others have been expended.
CLG doing a pretty good job actually traveling as a group of 5, trying to pressure, trying to reduce the effect of the extra globals there from Pain.
Yeah, well specifically, when Pobelter got 2 with that ultimate, he was so close to dying, but the spell vamp from the passive, when he got the second proc of his ultimate for damage, healed him just enough to stay alive. So if he would have died, like I think he got nearly into single-digit health before he ended up getting healed at the very end there.
I was convinced he was dead.
Looked like he was
GG passive.
Someone died. Pobelter's right next to him.
Yep. Does not look like he's having fun in the mid lane right now, running away from both Kami and dude. BRTT comes in. He is back up to 81 adoration stacks on himself. He just keeps charging and catching axes.
It's actually not that dangerous for Pobelter because he can see both skill shots coming, the Death Sentence or the Cocoon, and he can Black Shield himself. Neither of them will break it. The notorious POB likes to live dangerously. And it's paid off a little bit there in the mid game. CLG pulling back to pretty much even here. 4 turrets though. They have 1 turret advantage. Pain could get some standing gold back.
All the standing gold is really
Zion. See how this all-in works down there. Not gonna take it. Big minion wave and gold card ready.
Unless Zion Spartan had flash advantage, I don't see him being able to take advantage of TF there.
Chronologic Gaming setting up somewhat around Baron, taking Scuttle control. Be an adrenaline rush coming in from BRTT, but doesn't look like he really wants to take that fight all the way home. He doesn't have the vision to do so. Smithy and the rest of the team, though, still living on that side of the jungle. Looks like they have renewed Rent. And he's gonna go in! Oh, Syndrome, but he's out. He's out, cured quickly.
Does not have...
I think he's got a ward. He could jump.
Does he have a charge in that?
Yeah, I think he's got 2.
Didn't want to risk it going under the turret. There's a lot of snares on Pain Gaming. If they were in the fog of war backing it up, he could have just cost himself a lot.
Yeah, now Dragon's going to be up again, so the global game, Pobelter would have to teleport in. He just finished his Zonias, which is a huge power spike for more.
See if they'll be able to burn this down. Doublelift's actually going to keep aggro on it. Still damage to Aframu. Tempered Fate just hits Mylon on the outside. He could be able to get out of this one quickly. Throwing down his ultimate. He knows he's going to die, so he tries to slow the rest.
Afro's going down to the Dragon!
Xerxes going to hit it. Afro was taking so much aggro damage from Dragon. Zion Spartan now gets singled out and taken down. Adoration stacks coming in for BRTT. He becomes even more rich, and they are on the hunt right now. Flash coming out. That was almost a hit from Dude. A little far off.
Yeah, they are going to be able to take the Dragon after this, though, and pressure here mid from Kami. Blue buff TF. They'll probably be able to rotate and clean that up.
Yeah, the Bard ultimate only catching one was not a clean initiation for COG, as well as Pobelter getting chunked as he teleported in.
Afro took almost 70% of his life in Dragon damage
in the
there.
beginning and then towards the top side when it was started. Unfortunate. Definitely difficult to start a fight.
Yeah, very few people on COG got to do what they wanted to in this fight. Beautiful fresh hook on Pobelter at the start. Still gets his ultimate off on 4.
And the Zonia, so...
Yeah, but dies right after. And watch Double just get chain CC'd right here. He gets gold carded, which he then flashes backwards. Wants to get back in the fight.
Well, he's out here by the barrel, and then
he hits him.
Ugh. Meanwhile, Zion gets 1 versus 3 up there.
Yeah. Sublatorium. Stunned. Forever. Also, I flash backwards.
About that cleanse. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, would have been really useful there.
Yeah,
he's going to need his QSS. When he gets a QSS in late game, it'll help.
Right.
But with the way the CC is layering, and the fact that Twisted Fate will reveal him even when he's in his final hour,
That's true.
It's a tough world to be playing.
Oh man, Zeke's Harbinger already built up for Dude as well. BRTT going to be throwing out that much more pain on top of now his Yomu's finish. So with that, he can get into range with Adrenaline Rush and a Yomu's. That's what it looks like, boys and girls. And Zion Spartan will go down.
And Kami! Surprise! Zion, you're not hunting BRTT. And you're out of round on him.
Oh, double
lift is though.
Hand dogging it right now. Goes in. Actually almost gets crit out by BRTT there. Will they start the fight? The magical journey to the back to the mid lane does save them. Everybody getting some frequent flyer miles on that one. They're going to be able to temper barrels. There's no fight though. The barrels are ready to pop. They cannot keep the hit though with it doing damage. Smithy is going to get a kill for himself, but goes down valiantly. That's a shutdown on him. Going in for Mylon, you can see on the scoreboard there. And Mylon will finally go down to Pobelter.
Oh, another hook here from It's not over. Aframu's there, though. What a bloody little game we have here.
We got ourselves a barn burner, that's for sure. 9 kills to 9. The gold is within 400, but that's mainly because Pain has so many gold gaining mechanics on their side. Not like the gold gaining mechanics scale poorly, like Twisted Fate and Gangplank also get extra gold and then scale amazingly with items as well. So it still means Pain has a realistic gold lead.
Pain's running the cash money comp. That's all there's to it. Let's see, where are they at right now even? Except for the jungler. Definitely have a lead in each one of their lanes. Double lift, I gotta say though, 402. Obviously nobody's gonna be high on him. He is the highest in the game at 10,250 gold right now. The RTT very close though at 9,800.
Yeah, Zeke's Harbinger is completed though. Lost his threat.
Right quick for Dude on that one. They can stay in range of each other. We actually seen some teams. They'll get that and then they kind of separate. They're not next to each other enough for the charge. It's got to be 1,000 range, but they're back and forth. The support is warding in the AD's middle. And they really don't get the full effect of this.
Yeah, especially with how split pushy this game is. It's really hard for Dude and BRTT to stay in the same place for long periods of time.
Also, the CC setup is of the utmost importance here in this game because there are no true tanks and everyone's fairly squishy. Smithy on Lee Sin is probably the tankiest person in the game, and he's just got mostly health there. Yeah, armor from Dead Man's Plate.
Ward Wars once again.
Also becomes incredibly important to track the shorter cooldowns, the mini cooldowns from your basic abilities of the enemy when there's so much damage on the field to know when you can continue with a skirmish. Because in this scenario, even if somebody goes down instantly, both teams have enough damage that they can still combo and come out with a team fight.
Can the chain put a ward on it?
The instant lantern here, and Smithy gets hooked.
That's quite a bit of damage for Smithy. He's always left out to dry as the only one that can get his resonating strike in. The flash forward.
Friend, he saw the play.
Mylon had one of those as well earlier in the week.
Oh, the cleanse comes out. Was it too early?
That was one of those low ping QSS. No. Revenge for Kami. He did that twice on the first day. The latency is so low in this environment. I feel like sometimes the players are used to doing it other ways. But this is a huge power move.
Yep, when it rains, it pours here. Payne right up the middle. Gonna be 2 turrets after that pick as well.
Yeah, sometimes these guys are so used to predicting the CC to land on them, so they can QSS it right away.
COG kind of tunneling on the all in there to try and kill BRTT before he can click the lantern.
Yeah, BRTT is pretty fed. Not to mention Gangplank is no slouch for Mylon. This is after the fact. Yeah.
Oh!
Just a fraction of a second.
Just a tiny bit early.
You're dead.
Didn't see the emoticon last time. That was cheeky. Very nicely done. 30 seconds on to Dragon. They will head down there. Zion Spartan's already trying to clear waves and put some pressure on the bottom lane, but it's exactly where Payne wants to go right now. Will they be able to kind of tease this back and forth with the Baron? Or are they just going to burn down Dragon? Looks like they are backing. Nothing too crazy is going to happen.
Yeah, I think Payne's putting up a pretty strong case to take down both CLG and Flash Wolves in games here at Worlds. Be the first wildcard team to win multiple games at the World Championship. They were so close to beating Flash Wolves earlier today. Imagine if that had been different. Unfortunately, it's not. So this is the way it.
Well, we mentioned it. It falls back on Payne having longer wins and longer losses. There's more room for mistakes. Their undecidedness in making strategies work. It really costs them in a
As BRTT would say, they definitely deserve respect.
Absolutely, respect the
strongest wild card here, but dude.
They're trying to give the kill to double it.
Dude, where's my team?
They're Dragon.
They're taking Dragon. Objective focus.
The third of the game.
Yep.
The tax in that side of the jungle continues to be paid by COG and Dragon.
Parked his team at Dragon and forgot. 12 to 10, 29 minutes in, 3K gold lead here. Payne coming in strong. That's going to be the teleport top from Mylon, but he's not flying in.
Counter teleport.
It's not a home guard. Belter, straight in. Oh! Wide left on that one. He is going to get the soul shackle off. The flash coming on back. It is not going to be in time for the Zanyas. The stand aside does, however, hit. More adoration, baby. He cashes in. It's the League of Draven this game. And Mylon's now going to have a problem. Double lift on his backside. A few shots for him. Not healing himself enough, though. Tumbles out of the damage. Red card. Back. The card comes through, and it's wild enough to take down double lift. A shutdown coming in for Kami.
The best thing to see about Great TX is when they decide to use red card instead for the AoE. Can Smithy make it out?
What did... No? Just dug your own grave. Wait, no. Oh. Spider bites. Some of the deadliest. Zion Spartan now in the top. Not going to pull out anything crazy. Closes his eyes and wishes for the best.
The second best thing is when you know you have the kill secured and you blue card kill.
Kobe, you said when it rains it pours. Well, now it's a torrential downpour. COG, an ace 6,000 gold plus the Baron looking like this, especially since COG is trying to pull a split push composition with very little tank presence. Stop the drag!
Oh, it's got 600.
Can he meet it? Ah, he can't meet it. That would have been fantastic, though. It's like Payne permanently flying the flag right now as they get themselves up to 17 to 11. Every time there's a play, they're just showing glitter with that control 6. 3 of 4 Dragons. First Baron here. Let's see how much of a power play they can work. Aframu trying to give a little more versatility to the team with a banner command. Hopefully they don't have to go to every lane now.
Yeah, just trying to get the split push going against Twisted Fate, Gangplank, and double teleport. Not easy.
Not at all.
Ended up trying to get some flanks going off, but Ping Gaming has just been one step ahead of the game. Shutting down Belter through Zanyas with ease, and Kami just hit his death cap, which is pretty terrifying for COG.
Tense. Infinity Edge. Triforce. The build of another Infinity Edge, but probably a Last Whisper and a Bloodthirster. So Just these guys being able to be items ahead here, and Zion Spartan still building damage himself is going to have to zero out people. That's what
There's a dead end in that magical journey. Aframu with the troll.
Whenever there's a really small magical journey like that, I like running through it multiple times.
Absolutely.
A small, fun little game. We should get
Oh, no, he didn't. He threw Infinity Edges.
Hey, that is a viable gangplank build.
Yep,
When Gangplank
yep.
was actually making it through the pick ban phase on a regular basis, you would see half of them going double Infinity Edge for the larger crits and the better barrels, and the other guys going Phantom Dancer for the split push and cheaper crit chance.
Right.
This is absolutely a viable build, especially when you're ahead.
Soji trying to split push against this barrened up Pain team though, and Painter look like they're going to slow down the train.
Yeah, that's going to be an inhib if COD doesn't come back right away.
Temper Fate. Afro's got it on that one. Second inhibitor.
Double Lift has to channel a regular recall here though, and they're going to come from the
Double
bounce.
Lift staying. No, he didn't. Now he's back again. Little indecisive. Home guard from Zion Spartan's already been seen. It's not enough to scare Pain Gaming off of this one. There's a hit. Mylon gets out of that one with an orange. Everything's okay. And it looks like CLG is just trying to batter PNG off their doorstep here. But Pain, they have zero cares in the world right now for any damage CLG is going to do. And they are right in their face. There's the catch on a double lift. Now he's got the cleanse. He waits for another one to hit so he didn't get doubled up. Very nicely done there as Pain stacked their crowd control. What? Pain coming out huge in the fight. It doesn't matter that they used their crowd control first. They have the front end damage to burst down and kill CLG all the way. Another crowd control lockup coming in from Kami. The triple kill coming in from Mylon. Their eyes are on the Nexus.
This is going to be game. Pain 20 kills to 11. Shut down CLG, what looks like with a perfect comp for Pain.
Aframu, Zion doing what they can. Broken wings and wind slash ready to be used, but Zion can't close the gap. Goes for Kami. Kami's got the Sanyas. They're onto Zion now, and he's forced to retreat from his own base as Mylon sets up the barrels. And Pain Gaming takes down Chronologic Gaming.
Well played game here by Pain, becoming the first wildcard team to win multiple games at the World Championship.
In a pretty hefty group.
As happy as they can be with that, they're probably asking themselves, what if? Because the team that won the group, Flash Wolves, Pain played them better than anyone else here did. And they were actually ridiculously close to advancing from this group.
You know, Jad, I think as you said it, Pain can easily reflect on the length of their games. Being able to shorten those up and shore up the weaknesses of indecisiveness, not knowing where they want to go with the strategy of dragons not on the map, having things on their plate.
Both of these teams had dreams of getting to Worlds, and they were able to achieve those, even though they won't make it past groups. Still a huge accomplishment for both these teams to get here.
Really the best season for both teams. A 16-0 streak for Pain to come in on this. They were beat by Kaboom last year to not make it to this spot. CLG with their best season in first place, but to then also be thwarted in group stages.
First ever victory for CLG in the North American LCS.
Yeah.
To grab that #1 seed.
Yes, and their fate was decided before this game. Yeah, when Flash was upset at KOO. Otherwise, this actually would have been a game had the results stayed the same and would knock CLG out. But that will actually do it for Group A.
For CLG, it's definitely worth going back and figuring out, because they knew we aren't playing like Chronologic Gaming. That you cannot enter any group stage in that sort, especially even in their wins. That we weren't playing like us, but you still have to find that win again if it wasn't you or not.
CLG really fell apart. 2-0, early leaders in the group, 4-game losing streak to close.
The games against KOO, they really did unravel. Kind of hit them hard.
And since they ended up playing them 2 games in a row, final game at the end of last week, first game here today. It didn't seem like they were ever able to fully recover, but also even their first victory over Flash Wolves, they nearly lost that game. So a dicey Worlds for CLG. Hotshot, their owner, was tweeting that it was still a very successful season after all, so hopefully they can keep their health head high. But it's a lot of disappointment for CLG when they were the #1 seed in this group and they tied for last.
Very strong play coming out. A lot of things at CLG within picks and bans, not falling back to what worked for them at the end of the season. Smithy going back to Gragas, a few of the leads definitely worked. Some Elise play for him. Things that allowed Aframu to catch with Smithy, start things around the map, get the roam going, really weren't in their wheelhouse this time.
Yeah, trying to go for the early echo picks to sort of bait the swap of it, sending it up to Zion Spartan, not quite working out for them.
For whatever reason, it felt like Zion Spartan, in a meta of carry top laners, it was supposed to be so sweet for him, but he didn't really have a single super good game, and that was going to be one of the rocks that COG would rely upon. Obviously, it is a team effort. That's what COG keeps preaching. They're not about singling out individuals.
We can see Shocks setting up with an interview with your League of Draven. BRTT breaking out the Draven against Doublelift's Vayne. Cashed in quite a few times this game and was not afraid to get on the front line. He played Draven as Draven should be.
Pain were very exciting this game, and they played it really well. Kami got his TF, showed why it's so dangerous for Pain. Yeah, even Mylon there on the double Infinity Edge gangplank were some big crits to end it out.
If you're going to fire on him, you got to fire hard. Looking at the rest of the team, Dude coming up big as well with the way that they were able to play their composition, getting his hooks in, and really overall, this guy's been in the professional scene for a very, very long time. Back on AAA, so having his chance back here again, how do you feel?
He ended up replacing Corralius as the supportive against All Authority back in the spring split of Season 3 LCS.
Crazy stuff.
Really been around multiple different organizations, making it to Worlds, and then not only just making it to Worlds, winning 2 games. It is encouraging for the entirety of the Brazilian scene to see how successful Pain was here at this World Championship. Maybe next year they can get out of groups.
Absolutely. Let's see what they have to say. Right now we're going to head down to Shocks in the interview lounge, who is joined by Pain Gaming's AD Carry.
Thank you so much. Indeed, joined by BRTT after taking the victory over Counter Logic Gaming, and a nice one at that. Of course, I can assume that you won't be overly thrilled with this, seeing how you guys didn't make it out of group stage. How did you reflect, though, on this game? Because it seems like you really wanted to prove something in terms of individual skill, picking the Draven up against that Vayne.
Então vocês realmente não passaram de grupos, mas fizeram uma partida muito boa, principalmente nessa última com escolheram Draven. Como que foi que você quis se mostrar um pouco mais, mostrar o seu gameplay?
Eu não acho que o pick do Draven foi para provar alguma coisa. A gente já tinha treinado algumas vezes de picar o Draven em cima de Vayne e acabou que aconteceu essa oportunidade e funcionou muito bem, graças a Deus.
Yeah, I didn't try to pick Draven just to show my skills or anything. We've been training that against Vayne, and it ended up happening, so that was good.
Yeah, whatever happened, you still got that win versus CLG. I feel like there were certain moments in the tournament where it was very close and you could have maybe grabbed more games. What for you is maybe the biggest regret or the biggest thing that you think we should have done this and we could have maybe made it?
Em outros jogos, a gente quase chegou lá, vocês quase chegaram lá. O que vocês acham que poderiam ter feito um pouquinho diferente para realmente fazer uma diferença e sair do grupo?
Eu acho que desde do primeiro dia que a gente chegou aqui na Europa, a gente notou que o nosso maior problema era as decisões no mid-game, no meio do jogo, porque o nosso começo do jogo costuma ser bem forte e deu pra mostrar isso nesse Mundial, só que acaba que chega no mid-game e a gente tem alguns problemas de comunicação, de call, que acaba fazendo com que o jogo desande bastante e eu acho que esse é o maior problema.
Okay, so since the first day we got into Europe for the boot camp, we saw that and realized that our problem was the communication and the decision making during the mid game. Our early game is really strong, and we kind of proved that during Worlds. So we really had to improve that, and that's what we think that we have to improve at.
Yes, definitely some more games you could take. Even with all that, the most wins ever for a wildcard team at Worlds, the most wins ever for a Brazilian team. I don't want to say it's a great start because you must feel that there was so much more you can do, but what do you think, looking at the future, what can you do with this team if you get another chance?
Então, realmente, é a segunda vez que o Brasil vem para o Mundial e dessa vez ganhamos 2 jogos. Tá melhorando cada vez mais. O que você acha que o Brasil está fazendo? O que você acha que, como você olhando para o futuro, vê esse time tendo uma nova oportunidade no Worlds?
Eu acho que isso é uma prova de que o cenário brasileiro tá aumentando muito o nível, os times do Brasil são muito fortes, então mesmo a gente treinando só com times da nossa região, tá dando pra evoluir bastante. É claro que não tá no nível ideal ainda, é claro que o bootcamp ajudou bastante, só que eu consigo ver que o nosso cenário está evoluindo muito, mesmo estando um pouco distante ainda das outras regiões, mas
So we really see the Brazilian scene is improving a lot, even though we're training only with the local teams. When you have a chance to boot camp, you can really learn and improve our game. So that's what we expect. Continue growing and really showing that our team and our capacity.
Well, BRTT, with all that, you do look a little down to me, and I can totally understand why. But one thing is for sure, even right here, the Brazilian fans were behind you and a lot of fans. Is there anything you want to say to them?
Então a gente percebe que mesmo assim você parece um pouquinho chateado, mas tem muitos fãs brasileiros aqui presentes que estão torcendo por você. Tem alguma mensagem que você gostaria de passar para eles?
Esse lance chateado eu não sei. É claro que depois do jogo contra a Flash Wolves eu acho que foi o jogo que eu fiquei mais chateado, porque ficou um gostinho ali que, nossa, cara, aquele jogo realmente estava na nossa mão. Só que eu tô muito satisfeito com o nosso desempenho, mesmo a gente não tendo passado da fase de grupo, a gente conseguiu mostrar um bom jogo e era isso que eu queria. Eu queria mostrar que o Brasil tem força realmente para bater de frente com os outros times e foi isso que aconteceu. Eu gostaria de agradecer todos os fãs do Brasil, todos os fãs ao redor do mundo todo pela força, que eles nunca desistiram da gente, até o último jogo aqui eles estavam torcendo, a torcida daqui também que torceu muito obrigado a todos, amo vocês, é nóis.
So yeah, really want to appreciate it. I thought I was a little bit down, but because of the game against Flash Wolves that we almost won, we almost got it. So we really felt that taste of victory, but and it didn't come. Right now I'm really relieved, but I really want to thank all the crowd, not only here but all over the world. And the crowd here was really yelling and screaming our name. So thank you very much. I love you all, not the guys from Brazil, but all over the world that support us. Thank you very much.
Well, it's true. They have been cheering for you the whole time. Thank you so much. Always a pleasure to see you guys play. Obrigada. Well, guys, take it away.
Thank you, Shocks. You know, a tremendous victory for them. The best showing of an international wildcard team ever at the World Championship. And so close, actually, to making it out of this group. They really should be holding their heads high with the showing that they put up in this group stage.
100%. What a performance out of these guys. You know, they came through as heavy underdogs, and if that Flash Wolf game hadn't been one decisive team fight away, that Baron play,
yes,
we could be looking at a completely different group setup. And they played like champions the whole way through. They will always try to play their style of League of Legends. You can see that they've taken things away from this that are going to be invaluable. And really, 2 wins for a wildcard team just shows how quickly Brazil, at least, is closing the gap.
I'm a bit disappointed that they had banned Gangplank all the games, and then they just played out here, and it wasn't a champion that shouldn't have. It wasn't bad. You know, I think you could have played this Gangplank out the entire tournament, and we could have seen another win just out of the sheer overpoweredness of the champion. And you know what? It's something that you learn, and it's hindsight 2020.
Yeah, it wasn't the greatest of Gangplanks, but at least he got to play it here. I like the Twisted Fate and the Draven versus the Vayne. So they had things that seemed practiced coming in here, but they got pretty much everything they would want in this draft. Then they went out on a high note here.
And if nothing else, that team has swagger. I mean, the Twisted Fate and the Draven were pretty on point.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, I do want to look at the flip side of the coin for just a moment. CLG, you know, 2-1 to start in week 1, and then closing out the day here, 0-3.
Where's that?
I mean, the rise and fall of America's #1 seed.
That boat is long. It's right at the bottom here.
It's with all of the sun-dried tomatoes smashed and shriveled on the floor. Is that what's going on?
An interesting fact about this game, though, Aframu did 5,400 damage. With 1 damage ability, by the way, this is Bard. Zion Spartan on Riven did 5,469. So
we won.
More damage, but this wasn't a game where you could really judge out of CLG. They definitely were not playing how they play the entire group stage. It just wasn't them. They're just having fun. I think they just wanted to get it over with.
I think
they probably feel embarrassed to be here with all the expectations they had.
I actually think that's worse though. If you can't pull it together for 1 game for your fans, and don't get me wrong, as I said, this is one of those games where you just have to surely come out and put on a good performance, and they can honestly take very little away from this world's experience now.
Yeah, and I think they were rather tilted coming into this game. You pick the Vayne blind pick, you take Exhaust as well. He went full prototype black on that one. Yeah, it's a solo play type of style there. You want to go ahead and split push, and you saw it there. It looked like they had lost some trust in each other, and they just went all out on, let's try to carry this game by one individual instead of a team. And that was just CLG. I think they got in their own heads and said, our team play wasn't working. Let's just try this last thing.
Well, now, you know, regardless of their world's performance, I do think it is important to note the journey that they took to get here, right? CLG at at Worlds alone is already a big accomplishment for that organization and their growth in more recent times.
I guess it really speaks to the chase is better than the catch. They can just forget about the catch for this one because they had a fantastic run all the way through where they really showed their improvement as a team into high level matches such as the one of Madison Square Garden. But for here, it just
I think one thing that you can take away is that their preparation going into big matches has been much better than it has been in the past. So credit to whoever is responsible for behind that, their new coaching staff and all those things, because they were a team that used to look good once they got on Summoner's Rift. Now they're looking good going into the matches, and they had one very good strategy. So there definitely are some good signs there for the future of CLG.
Yeah, and getting this experience under their belt as well. You look at somebody like Pobelter, this was his first playoffs, even in getting in there, and then he won playoffs. So first Worlds for a lot of these guys to actually be up there on that stage. So they have that under their belt. They can get that experience and get some of those nerves out of the way for maybe next time they show up here.
Now, ending on a high note real quick with this group, I think what today showed, if anything, was that nothing was decided necessarily in week one.
Yep.
So much can happen in week two. We had a team that was 1-2 going into, into this day, 3-0, and now they're at the top of the group, first coming out of it.
Years of watching Animal Planet could not have prepared me to see Tigers get slain by wolves. It just did not make any sense going with the preparation.
How often do those two things run into each other? What are you watching?
Very dark thing. But yeah, the Flash was really the highlight of this group. It was entertaining to say the least.
Yes.
It was a Cinderella story in itself of poor play from game one, but constantly improving, expanding the champion pool, and meeting every single expectation and more.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to check in with you at home and see your World's Big Play callouts. App De Facto Genius put it very simply. Jinx still has it. Here is your World's Big Play to close out Group A.
From 3 members of Counter Logic Gaming, and they're right back here. Another unstoppable force. 4-member pop-up. Double lift on the outside. They're going to actually have to look away from him. Stake's going to take down a 1v1. Double kill coming in for NL. Looking for a triple kill. That's a triple. That's going to be the quad drop. He gets a pentakill. NL, pentakill.
下面来接击4A
From the Flash Wolves comes up Trump again. Everyone's there helping him out, but NL, wow, that was such a big change up, bringing this guy into the light.
Yeah, I think the communication issues that they had with Kramer were definitely just something that was only affecting them that day. When they sub in NL, boom.
Never lose, man. Never lose.
He lost one game.
He didn't lose one game.
He lost one.
But next,
sometimes lose.
next to never lose. All right, well, with Group A on the books, let's take a look at how the teams stacked up. The LMS's Flash Wolves will enter the quarterfinals as the #1 seed, with Korea's KOO Tigers taking the #2 spot. Meanwhile, CLG and Pain Gaming will have to catch the action in London from the stands. Well, that does it for today, but tomorrow we'll get to see who rises to the top of Group C. It starts with SK Telecom versus Edward Gaming, big matchup there. Then the Bangkok Titans will challenge H2K, and they'll stay on the Rift to go up against Edward Gaming following that. The action kicks off at 2 p.m. Central European Summer Time. That's 5 a.m. Pacific, so set your alarms. Now I'm going to have to remember to do just the same. Gentlemen, we're starting the day off tomorrow with a very big matchup. This is one that SKT got the better of last time, but if EDG can equalize here, we push ourselves possibly to a tiebreaker for first place in this group.
Yeah, and this is a matchup that a lot of people are thinking is going to be the finals of the entire tournament. And last time they went head-to-head, EDG did blind pick a lot of things, and I thought they were milking SKT for some strategies, but we'll see if that continues, if they try to get more out of them, or if they're just going to clash against them this time and try to see if they can actually hold up and then force a tiebreaker.
Yeah, and EDG is a really proud team. They have some of the most proud, clear love. They have Pawn, so they will throw everything at this matchup. This is going to be huge for the #1 seed, and I can't wait to see it get underway.
Yeah, I wouldn't count the first encounter that they had as a telltale as to what's going to happen this time around. At MSI in the group stage, SKT did the same thing. They obliterated EDG, and then they ended up losing to them in the final. So this time, fresh slate. Anybody could take this.
Well, without a doubt, they've had plenty of time to prepare for it, and it will be their biggest matchup of the day. That's going to do it for us tonight. So for myself, the casters, and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching, and stay tuned for your daily recap of Worlds Tonight in just 15 minutes.
World Explain.
Exhaust is ticking away. Double is below 100 HP. Smith and Gorilla going to chase him down. First But to top lane Darius. An undeniable number 1 seed in Group A. The shockwave catches him out. He's gone against the wall. Snake is looking to kill a tower. He's got a lich bait. He's going to be able to get some damage. Super minions are still pushing into the base. Eno's got 2. He's looking for more. That's a triple kill. And he's excited. Heartbreak for Pain Gaming. We do see Dude rocking up. PRTT is going to try to get away with that passive. The bottom one. Slam dunk.
Wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Double kill coming in for NL, looking for a triple kill. That's a triple. That's gonna be a quadra. He gets a pentakill. Counter Logic Gaming will fall to the Flash Wolves.
Oh my god.
To the backside there. Can he be alright? Reset kicked him in. That's the kick you were talking about, Cody. They get it once again.
Last time I played with you guys, I just wanted to stop Pain Gaming so I don't get those stupid Facebook messages about how BRTT greater than double it.
Everybody getting some frequent flyer miles on that one.